for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. How you doing? How you doing? Can you hear me, my people? Can you hear me? Yeah. All right.
Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open.
Hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Up, 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 Merle. Everybody. Can you hear me? Okay, Errol. Yes, thank you. Look, folks, thanks for tuning into Reason with Rattigan, the place where we educate the people and we hold government accountable. As Malcolm X said, education is a passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. So let's get prepared. It's another beautiful Saturday, and we have so much to talk about, and we have some interesting guests. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. In fact, I just talked to Kevin and said, Kevin, look, the program is for 5 hours, but I said, Kevin, we may have to go over. Can you please allocate me some more time? Because I have a funny feeling we're probably going to go over, but we're going to take some breaks in between. So let's see. First, let me just jump on to the program as prepared by our one, our only, our producer Joan. All right, here's the agenda. Missing fertilizer, betrayal, and conflicting reports. Folks, people have been talking about this fertilizer business, this Moroccan fertilizer, but most of you remember that it was yours truly who raised this issue back in 2022. And now it's come to the fore. And I will show you where the Auditor General gave her reason for starting the audit. And we can proudly say that we're a part of that reason why she decided to do the audit. But we're going to show you some documents that have never been seen. These documents, some of them came from the government and some of them we got through sources. And you're going to understand when we're finished that the story that you've been fed, don't believe the hype. Don't believe the hype. That's why we say betrayal and conflicting reports. Betrayal came about because of what the Honorable Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith and the government did in 2016 in Morocco. We're going to talk about the betrayal of the people of the Western Sahara in their fight for autonomy against Morocco, the Kingdom of Morocco. We're going to talk about that. So today, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, today is Revelation Day. We're also going to talk about unconstitutional SOEs. As most of you know, the court ruled yesterday that all of the states of emergency implemented by the government, I believe it's from 2019 to 2023, all of them unconstitutional. But we're going to show you again that we were on top of this story, but we approach it from a different angle. We're going to show you. Beach access. Oh, the question is this: did Buckingham Palace play a role? And some of you who have been watching, well, all of you, if you've been watching this program for quite some time now, you'll know the significance of Buckingham Palace in this state, the unconstitutional states of emergency. Beach access and environmental concerns. How much longer can we wait and hope? We're going to talk about beach access and why is it taking the government so long to pass legislation or with the stroke of a pen have access to the beaches free and open to everyone in Jamaica. We're also going to raise some environmental concerns. One of them will make you sick to your stomach. I guarantee you. When I tell you what a source provided and how we've gone to the government with an ATI and they haven't responded yet. And we think we know why they haven't responded. We think that the story possibly is true, but we're going to tell you, and you're going to be sick to your stomachs when you hear the story. Interview and interrogation techniques. We're going to talk about interviewing politicians and international terrorists. They're going to come under fire today. And, we have with us my brother, Gamal Abdel Hafiz, that will be introduced shortly. And I'll tell you more about him. Some of you, you've seen him before on the program, but today he's going to be talking about something completely different from the things that he's spoken about prior. And we have another topic, a review of editor Senator Morgan's work product. That is the JLP's 2020 manifesto. If you recall, he said a few weeks ago that he edited the manifesto. Now, there are two manifestos we're interested in, 2016, 2020. We're going to give him credit for the 2021. And we may also give him credit for the 2016 one. But we're going to give him credit. And we're going to show you why when I say, and I know he's watching. And by the way, I invited him, 4 times this week, 3 or 4 times to come on the program to discuss all of these topics, because not only is he a senator, but he's also the spokesperson for the government. And he has not responded. He has not responded. I know he's watching because he wants to see and hear what we're talking about when we say work product, and because he edited the manifesto. The one thing I can tell him is that based on what I found in the manifesto, I wouldn't allow him to edit my son's homework. And we're going to show you why. You're going to be shocked because he was proud as a peacock when he spoke. He said, when Jeffrey Tavares, my dear friend, asked him, Senator, have you read your manifesto? And he said, read, Jeffrey, I edited the manifesto. So we're going to see how much of an editor he is. So let's move on. Where are we? Here we go. Yeah, today the panelists, Kevin is here. Jamaican will be here for about an hour or so. So Kevin and I will, show must go on. We're going to move it like it's never been moved before. Believe me on that. And then our guest, Gamal, Dr. Devon, that's the beat movement. We have Marcus Bird. Feedback. You know what? Oh, we're gonna get Marcus Bird, author, filmmaker, who will join us shortly. Again, the engagement norms: be an active listener, use your time effectively. People, I need you to pay attention. Go get your pen, go get your paper, go get your notepad. You're gonna need it. You're gonna need it. You're gonna need it. And whenever you make your comments, please contribute from a constructive standpoint. We want no nonsense around here. We have some very, very, what do we call them now? We have some monitors, and they don't fool around. So if you're going to come over here and start your nonsense, you're going to effectively be removed from the program. And that's not because we're removed, just because we want to move on with the program. We don't need people coming around here trying to distract us. We don't need that. We're going to celebrate others' contributions, and I want you to enjoy the experience because we do this only once per week. Please enjoy the experience. Now, see this? Knowledge without action is wastefulness, and action without knowledge is foolishness. So that's why we talk. We talk in terms of educating our people around here. And then what do? We do things around here. We protest. We do the letter writing campaign. We have an event planned in Jamaica. We are doing the Magnitsky initiative, where we're sending stuff to international organizations and foreign governments to let them know about the kleptocracy, the corruption, and the gross human rights violations being committed in Jamaica by the government of Jamaica against the people of Jamaica. We do things around here, but before we do anything, we have to educate you so that when we move, you know, why we're moving, and it's your purpose. And why do I say that? I have something here I want to. Here it is. Your purpose is not the thing. My purpose is not the thing. It's not what I do. It is a thing that happens in you when I do what I do. I hope you understand that. It's very profound. Saying it's not my purpose. I am here to just educate you. I'm here to inform you. The purpose is yours. Particularly those who live in Jamaica and are suffering the pangs of hell under this repressive regime. The purpose is yours. So you listen, you understand, and then you take action. And when we take action, we are not, and we don't encourage illegal activity of any sort. Please remember that. We don't encourage it. We don't support it. We're not a part of anything illegal around here. I'll come back to this slide, but let me see what else. Let me see what else. Here's another one. Never worry about who will be offended if you speak the truth. And there are lots of people out there, Kevin, they're offended by us every week because we speak the truth. Worry about who will be misled, deceived, and destroyed if you don't. We pay significant focus to the second part. We worry about who will be misled, deceived, and destroyed if we don't. So all the naysayers, they can go ahead and they can talk. That's fine. That's their right. And we support their right to be naysayers. But we only ask that they support our right to speak the truth. And we're going to speak the truth as we've always done. We're going to speak it today. And like I've said, if there's something we've said that is incorrect or misleading, we challenge people to come forward and point out to us the errors of our ways. We are not, I repeat, we are not so arrogant that we will not admit when we make our mistakes. Unlike some people, like the great editor, we're not in that vein. We're different people. So there we are. Let me see what else. All right. See this? See this, people? If the people stand, the game is over. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get people to stand. And if you listen to our theme song, it says, open up your eyes and see for yourselves. And when we say open up your eyes, it's not only your physical eyes. It's this. It's this. We're teaching, we're pleading, we're hoping, we're beseeching that you become critical thinkers. That when a politician tells you something, you can parse through the words. And as we say in Jamaica, you can pick sense out of nonsense. Please, people, if you do nothing else, try. Listen to what we're providing, and try your best to exercise it. Do it on your neighbors. Do it with us. The way questions are phrased. Let me stop right there and go back to the schedule. No, we split the show last week and it worked out well, except for a brief delay due to technology issues. Today, I don't know what Kevin and producer Joan, what they have in mind, but whatever they have in mind, it's the right thing. I trust them immensely. We're hoping to open the phone line, but seeing that Jamaica is content rich, probably won't happen. But we're hoping. Keep our fingers crossed. If Kevin can give him the time. Relax with the Rebel. I believe the show we did 2 weeks ago is edited and ready for launch on YouTube. So stay tuned for that. Remember, we did a program on the Prime Minister's road from poverty to prosperity, and a lot of concerns there, a lot of unanswered questions. But we played some songs to kind of like, introduce the subject. And on YouTube, you can't do that. So we're gonna remove the songs and put the program in its entirety, except for the songs, of course, on YouTube, so you can watch that. Now, I've been so focused on submitting ATIs and delivering today's show that I will have to forego tonight's show. So relax with the rebel. I will not be on tonight. Kevin have my 2 hours. If Kevin wants the 2 hours, it's up to Kevin. It depends on the mood that he's in, and it depends on how you react to what he does during his segment. Easy like Sunday with the rebel. We won't have a program, so tune in the following Sunday. We'll keep you posted on that. Come Reason with Rattigan, our Wednesday night program. We had a great show. We had Yvonne, our dietitian, on. Dr. Ben was unavailable. Spoke with him this morning, as well as last week, as well as this past Wednesday. We look forward to his return next week. We also had some lively discussions regarding the Jamaican political landscape. Big up Miss P, Miss Philadelphia, the other callers, the chat. And of course, Kevin, we have to big up producer extraordinaire, OT. OT, big up yourself. Let me say prayers up for Papa Trevor, Mapi. But before I do that, let me just say big up Russell and the family in Durban. Big up Papa Trevor and the family in Durban. Big up all of the people listening from South Africa. No, they are, because I've reached out to them. They've reached out to me. Big up, and Gamal knows this gentleman. He's watching Gamal. Saad Al Faiz from Saudi Arabia. He and his family, they are watching. People all over Europe watching. All over the world, people are watching us. And just want to thank them for their support. Again, prayers up for Papa Trevor, Ma P. This week, people said every week, I promise you. This week, you'll see me. Ma Jean, Desmond, Paul, Bonnie Jump, big up my brother, Jonah Marie, Small Boss, Big Boss, Fireball, Jaranje, Fit is the Hardest Dread, Mrs. Nelson, Bobby De Souza. Thanks for the link this morning, Bobby. Mr. Baxter, Sassy Diva, Raleigh, Danny Gops, and Roland, the valiant one out of the UK. And last but not least, we want to big up our ambassadors, the Monday night crew, the people who are setting things in motion concerning the Magnitsky Initiative. And, of course, Producer Joan. Producer Joan, big up yourself, big up yourself. All right, Kevin, any words before we bring on Gamal? Can't hear you. Okay.
Greetings and salutations, everyone. It's good to be back. Looking forward to a good day. Sorry about that. Just now I was muted. Multitasking as usual. The rebel improving. You see him doing things when I'm gone, doing amazing things.
Vitamins. Vitamins.
But we're trying to make sure that he doesn't push it too much, right? So we're limiting him a little bit, just a little bit. We'll see how tonight goes. Just come with your musical bowls empty so we can fill them up with some mix-up and juggling and fun times musically. And for the next 5 hours at minimum, be prepared, notebooks, the recorders, whichever, this broadcast is recorded, so you don't have to worry about it. If anybody try to pull it down, hey, we'll be on to you. But here we are yet again, we give thanks for life, and we give thanks that we made it, But do call a friend, tell a friend, friends of your friends, friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends, and your enemies too, breaking up things over here. Call up somebody, anybody, everybody, make them know Rebel is on and we're causing problems. Really and truly, we're just telling the truth. We're not only giving facts, but we're giving truth. And whatever truth that you don't get, we're leading in the direction to it, because we don't have the full answer yet, to a piece of the answer, which is why we're asking the question. But if you have learned nothing up to this point, you learn this: don't ask a question unless you have the answer, or at least piece of it.
Come on. You don't ask a question if you don't know the answer. Listen, Let me just big up Elegance Vlogs from out of the UK. Big up everybody in the UK and on the continent. Extremely grateful for your support. Thanks for tuning in. Now we're going to bring in Gamal, but here's what I want to do. Remember, this segment we're talking about interrogation and interviewing techniques. And as you know, every week we bring on, for the last several weeks, we've been bringing on people from the South African Parliament. And there are two oversight committees that we've been focused on. One is on higher education and the other is on sports. Well, today we had a whole bunch of videos, but we're going to play one because we're limited for time. And we want to hear from Gamal. So I just want to play you this one video. This video is going to highlight one of my favorite politicians in America. Her name is Katie Porter. She's now running for governor of California. And I just want you, this is what happens when you do your homework and you know the answers to the questions and you have the people in front of you, and now you're gonna question them. I was gonna say now you're gonna grill them, but now you're gonna question them. Here we go.
D plans to buy 2,456 F-35s. And the F-35 is one of the most egregious boondoggles in the history of the Pentagon. But if we're going to buy more of those planes, we should at least make sure that they work. Mr. Belk, if an F-35 engine were to break down at sea on an aircraft carrier, what aircraft would the Navy use to transport that F-35 engine ashore to be fixed?
So I genuinely mean thank you for the question, because I do believe in this committee's oversight responsibilities, and I appreciate the opportunity to thank you for that.
Mr. Belk, come on. What plane would the Navy use to transport the
See, right there, he's trying to patronize her. He doesn't know the answer. He's trying to patronize her. And she's like, come on, just cut the chase. Just give me the answer.
broken F-35 engine?
Congressman, I don't know the answer. I'm happy to take it back and get
Thank you.
the
Vice Admiral Chebby, do you know the answer?
And the question of what aircraft, the V-22 was designed as one of the requirements for the CMV-22 to
So the CMV-22 would be used. It's essentially one of the Navy's two kind of tow trucks. Can the C-2, the other kind of tow truck that the Navy flies, can it transport an F-35 engine?
To my knowledge, the C-2 cannot transport a F-35 engine. In that case, we would put additional spares on the aircraft carrier if we have to have it supported with the C-2. So
you would put additional spares. Okay, I'm going to follow up on that. So the C-2 cannot pick up the F-35 engine because the engine's too large. So we'd use the CMV-22. So the military didn't have the common sense to make F-35 engines transportable by all of the tow trucks it owns. So we're going to use only one of them, the CMV-22. So, Admiral Chebby, why did you not see this coming? Why did you buy F-35s that your infrastructure can't handle?
Ma'am, I'm here as the Naval Commander from an airworthiness perspective to talk about the safety of the V-22. I'm going to have to direct that question back to the appropriate personnel to address the
Mr.
question.
Belk?
Congressman, I'll have to take that back to the department.
So you don't know why you bought F-35s for billions of dollars, and you don't have any airplanes, as we're about to see, that can actually pick up the broken engine and fix it. So on the CMV-22, which is the one plane that we can use to go get this broken engine, let's say that the F-35 engine broke down in the South China Sea while F-35s are engaged in securing our national interests from an increasingly assertive China. Do you know how far it would be to a fully capable maintenance depot, Mr. Belk?
Congressman, I do not.
Mr. Vice Admiral Chebby?
Ma'am, can you clarify your question, please?
An F-35 engine is broken down on an aircraft carrier in the South China Sea. How far is it to get that F-35 engine to a place where we can fix it?
Ma'am, I'm going to have to direct it to the F-35 Joint Program Office to kind of answer that question.
It is 7,200 miles to a small facility in Australia and 14,500 miles to a full-scale U.S. facility. And I'm sure the CMV-22 would not fly all that distance, but it needs to be able to pick up the engine and get it to the next airport where it can then be flown for repair. Admiral Chebby, how often is the CMV-22 mission capable?
The overall emission capable rate, I do not have that in front. I'm not sure, Gary, if you have.
Mr. Kurtz?
I don't have that information in front.
Mr. Belk?
Ma'am, do not have that information.
Guys, you're here for a hearing on this very aircraft. Now, you've been deferring on the F-35, but the CMV-22 is what we're talking about here today. It's the Navy's version of the Osprey. So the data I've seen suggests that it can only fly 44% of the time. It costs $85 million per aircraft, and it can fly 44% of the time. That is absolutely absurd. So if the military has made fixing an F-35 engine that hard for itself, surely you have, as you mentioned, Admiral Chebby, spare engines that you can swap in when something goes wrong. Mr. Belk, has the DoD purchased spare F-35 engines?
Ma'am, I do not know the answer.
No, they have not. So it's going to be tough to put those on the aircraft carrier, Admiral Chebby, when you don't have any. So the only plan we have when an F-35 engine breaks down is to fly it thousands of miles. But to do that, the plane only works part of the time. Mr. Belk, how long, is the CMV-22 allowed to fly from the nearest airport?
Ma'am, I defer that to Admiral Chebby.
Admiral Chebby.
Ma'am, the return to flight criteria was based on the data.
All right, Admiral Chebby, 30 minutes. So often the CMV-22 doesn't work more than half the time. If it works, it's only allowed to fly 30 minutes from an airport. But these failures both leave the F-35 with broken engines stranded on aircraft carriers. And get this, we're still buying more of these incredibly expensive F-35 jets. And we're doing that knowing that we cannot fix those engines because the CMV-22 is a disaster. And by the way, you all want to buy more of those too. Admiral Chebby, do you stand by this state of affairs? Would you like to blame Mr. Belk or Mr. Kurtz?
Ma'am, the F-35 Charlie readiness levels aboard aircraft carriers is above 90%.
Okay, 10% of the time it isn't ready and the engine might be part of it. I'm asking you, should we spend billions of dollars on F-35s that you cannot repair?
Ma'am, my objective as the Naval Commander is to make sure I deliver the warfighting capability the fleet needs to win at a cost we can afford.
Okay.
The services
my objective,
decide.
Mr. Chebby, Admiral Chebby, my objective as a U.S. Congressperson is to make sure that our tax dollars are being spent to actually keep us safe, not line the pockets of defense contractors for boondoggles. I yield back.
That's a lesson for. That's how we start off today's program. See, that's how you hold government and public officials accountable. By you do your homework. You do your homework. Every single question that she asked, she knew the answer. They didn't, but guess what? They're the ones supposed to supply the answers. And they couldn't. And they didn't. This is what we need in Jamaica. And if our politicians are not doing it, then we as citizens, we have to take up that mantle. We have to ask the questions, because if we don't, who will? Kevin, I yield to you, sir.
Yo, I don't know if anybody else see it. The aggression. I've never seen anybody press a mute button with so much aggression. So much so that you heard the click loud. And go, like a joker. Yo. You see, that is when you know that the question hit hard. And whenever you see an individual being asked a question in its plainest of formats, and they're coming to you with such visceral, don't ask why, because you already know the answer.
There you go.
Rebel.
Yeah. Now, we have more videos to play, but we're going to stop it right there because we don't need videos when we have a live body in front of us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce this man to you. This man is not a friend. This man is a brother. And you know, they say there are two types of family members. One that you can choose, blood relatives, and there are family members that you can choose. And in many instances, the people that we have chosen as family members, they're closer, they're more loyal to us than our blood relatives. That's how I feel about this man. This man was given an offer And when some year when my book is published, I'm going to have him on, and we're going to have him on for the whole program, because he and I, we can talk about stuff for not 5 hours, but for 5 months, because we lived it. But this man, ladies and gentlemen, he was made an offer that he shouldn't refuse. And to his detriment, and that offer was about me. And to his detriment, he refused. He suffered the consequences of not taking that offer. We won't talk about it today. Talk about it some other time. But this man is near and dear to me. I learned a hell of a lot by being around him. And I'll never forget, first time he came, well, it wasn't the first time, because he actually opened the office in Saudi Arabia, and then he left. And I think 2 legats later, I took over the office. It's a legal attaché, the FBI person overseas who runs the office. And he came to work with me, not for me. And I'll never forget, I said to him, listen, I really don't care much about you. And he's looking at me, because he has that look. He's looking at me like, what the hell is this guy telling me? I said, I really don't care much about you. I said, I care about your family. I care about your wife and your children, because if I care about them, you will be productive. If I care only about you, I'm going to have a problem. So I said, whenever you have to leave, whatever you have to do with your family, just go do it, take care of it. And then when you're finished and you're ready, you come back. And I said to him, and if you do anything here in this office that runs counter to the FBI's mission, I am going to report you and have you removed. And he looked at me and he said, very well, because I'm going to do the same thing to you. And we had a beautiful relationship. To this very day, we have a beautiful relationship. When I hurt, this man hurts. If I'm feeling pain, he's feeling the pain. But here's why. So, I've given you some semblance of the relationship that he and I enjoy with each other. But here's why he's really on today. He's on today because he has a wealth of experience interviewing and or interrogating subjects of the FBI. Today, he's going to be talking about 2 cases. One having to do with Yemen. Where's that picture, Kevin? It's over here. Let me share. Oh, wait, we're sharing screen, right? Uh-oh. Sorry, we're sharing screen. Hold on one second, folks. I think I messed up. Kevin had it set up, and you know me, right? Just like Gumal said, tell me all the time, I'm not ready for prime time. All right, hold on a second. Where is it? Where's that picture, Kevin? I just want to show the. Here it is. All right. Let me see if it's there. I see Kevin is just sitting back there and just looking at me like, oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't even realize that my mic was muted. People, as I'm watching him, I'm responding to him, but he's not hearing me. Which just goes to show that he knows what he's doing. Gamal, prime time is almost not ready for him. Let me tell you, almost. We're not quite there yet. Almost.
How many of you remember? Can you pick that up for me, Kevin? How many of you remember that ship, the USS Cole, that was blown up in the waters just of Yemen? There's another photograph of that. And actually, you see this gaping hole right? This gaping hole right here. I actually was there with the FBI director. We got a tour of this ship while it was still in Yemeni waters, because we had the investigation, and it was run out of Legat Riyadh, which is the office Gamal and I worked out of. And so we went through the whole ship and crossed over this section where significant damage was done. But there's another picture here. Oh, we go. Oh, here we go. There we go. That's the ship in dry dock that we're trying to fix. So Gamal is going to be talking about the people responsible for that. He's going to be talking about how we interviewed them, how we interrogated them, and then he's going to talk to you about the first homegrown international terrorism cell in America and the role that he played. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I present to you my brother, Gamal Abdel Hafiz. Yes.
Good afternoon, Wilfred. Good afternoon, Kevin. Good afternoon to your audience.
How you doing?
Yes, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi
Alaikum
wa
assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
barakatuh.
I'm doing great, doing great. If I see you well, I'm happy. Yes, yes.
Likewise, my brother. Likewise.
Thank you, thank you.
Gamal, talk to us. Give the people a sense of who Gamal Abdel Hafiz is. For
Oh,
those who've never seen him before, stay tuned. Listen carefully.
all right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gamal Abdel Hafiz. I was born and raised in Cairo, Egypt. And when I joined the FBI, I was the first ever Muslim to become an FBI agent in the history of the United States. So it was a great honor and a lot of burden and a lot of responsibility. I really enjoyed the time I spent with the FBI, the experiences that I gained working with a lot of great people like Wilfred and other people. And I enjoyed the opportunity to contribute to many great investigations there. I worked international terrorism for my 22 years of experience there. I traveled to 26 countries. I interviewed some of the worst, and I came ahead just because of the patience during the interviews. Mostly interviews, few interrogations, because I was successful in getting what I wanted through a very casual interview. Gain the trust and confidence of the subject, then they end up giving me what I need. Of course, when I was in Saudi Arabia and I worked on both the USS Cole and Lackawanna 6 case, I had great support from Wilfred. I have to say that. He was very supportive. Usually when you have two people working in the same office and one of them is doing something great, somebody will be jealous of the other. Jealousy and envy will take over. I was blessed having Wilfred with the great heart he had. He was always happy for me and supportive because whatever I did, the office did, not just Gamal did. And in turn, whatever I did, the FBI did, not just Gamal and Wilfred and the Riyadh office. I was tasked to assist with the interrogation of an individual named Gamal Badawi in Yemen, who was in the Yemeni custody, not really custody, because when he came in for the interview, he had a beautifully washed and ironed outfit. The beard was combed hair by hair, as if he came out of a hair salon. He was so clean and so put together. And I knew that this person is not in custody. He's hosted in the police facility as a guest, not as a subject. And I had another agent with us, and he was given all the questions, and I was paying attention to the contradictions. I am blessed with a great memory. You can meet me today and we have a conversation, and 10 years later, I'm going to tell you what you said and what I said and what he said and who was sitting where and who was wearing what.
I can
And a
verify.
lot of people thought that I was recording them. But I'm blessed with that great memory. So we interviewed this gentleman for 5 days, twice a day. We had a lot of pushback from the Yemeni police observers, who everybody there, we had about 13 police officers with us from Yemen, from different departments, different loyalties, different allegiance, and everybody's there so they can tell their boss what's going on. And sometimes they try to make it difficult for us to ask the questions. After 5 sessions with this gentleman, and I was writing, when he says something today that he said it differently yesterday, or said something tonight that he said it different this morning, I make note of it. That he said this yesterday at the morning session, he said this today at this session. He said this, and now he contradicted himself that. And I had about 12 contradictions. And we had the Navy investigative officer who does not speak Arabic, and he begged us to be there in the interview because he said my commanders will really have my hide if I don't attend. And he promised that he will not interrupt, he will not ask any questions, he will not just become an interrogation. So he's sitting to my left. The other agent is sitting to my right who's asking the questions. And that other agent was the case agent on the USS Cole attack. The Navy agent, every session, he had a posted bat with him. Then he says, did he ask this question? So I take the posted bat from him and I shake my head yes, and I put it on my notepad. Then after about another hour, did he ask him this? I shake my head and put it on my notepad. So I had about 15 of those just on the top of each other on my notepad. When I found that we've been spending a lot of time and he keep lying and he keep running around, and I was very positive that he is the person that we suspected he is, and he was the head of the whole operation, I told the case agent after a morning session, after the 5th one, I said, I think I'm going to break him tonight. He said, we're not getting anywhere with him. I said, I'll break him tonight. When we went to that evening session, we started the questioning, and he was so comfortable, so confident when he comes in. And at one point, I told him, I'm really insulted. I'm sick and tired of you lying to us. You are a disgrace to Islam and Muslims, and you are a disgrace to Prophet Muhammad that you are growing your beard to imitate him. I said, you only cared about your wife and your documents under your bed in a briefcase. He said that before he left, when the ship was approaching Aden, he went to Sana'a. He took his wife out of Aden to her family, about 70 kilometers away, and he went to Sana'a. Then when the ship docked in Aden, he called a friend and he told them, go to my house, take the briefcase under the bed, and take it to my in-laws. What were you doing in Sana'a? He said, I went to meet with the Minister of Religious Affairs to ask him to change the leader of our mosque, the imam. But when I got there, the minister was in Cairo, and he said he's coming in 2 days, so I stayed there 2 days. Then he came in, and he said he's not feeling well, so I was there for a couple more days. So I was there for about 5-6 days until I met him. And I said, so you really didn't care about anybody else to send the boat with explosives into a nuclear head carrier in the middle of the ocean, middle of the sea, that if this hit the wrong direction, if a couple nuclear heads went to Aden, it would wipe Aden off the face of the earth. So you only cared about your wife and your documents, and you didn't care about anybody else, including the Yemeni officers that are sitting with us in the room. I said, you did not care about anybody but your selfish self. And I said, you said this, then you said this, you said this, you said this, you said this, you said. So I mentioned all the contradictions to him, and I said, you are so blind, you didn't pay attention to the guy sitting next to me who does not speak one word of Arabic, but he reads your body language, and every time you lie, he gave me a note and he says he just lied. And I said, here are all his notes. You know, if a guy who doesn't speak your language tell me that you are lying, you are lying. And of course, there was some yelling and screaming and pretended anger during this conversation. And I kept after him, until he broke down crying. And there was a window between us. He said he sits in another room, I'm in one room, and he slapped that window door, and he broke down crying. So the general, the Yemeni general that was with us, he said, let us go take some fresh air. We went outside, and he said, I'm really sorry that he upset you. I said, no, he did not. He said, no, you seemed very angry inside. I said, no, I was not upset. I just wanted to show him how the lies affect people. Okay. 2 officers went to calm him down. Then they came back and they said he doesn't want to continue tonight. And the general said, okay, just take him back to his cell. I said, nope, 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 nope. I said, he's not going anywhere until I say when he leaves. If we have to spend the night, I'm here for the night. And he said, but he's not going to be useful. I said, I know. We're going to go back. Went back. He sat and he moved his chair so he wouldn't be seeing my face. So I moved myself right so I can see his face. He moved himself left. So I said, Jamal, you need to be a man and look me in the face, because if I have to, I'll come and sit you on my lap so you can look at my face. If you want me to come around to your room, I'll take you on my lap. It's your choice. Be a man and face me. So he moved his chair and came to face me. I went after him a little more to let him know that I'm not giving up. Nothing changed with him crying. And I told him, you're a liar. And I will have to get everything I want from you. I don't go anywhere. I don't get tired. I don't give up. After about 30 minutes of another tongue lashing, I said, get the hell out of my face. I want you to come tomorrow telling me the truth, or things will be a lot worse. And we left. We came in the next day. We didn't know what to expect. When we started, I started. The other 6 sessions, the other agent was starting with his questions. On this one, I started and I said, look, I sure hope you understand what you're in for. If I take you to New York and I raise my hand and tell the judge that you're guilty as hell, you're guilty as hell. So you need to tell me the truth. Otherwise, things will get bad. Are you ready? He shook his head. I said, should we start from the beginning? Because I think everything you gave us is a bunch of garbage. Should we start from the beginning? He said, yes. I said, good. So we start to ask questions, and he started to give us names and give us places and give us events and give us all the details. And he admitted that he's the one who purchased the boat. He's the one who purchased the truck that pulled the boat. And he admitted that they had another attempt. This attempt was on October 12th of 2000. He said there was another attempt in January of 2000. Another ship was coming. When they put the boat with the explosives in the water, it sank. So they got scared and they ran away. And they left it. They kept watching it to see if anybody saw it. No one paid attention. They went back. They pulled the boat out, took the explosives. They had a safe house, which is a place they rented, and they took the explosives to dry, and then they took one of them to an empty area, a desert area, to test it if it still works. And it did work, because those explosives don't get affected with water. The mistake they made the first time, that they put all the explosives in the front part of the boat to have more impact. Then the second time, they spread the explosives in the whole boat, so it didn't sink. Jamal Badawi was charged. He was in the Yemeni prison, and he escaped. Then they captured him. They put him in another prison, and he and a couple other people dug a tunnel from the prison to a mosque next door, and they got out of the mosque. The tunnel went into the mosque, and they got out of the tunnel the second time. And I believe he was captured and imprisoned again. Then he escaped the third time. Because in Yemen, if you have someone from your tribe or some sympathizer or some this or that, they will help you escape. Then at the end of the day, he was dragged and killed. This particular interrogation was really my toughest. And for him to give us 14 names of people involved, events, incidents, purchases, the place of the warehouse, the safe house, and all these details were really a great accomplishment to get it out of him. Another case that I worked on called the Lakawana 6 sleeper cell. Group of Yemeni young men traveled to Pakistan to learn about their religion, or somebody told them, we'll take you to Pakistan to learn about the religion. They were in Buffalo, New York. So they traveled from Buffalo, New York to Canada, Canada to Pakistan. While in Pakistan, the person who told them you're going to go to Pakistan to learn about the religion, he came and he said, we are moving tomorrow. They said, where we're going? He said, we are going to meet with the Sheikh. Who is the Sheikh? Osama bin Laden. They traveled to Afghanistan. They went to a safe house, which is a guest house. They changed all their clothes. They wore fatigue and uniforms. And they left all their belongings there. And they went for training. The person I interviewed, he was a young guy, 21-year-old. When he went there, he was still like 19, not even 20. And he felt something is not right. I shouldn't be here. That's not what I came in for. So he went and he said, hey, I need to leave because my family don't know that I'm here. That's to the camp leaders. They said, shut up and go back to work. Another guy from the group, a little older and smarter, he knew that this trick is not going to work. Went to them after 2 days with an injury. He said, I'm injured. And I'm really sad that I couldn't finish the 2-week training. It's very exciting, very interesting, da, da, da. So they said, hey, go back to your country and you can return when you are healed. Okay? Our guy, the one who said, my family don't know that I'm here, he was taken with the rest of his team, about 4 other guys, to meet with Osama bin Laden after 2 weeks. He said that he told Osama bin Laden, my family don't know that I'm here. He said, just send them a letter. How long will a letter take? And this through Al-Qaeda Express or what? I don't know. You know? So because he was resisting the training, they held him for 2 extra weeks after everybody else left. So he was there for 4 weeks against his wish. When we found out that some people went to train with Al-Qaeda the summer of 2001, which is like 2 months before 9/11 happened. FBI had an informant there. They asked them, we heard that some people went. He said, yeah, I heard the same rumbling. Do you know who went? He said, no. But if I find out, I'll let you know. This informant was the person who faked the injury and he left. So he was there. He knew everybody was there, but he claimed that he didn't know. He just heard the rumor like everybody else. We had the 21-year-old Mukhtar al-Bakri arrested in Bahrain which was one of the jurisdictions that we had at the Riyadh office. And I came to the office one morning and they told me, hey, the office in the embassy in Bahrain want you to call them. I called Bahrain and they said, hey, the guy that FBI headquarters asked us to arrest is going to be released today because the Bahrainis cannot keep him more than 3 days without charges. I said, who's this guy? I didn't know anything about him. Asked Wilfred, he said, I didn't know anything about it. No one told us anything. I called FBI headquarters. It was 3 o'clock in the morning there. They said, oh, no one here. I said, I know. Wake them up. They're home. Wake them up. So they woke up a unit chief whom I knew and I worked with before in New Jersey. And I said, hey, did this? He said, yeah. We're going to tell you, go ahead and travel there and we'll send you everything by the time you get there to interview him. I said, what are interviewing him on? He said, well, we think that he sent an email to somebody saying that there would be a bombing happening soon. That day was September 10, 2001, 1 year after 9/11. I traveled there and I found nothing sent from FBI headquarters to the embassy. So I called the FBI headquarters and said, well, don't interview him, somebody else hire. After they woke up, he said, don't interview him because if we read him his rights and he doesn't say anything, we lost the opportunity and we cannot interview him again. I said, okay. Then the chief security officer of the embassy was sitting there. He said, Gamal, tell him that we already interviewed him and we read him his rights. And he didn't know anything. So I said, hey, Jim, they interviewed the guy already and they read him his right. So he went up and down and he used some choice words. And he said, okay, just go ahead and interview him because there's nothing we're going to lose now. We lost all of it. So, okay. I went to interview the guy at the Bahraini intelligence headquarters. And I had nothing. I had a folder that I keep all the travel receipts and invoices in, and it has UNCLAS on it, and it looks like an official folder because it's an FBI folder. I pulled it out of my briefcase and I said, what did you mean by this email? Oh, nothing. So I opened the folder. I said, nope, that's not what I have here. Who did you send this to? Oh, it's a guy who's a guy. I opened the folder. I said, nope, that's not what's here. So I did that for a couple hours. Then I said, okay, man, it seems like you're lying to me. And I left my family and everything to come here and help you as an American citizen. But it seems like you insulted me by lying to me. I'm old enough to be your father. He said, okay. I said, I'm going to leave. He said, no, don't leave. I'll tell you. But please don't leave. I said, no. We have to take a break. If you decide to tell me the truth, the whole truth, come back. If not, just stay in your cell. I swear to God, I'll tell you the truth. I said, just think about it. The reason I did this, because I really didn't know what headquarters wanted to know from this guy. They didn't tell me. So I called them and I said, okay, he's willing to talk. What do you want to know? They said there's a group of people that traveled from Lakawana to Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan to train. And we don't know who they are, and we need to know what happened. I said, okay. So I went back. He came back. I asked him what he wants to drink. He said, no, I'm fine. I said, no, you need to drink something. I ordered, and the Bahraini police, they said, no, that's an insult if he drinks something while you are sitting there. We can only give him water. I said, no, don't worry about insulting me. I'm not that sensitive. Get him something to drink. He told me the whole thing. While I'm interrogating him, he said they went to Pakistan, to Karachi, and they went to a small hotel. I said, do you remember the name of it? He said, no. I said, did they have the counter on the right-hand side when you enter? He said, yes, exactly. I said, good. I made this up. Just guessing, you know. And I said, I knew there's a famous street in Karachi with a lot of motels and cheap hotels, that the highest one is 3-story or something. I said, is it a 3-story hotel? He said, exactly. I said, okay. And when he told me that they came and they took them to the guest house in Afghanistan, where they changed their clothing and everything, I said, okay, is this a place that's just like a circle of building and there's a tree in the middle? He said, yes, I swear to God, I think I saw you there. I said, don't worry about it. Okay. So he gave me all the details, all the names of the people, including our informant who was there with him. He gave me the dates, he gave me everything. And he asked me a favor. I said, what's that? He said, can you please be with me when they take me back to the US? I said, for you, I will do that. Of course, I was planning on doing that anyway, because I have to take him with escort on a private plane from Bahrain to the United States. There's a huge difference between questioning a terrorist or a criminal and questioning a politician. The criminal or the terrorist, all they want is to lie to you so they wouldn't get themselves in more trouble, and they just want to get out of there. Okay? They want to get out of that setting. So they lie to protect themselves or protect their accomplices or protect the leader or whatever. When you squeeze them hard and they find that you know more than they think, they will tell you. I always told my subjects, keep in mind, any interrogator, when they ask you 100 questions, they know the answer to at least 90 of the questions. If you lie on any one of the 90, they are not going to believe any of the other 10 that you gave them. With politicians, they will lie even if you call them on the lie, because all they care about is how they look and win in the next election. They know that when you question them as one of the constituent, you don't have the power to put them in jail. So they will really lie to you and give you the runaround. You saw the clip that Wilfred put of the California congresswoman. They were pushing each other under the bus so quickly because none of them wanted to be caught given an answer that would be held against him that will end his career. Because They are not politicians. They are government employees that they can be removed at the discretion of the president or the Department Secretary of Defense. When this happens, these people will just shut down. And they feel like if I don't answer the congresswoman, she's not going to put me in jail. She's not going to get me fired. She will be angry. She will be frustrated. She will hold my feet to the fire during the questioning. But I'll go home after that, and everybody will be proud of me that I didn't give her anything to hold against us. They don't know that their lack of answer is an incriminating evidence. Their lack of knowledge is incriminating evidence. When you question politicians, you cannot ask a question and turn around and leave. You ask the question knowing the answer. So when they give you a lie, you call them out on it. When they try to evade the answer, you hold their feet to the fire and force them to give you an answer. I love the picture that Wilfred put when he said, if we all rise, the game is over. Okay? It is true. If everyone rises, the game is over. Unfortunately, a lot of people who are struggling to make a living for their families and make ends meet, they feel like, what if I get arrested? What if I get fired? What if I this? What if I that? You know what? You can what if yourself to death. Mm-hmm. Okay? Live with pride that you did the right thing. Live with a pride that you did the right thing. You have got to stand up for what you believe in and sleep like a baby at night. Otherwise, you will never have anything that you have a pride of. If you keep your head down, people are stomping all over you, people are stepping all over you, people are eating your food and your kids' food. People are destroying your kids' education. People are destroying your country. And you are just an innocent bystander who is not willing to do anything. I would be happy to answer any questions unless Wilfred want to kick me out right now.
No, I don't want to kick you out, my brother. Don't want to kick you out. No. I was just like just thinking about the things you said about when you were there and that you were doing this and doing that and that there was no jealousy in the office. And, you know, it didn't dawn on me. For the first time, it dawned on me because I'm not that kind of person. You know it, you know.
I know.
I'm not,
and that's one of the things that made us really a good team. Mm-hmm. I love for you what I love for myself and vice versa. Mm-hmm. You know,
well, I know that all too well. I know that all too well. But before we didn't open up the phone line, so people, you can throw your questions in. In the meantime, what I'd like to do is show this one is short clip from the same Katie Porter.
Please.
Yeah, here we go. And she's questioning somebody about interest rates, somebody who is an expert, supposedly an expert on interest rates.
Yep.
I want you guys to take a look at this.
Could you please explain to this committee the difference between an interest rate and an APR?
So the APR is the extrapolation if it were a one-year term in terms of the loan. So that's the calculation that is laid out in TILA in particular.
So if I take the stated interest rate and do the math to deal with the fact that it's annualized, the APR, I would be correct.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Kreninger, the annual percentage rate, and I'll be happy to send you a copy of the textbook that I wrote, explains that the APR is derived from the finance charge, the amount financed, and the payment schedule. It's a mathematical transformation of those three numbers into the cost of credit expressed
Yes.
at a yearly rate.
Simplification, I understand that you know well.
Well, my concern is whether you know well, ma'am, because you are the one responsible for making sure that American consumers know well when they take on loans. Let's do an example. I'm a single mom. I'm by the side of the road. My car is broken down. I need money right now. I pick up my cell phone. I go to Speedy Cash, an online lender. I'm in California. I have to get to work. I have to have the cash to fix my car to get to work. I can barely read the little disclosure on my phone. The cost at Speedy Cash is, you may want to write this down, $10 per $100 borrowed. I need $200 to fix my car. The origination fee is $20. The term of the loan is 2 weeks, typical, for when I get paid. What is the APR? And if you'd like a calculator, we have one for you.
I understand where you're getting. At the end of the day, the issue is certainly when you actually are able to repay that loan and whether or not you take out an additional loan going through this, and you're certainly short-term, small dollar lending
Reclaiming my time. Ms. Kreninger, I'm asking you what the APR is. I'm not asking you to wax eloquently on the pros and cons of payment.
I understand. This is not a math exercise, though. This is a policy conversation about what the implications are and what the appropriate level of an interest rate and the other
Reclaiming my time.
The time belongs to the gentle lady from California.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm asking if you could even ballpark on a $200 loan for a term of 2 weeks with a $20 origination fee and a rate of $10 per 100, that is 10%. Ballpark, what is the APR?
And I'm telling you that the APR calculation
Is that a no?
is a math exercise, and the question
Okay, but
is,
when
am I going to pay off the term
reclaiming
of my
my
loan?
time.
What are the other issues that are happening
Reclaiming
in my
my
life?
time. I take that as to a no, that you cannot do the calculation, but I'm particularly concerned about this given that you could not even correctly define the APR.
There you go. And I mean, it was brutal.
Yes. She has to.
Yeah. I mean, what is APR, annual percentage, APR, annual percentage rate, OT. That's what you pay when on a loan. But this is a lady who's supposed to know all of this, and she couldn't answer, so it became thank God we stopped it there, because I felt so bad for that lady. Folks, we have Gamal here. Any questions for Gamal? He's ready.
Okay. No questions. I'm leaving.
No. Just kidding. Yeah. All right. Here's one where now they're asking. This one is very short. They're asking a question. Let me just place one quick, Kevin. They're asking the former British Prime Minister, then Prime Minister. Listen to this.
What I've been doing right from the beginning of the campaign.
Isn't the reason why you're doing so badly is that whenever people ask you about policy, all we get are cliches and platitudes. You mention the £8 billion for the health service, you mention managing money. Where is the £8 billion coming from?
Well, first of all, Michael, what we have published is a manifesto that addresses the big challenges that this country faces.
Well, there's a very recent one, Wilfred, that you may have missed last week, when the Congress was asking our own finance secretary of
the Treasury,
who pays the tariff. He said it's a little complicated.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Complicated. Who's paying the tariff? He didn't want to say the American consumers are paying the tariff. that were bragging that we collected so many billions in the first month and so many billions the second month.
Gamal, there's a question here. Were you racialized against? I guess it means were you discriminated against during your time as an FBI agent, being a Muslim?
Of course. And that what made me stronger.
That's a quick answer.
Tell us about your training in terms of interviewing people. How did you develop your skills? What kind of training did you receive? Go ahead.
I had extensive training at the FBI Academy in Quantico before I even graduated, like every other agent. Then I attended so many in-services, which is training for a week or two, specialized in interviewing and interrogation. I'm a certified interrogator by the FBI.
And what does that mean? You're a certified interrogator by the FBI.
That means I attended all the needed training to be an interrogator by the FBI, and they always reached out to me to interrogate the tough ones.
Talk to us about your time in Saudi Arabia when the Khobar Towers. Most people listening, they've never heard of Khobar Towers.
Most people are young.
Well, that's true.
One second, Gamal. Before you tell that story, I'm curious. You mentioned with the Yemen interrogation that it was your most difficult interview. Why?
Yes. Why? As I said, we had about 13 Yemeni officers sitting in the room. And one of them was handwriting every question and every answer. And he was always complaining that the agent who was asking the questions was going too fast. We had other officers that are going out to send messages to their bosses. How is it going? To start with, before we even were given access to the subject, they refused to let us read him his rights. We spent about 2 hours with a colonel in the intelligence service arguing why we should read him his rights. And he says, no, you cannot read him his rights. He's a Yemeni citizen and you cannot read him his rights. And the discussion was between him, through a translator, to my bosses sitting in the room. Then I intervened. I said, excuse me, I have to say something. And I start speaking Arabic. My bosses were very irritated because they don't know what I'm saying. And I told them, Colonel, I always heard about the Yemeni hospitality. I have never been to Yemen before. And I'm really shocked that I'm not seeing this hospitality right now. You're pushing against us. We should be working together, and we're trying to protect the right of your citizen, and you're pushing against us. And I don't know why, and what's the motivation behind this. He said, no, Gamal, we have the hospitality, we have this, we have that. I said, no, I'm not seeing it. After about 10 minutes of give and take, he said, okay, if that will make you happy, go ahead and read him his rights. So I turned to my boss, I said, okay, we're going to read him his rights. He said, what did he say? What did he say? I said, shut up. Don't ask me what I said to him in front of him. You know, we're here to get access to the guy and read him his rights. And you are refusing to move your butt out of the chair before you know what I told him. Okay? As if I'm going to sleep with him at night. Just
Hey, Kamal, there is a report, a journalist extraordinary. He's listening to the program from Jamaica. His name is Conrad O'Brien from Newstalk 93, a very popular radio station in Jamaica. And he said he would like you to offer some perspective on corruption in the Caribbean, particularly Jamaica, if you can. How would you address the issue of corruption from the standpoint of an investigator?
It's a little difficult to get into a depth on this answer because I haven't been to Jamaica. But I have to say this. I heard of Jamaica before I met Wilfred. I met few Jamaicans just like for minutes before I met Wilfred. But I got to know a lot of Jamaicans and a lot of great people from Jamaica after I met Wilfred. I paid attention to Jamaica after we became brothers. I had to know. And I am familiar with a lot of corruption, not just in the Caribbean and not in Jamaica. In a lot of countries where you have some politicians who claim that they don't have the resources to feed the people, but lo and behold, they have the resources to have bank accounts overseas and to travel with their families for expensive vacations. I'll give you one example. In Burkina Faso, 3 years ago, a young captain conducted a coup against the current president. Young captain. He kicked the French people out who were digging the gold in Burkina Faso. They are taking about $10 billion of gold every year and giving Burkina Faso $1 billion. Half of it goes to Burkina Faso inside the country, and the other half goes into the National Bank in France in Burkina Faso's account. As if Burkina Faso, they have excess funds that they don't need and they need to invest it in France. So he kicked the French people out and he's exploring his own gold. He said, I don't need anybody's protection. I don't need this, I don't need that. I just read that the whole country of Burkina Faso had about 3,000 kilometers of paved roads in the whole country. He purchased a lot of trucks and a lot of equipment, and he is planning on paving about 50,000 kilometers with black hard asphalt throughout the country. A young man. France tried to spy on him and he caught the spy. He met with Putin just last week, and Putin told him, we'll train 50,000 of your soldiers here on how to protect your country. And in Russia, when he went to Russia, he said to the reporters, they said, are you here asking for help? He said, no, I'm not begging anyone for any money. We have the resources, we need the technology, and we need the training, and we'll pay for it. Because of his success, a general in our military went before Congress to tell them that he's a terrorist and a thug because he conducted a coup. Well, a coup against corrupt people, it's a good thing because these people will not have fair elections, they will not leave voluntarily, and they will always just inhale the resources of the country. I hope I had answered some of the question.
All right. Okay, so can the FBI conduct training for those in the, and I'll throw this out to you again, Kamal, because you did a lot of international training. Can the FBI conduct training for those in the Jamaican oversight bodies like the Integrity Commission?
If the FBI will conduct the training if the government asks for it. If the government doesn't ask for it, and there are training available by now retired federal agents who have the expertise.
You know what's funny is that sometimes, and you and I know this, sometimes it's based on the budget, because
yes,
towards the end of the fiscal year, right, you have the International Training Unit, they may have a lot of money to spend. So they have to spend it because they have to get rid of it by September 30th. That's it, fiscal year. New fiscal year starts October 1st. And what I saw in several countries was that the FBI and the State Department, they would show up and they would just try to give people training, and the countries,
they would push back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh,
The countries that are powerful, the countries who know what's going on, they'll say, we don't want that training. The countries that are weak, they take anything and everything. And then they say, oh, and they hold up the banner. The FBI gave us this training. Meanwhile, the training is useless to your needs, your desires, your investigative goals. But they take it because they feel as if, hey, we're getting something good. But a lot of times, and you and I know this, Gamal, a lot of times they'll get a new agent, he'll take something off the shelf. It's not even tailored for that country. He'll take that was based on something. It was based on investigative capabilities or lack thereof in Sweden, for example, and then they would take it and offer it in Botswana, completely different country. It no relevance whatsoever, and they'll take it.
Also, pay attention to this: who's picking the trainees that will receive the training? The government. And those trainees, when they get the training, they are looking to be promoted because now they have the training. Who's going to promote them? And who is not willing to be promoted and speak the truth? And I'll give you one example, and forgive me for being a personal one. My son in college, one of his professors gave them a video about women's rights and said, based on this, listen to the video, analyze it, and tell me if women's rights based on that video have improved or same or this or this or that. He wrote her one paragraph of about 2 lines. He said, I cannot give you a fair assessment based on this video because this is 15 years old. Unless I have something current, I have no opinion because my opinion will not be the correct one. Guess what? She gave him an A.
Hey. Let me give another one. You know what's funny? I actually, I won't name the country, but I went to their training unit. Actually, the chief of the training unit called me in. And this is quite interesting. Very powerful country. And he said to me, listen, you don't come here and offer training. You come here and you talk to us about training. We tell you what we need. Yes. And if you supply it, then we will accept. Otherwise, we go somewhere else. Yeah. And he said to me that was very interesting. He said, because we have a habit of doing this, because you and I know why sometimes we'll go to a country and we'll identify people in that country and say, we want this guy in the training, we want that guy, we want your captain, we want this. He said to me, I was going to say something, but it would give away his identity and the country identities and stuff. But he said to me, let me tell you something, Wilfred. He said, if you walk into my office and you tell me that you want this person and that person to be in your training, he said, I can guarantee you one thing. They will not be in your training. Because he said, I know what you want to do. I know how you people operate. You're developing people. So you vet this guy, you make arrangements for him, whatever. And 5 years from now, that guy's in charge. And guess what? You're his best friend. He's going to be selling out our secrets to you. So he said, so you don't tell me who I should send to training or if I should take the training. I tell you. And I sat there and I said, whoa.
Yes. Yeah, these are people paying attention to what's going on. And again, we in the United States as a country, we have to explore and benefit from what we're given to other countries, okay? At the same time, when you find a lot of Jamaican citizens who live in the United States and doing well and not trying to help the people there who cannot talk or cannot stand up, that's a shameful thing.
Yeah.
And the help cannot just be with programs or speeches, or you need the help. And if the government is corrupt, man, take them to the international court. Because they're stealing the resources of the people.
And believe me, that's what we're trying to do around here. We have a program, we have the Magnitsky Initiative, where we're trying to get some signatures right now for a petition. We've come up with a work product where we're looking at kleptocracy, corruption, and gross human rights violations. And Jamaica, the Jamaican government is guilty of all three. So we're working on that right now. So because we understand that we're not going to get the kind of justice that should be meted out in Jamaica. We're not going to get it in Jamaica. It has to be done from outside, where we apply pressure from the outside. Hey, look, Gamal, I want to thank you for stopping by, man.
Thank you.
This is your place, you know. How does it go in Arabic again? Phil Bait. My house is your house. My house is your house in Arabic. I forgot.
Yeah.
It's
Beti Betek.
Beti Betek. There you go. So, listen, I want to ask you to convey my best to the family.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for checking in on me all week long.
I wouldn't do anything else. Thank you.
Meant a lot to me, man. Meant a lot. Every time I hear your voice, I perk up, you know, because I know it's one of two things. I know it's one of two things. You're either gonna cuss me out, or you're gonna give me some kind of praise. Hey, Will, that was great what you did. But it's never gonna.
If I cuss you out, it will be in front of you. So now that I'm leaving, I think it's very well, and I really commend you and I appreciate you for taking the effort and the time. And I know you're extremely busy. And thank you, Kevin, for keeping him on the right path.
I'm trying. Come on, I'm trying.
No, you guys are doing great. And I wanted to thank all the big list of all your listeners. I'm seeing the list and people who checked in. It's something to be proud of.
Before you go, let me tell the Jamaican people this, that when I first applied for the job of police commissioner, I had a small team. Gamal was one of the team members, and I'll never forget. I said to him, Gamal, listen, I applied for this job, and I really want to help my country. And so, you know, because Gamal has a specialty, he didn't tell you about source development and how to run sources. We didn't talk about that today. We'll talk about that another time. But he's an expert at that, at running sources, developing sources, protecting sources. And so I said, Gamal, they have a problem with their source base. People don't trust the police. And so I'd like you to come and give us the benefit of your expertise. But I said, I know you have a wife and you have young kids. And all I need from you, Gamal, if you can give me 6 months. And Gamal said to me, Wilfred, you want to help your country? Don't worry about my time. I will stay with you as long as it takes to achieve the mission. I'll never forget it. Look, my brother, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Blessings, Gamal.
Hey, folks. Yeah, that was my brother, Gamal Abdel Hafiz. There's so much to talk about when I mention his name. Much. I mean, he's gone out of his way to help me so many times. In fact, I owe my FBI career to him, because there's some things that, and we'll talk about it some point, but not today. There's some things that he did to help me out, and in helping me out, he hurt himself, and he knew the consequences. And he said, I'm not going to do that to Wilfred. I'm not going to do that. And he stood up, and he suffered, and I progressed. And we talk about it, and it's like he said, "Well, there's no other way. I'm not gonna watch them. I'm not gonna watch somebody, watch people hurt somebody needlessly, unjustifiably, and then be a part of it." He said, "I can't do that," and so he refused to play, and he suffered. When I tell you, he suffered a lot, and there he is today. And I met him in 1999. I think I met him in 2000. 2000 I met him. And we have been brothers from the first day I met him till now. I can go to Gamal's house without any invitation. Just show up. He can come to my house. We talk frequently. In fact, we work together at times. And people, the politicians in Jamaica, be careful, because Gamal and our easy smarty, it's not an easy smarty. So I just want to know, say, one of my links that, So, Senator, editor, if you're watching it, you can spread the news and tell the people them say that's how we work. All right.
But what they have learned from before is that you're relentless in information gathering.
Mm-hmm.
And if these are the kind of colleagues that you keep, if these are the kind of people that are investigating international terrorist rings and such, why would they want you? Why?
You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. They wouldn't want Gamal, because I'm telling you, said Gamal and you see him just like a fatherly figure and things like that. Gamal is a tireless, relentless investigator. I mean, him not stop. Him not feeling things no normal.
Wait, him worse than you?
Eh?
Him worse than you?
Gamal worse than me. Gamal not stop. Him not stop. No, Gamal doesn't stop, man. He's fearless, tireless, relentless. I mean, once him latch on, I mean, he's no letting go. No letting go. So that's how it goes. Well, anyway, Gamal, again, big up yourself for stopping by, and we look forward to seeing you. BTB talk, Gamal, don't forget. My house is your house. So, again, thanks for stopping by, and we'll talk soon. Listen, folks, they say, Kevin, them say, we also do bad, stories around here, put down the government and things like that. And we say, but hold on a second, you have JIS who are prop up the government. You have this,
right.
you have the editor, senator who are prop up the government. Them have them whole team over there. So we have to balance out the thing. So
as they should.
Yes. And what we're doing is they must say the government is doing this, and that. And we're saying, okay, that's fine. But here's what the government promised. And here's what they're not doing. And we hope that they'll do it. But, them see it on a different way. But anyway, we plan today to do a what we call a feel-good story. And we do them all the time. Whenever we see a Jamaican or a group of Jamaicans doing something that, raise the flag a bit higher, we have to give them props. And today we have one such Jamaican. His name is Marcus Bird. Now, this man, highly qualified Jamaican, world traveler, filmmaker, author. I don't know if I leave out some other things. So here we are, folks. Without further ado, what we are going to do, we are going to bring on Marcus Bird right now, and we're going to talk up some things. Here he is. Marcus, welcome.
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Kevin, Stu, the man himself, Mr. Rattigan, how you doing? Thanks for having me.
Leg of the bird,
Yeah, I just have to say, man, I've been listening in, and I really like the vibe that you guys bring around the topics that you discuss, We need it. We need more of it. I'm glad I discovered this show through my auntie Donna there, who is Rattigan's long time friend from Meadowbrook days.
Right, yeah. Marcus, you and I, we share some things in common. One is the aunt used to she went to Meadowbrook with me, right? I didn't tell you this, that I transferred from Meadowbrook to Woolmans in 1977. I got a transfer in about April, and I was supposed to start September, but then I migrated in July. And I wanted to go back. Everything, the paperwork was completed. Everything was finished. I was supposed to start taking classes over at Woolmer's Girls' School. Because some of what they did was some of the courses, the girls would come over, and some of the courses, the boys would go over. And the courses I was taking, they said, oh, you have to go over, I think, for history, geography, and some other courses. Most courses I do over at the girls' school. And I was really looking forward to it.
I can imagine. I can imagine.
I imagine too.
Yeah.
But it never worked out. You know,
It wouldn't have been that much of an issue. It wouldn't have been that much of an issue. Will, you're coming from a co-ed school, so that wouldn't be much of an issue. Someone like me, you know, who went to George's, going over to Alpha, or going over to Woolmer's Girls or St. Hugh's, that would be different.
Oh, but here's the thing. I would end up in a class with mostly women, you know. So I was looking forward to that. But my name is still on the roster, you know, as somebody who transferred in, but I never sat in class in there. But if you go and you look at the transfer roll, you'll see Rattigan transfer from Meadowbrook to Woolmer's.
Okay, because I went to Woolmer's for sixth form, Yeah,
because I used to play cricket. And so that's why they said, all right, fine, you can come down. Because I got tired of Meadowbrook and some other things happened. And I said, hey, you know, all my friends left. And I said, I might as well go somewhere else where I knew some people at Woolmer's. So I went down there.
So from them days there, you have links?
From them days, I have links.
From them time there.
Yeah, when a couple of my dearest friends went to Woolmer's boys' school, you know. So. But anyway,
awesome.
This is not about me and Kevin. This is about Bird. So you know, because most of the people in the chat right now, and we have 900 and some odd devices. So it's and I can tell you that when I say devices, like my people in Manchester now, me know say some of them have them TV out on the veranda and the whole neighborhood gather around it, you know. And for example, me know say Russell in South Africa, Russell sit down there with Fabian, his wife, and his daughter, and four of them are watch one device. And over upon Double Road, the whole family, 13 of them over there watch the thing. So it's more than 924 people. But most of them have never heard of Marcus Bird. So
yes,
I would like is for you to take as much time as you want and tell us Bird.
Yeah, awesome. All right. Well, you know, greetings to all the people out there right now, you know, in different countries, you know, from Jamaica to the States to anywhere you are. So my name is Marcus Bird. And yes, that is my real name. Growing up, it was always a very interesting thing being named Marcus Bird because I'm named after Marcus Garvey. And then my last name is actually Bird. So it's either I was being called Marcus Garvey or Tweety Bird, you know? So as a kid, I knew that my name had significance because when you walk around, you know, people say, oh, Marcus Garvey every day. And then when I was in school, I was always called Bird. I don't think anybody started calling me Marcus until I nearly left school because the girls would say Bird, the teachers would say Bird, everybody just said Bird. So, you know, that gave me some significance there. So you'll never forget my name, right? Now, to say who I am specifically, you know, I can say depending on when you met me, you know a different Marcus. Some people know me as a world traveler, the photographer, the writer, the marketer. I've done a bunch of different things. You know, some people know me as a linguist as well because I like languages. But generally, I would say that I'm just a natural born creative and a very curious Jamaican. I've always wanted to share the story of Jamaicans. Well, not Jamaicans. Let me rephrase that. I've always wanted to share my story as a Jamaican who has been to different locales. And eventually that led to me wanting to share more stories about Jamaicans in general who have traveled. Because I just liked documenting things and sharing them, you know, and that's kind of like how my journey started. A lot of people know me as the Jamaican in Japan, even though that was a long time ago. It's almost 15 years ago. I lived in Japan, but I was there for 2 years. And when I was in Japan, I created this thing called Jamaican in Japan, you know, because I said, I don't know if anyone has ever seen a Jamaican in Japan, living in Japan. What's the story like? What is a culture shock like? All these things. So back then you had, you know, WordPress.com. So I used to write blogs and essays. Yeah, I see you agreeing at it. Right, good. Yeah. So I used to write blogs and essays about my time there because I'd actually started that from my time in DC because I went to Howard University, like Mr. Rattigan. And when I was at Howard as a young man, you know, just going through the coming of age time in a big city, I just used to meet all these fascinating people. Washington, D.C. is a fascinating place. You have Ethiopians there, you have Caucasian Americans, African Americans, you have Africans from different places, you have a mix of Caribbean people. It's a melting pot. And in Washington, D.C. is also the political capital of America. So you just always have stuff going on. And when you're in that scene as a young man, just partying and networking, it is fascinating. And I used to write about my nights out because I was always going to these different bars and these different places. And I would just sit down and write these long essays about my nights out. And when I did all of this writing, when I went to Japan after finishing school, I continued to write these essays. But then after a while, you know how I go, the Jamaican thing. We get into a mix of situations to the point where I'm getting taken to clubs, I'm meeting all these crazy people, things are happening. And I said, I need to show this. And I said, I need a camera. And that's when I got a little small camera, a Sony CyberShot.
You just went mute.
Okay,
You just went
I'm back.
mute. Okay, yes, you're back.
All right. Sorry about that. It just said my mic was unplugged, right? Yeah, man. So I was saying that I said I had to graduate because I need to show the people what's going on. And I got a camera and I started what many people know as Jamaican in Japan on YouTube. So I would just show my life in Japan. I'd show going to clubs. I even got to go on tour with Maxi Priest when he was in Japan with my cousin. So I toured with them from Tokyo to Osaka. I have videos. I think I sent to Kevin, like me climbing Mount Fuji, just doing all kinds of stuff as a Jamaican in another country. I did not realize at the time that this would predate travel vlogging, because if you were to really look back on it, I am the first travel vlogger from Jamaica. Before that was even a thing, because I got to go to Egypt, I got to go to Korea, I got to go to a couple different countries. And I was always with my camera, always documenting, always interviewing, always recording. And a lot of people knew me from that. And that led to me, sort of falling into some different spaces, if you want to call it that. When I was in Japan, a couple companies reached out to me because at the time, you have to think of a time before Instagram and before YouTube is where it is now, right? Try and imagine that it's not easy, pre-TikTok, right? What would happen is that if you Google search for anything involving Japan, it would bring up websites, it would probably bring up Facebook pages. So if you Google certain things in Japan, my page would always come up. So what I used to do is I used to go to events and launches and I'd take pictures and just do a summary of the event. I didn't realize I was doing what's called public relations, which is PR. So the first, sometimes a company would just reach out to me and say, hey, can you try and promote this product for us or whatever? And at the time, I didn't really understand what was going on because I was like, I don't speak Japanese that well and I don't know what to do. But it was later, after I left Japan, I realized that what I was doing was PR. And that kind of started aspects of my journey as a marketing creative, because I got experience when I was in Japan, not just making my own videos, but I got to work with a couple of brands there on a couple of things, a couple of musicians and artists, like I told you, Maxi Priest and some other people. And then I just got the sense of being a videographer, documentary guy. And then I went back to Jamaica. I had to leave actually because of the earthquake. So that's his own old story. But yeah, and then flash forward a couple years later, did a lot of writing. Eventually ended up doing some musical stuff, dabbling in languages. So most people just know me as a big creative type of person there. So I'm gonna give you that summary right there, and I can drop me a question or two, because I think that
Yeah. We're joined by the Jamaics, one of the young voices out of Jamaica.
Jamaics, big up.
Significant voices. Yeah. Marcus, just want to ask you a little bit about Japan, because I was there a few years ago, and what was funny was I was doing some FBI work there, and we went to that. The name slips me now, because I'm thinking about a place in Bangkok, Patpong, but it's a name. It's a place where they have the red light district, the clubs. It's in Tokyo. I can't remember.
Yeah, man. I think in Shinjuku.
No. It's a neighborhood where they have all the bars, all the I can't remember the name of it. But
yeah.
What's interesting is that the FBI guys in Tokyo, fluent Japanese speaker, We went out one night, and on the corner, he introduced me to a guy, and it was a Jamaican guy, and it was one of his sources. Anything that went on in that neighborhood, this was a guy him come to, and funny, yeah, it was funny. Jamaicans all over the place. But what was it like?
We're everywhere, man. We're everywhere.
What was it like living in Japan?
Listen, man, I tell you, all right, there are two things. First of all, I can big up my mom, right? Because I remember I was in DC and I'm not an American citizen, right? So what happens for us when we finish school is that we get like a what's called OPT, which is 1 year, I think, optional practical training. And you try and use that year to segue into a career if possible. But at the time, as a film student specifically, that would kind of require like having set those links in place, or you already have a production company that wants to hire kind of thing. So I was in a little bit of a limbo, and my year was coming to a close. I'd actually done an internship with Comedy Central. That's the writing side, which we can get into. So I'd done that in New York for a couple of months. I'd actually gone to France for the Cannes Film Festival and a writing internship. So I had a little bit of momentum, but then when I went back to DC, I ended up just doing like this kind of part-time job, doing data entry. And then my time was coming to a close, and I'd been in DC for a couple of years, and I said, man, I'm just leaving, and I felt like I had nothing to show for it. And I remember I always wanted to go to Japan, and all you need to go to Japan to teach is a degree, any kind of degree, and being a fluent native English speaker. And I remember saying, boy, I don't know if I want to go to Japan. And I spoken to my mother about it, and she said to me, Marcus, have you ever heard of a guy named John Goddard? And John Goddard is like the real life Indiana Jones. He's probably 70 something now, but apparently when he was 15, he made a list of 120 goals that he wanted to achieve in his life. Stuff like climb all the world's highest mountain peaks, go on a boat down the Amazon River, milk a rattlesnake. These 120 crazy goals. And by the time he was 60, he had hit 115 of those 120 goals. And I remember it gave me this perspective like, you know what, let me write down a list of things I would want to do when I go to Japan. And I wrote down a list of 50 goals, like, eat sushi for the first time, climb Mount Fuji, and it's all this kind of stuff. And then it became very real to me. So I want to preface it. That's why I'm prefacing it, because I didn't just go there like all happy, joy, because Japan is like so far from anything I know, the culture, the language, everybody. But I had this curiosity and I said, I want to go. And when I ended up going there, yeah, it definitely wasn't anything like what you could expect. A completely different culture, different language. You see, people think that Japan is very westernized in terms of English. It's not. When you're in Japan, everything is written in what's called the Japanese kanji, which are those Chinese-looking characters. Nothing is written in English for the most part. Newspapers in English, music in English, magazines in English, food labels in English. Like when you go there, you realize you're in another country. You know what I'm saying? No, I heard that because of the Tokyo Olympics that happened, they updated all these signs and stuff in Tokyo. So Tokyo will have a lot more English signs. But when I was there, you had to just figure out how to get where you're going. And I remember reading this book before I went to Japan called The Chrysanthemum and the Sword, which is, I think the author's name is Ruth Benedict. And that book is one of the best documented works on Japanese psychology written by anyone living. Essentially, she interviewed Japanese prisoners of war who I think left Japan and went to the States and just learned all about Japanese culture. And she talked about the nature of Japanese people and the way they are. They have what's called a collectivistic culture. Everything is done for the group. They have certain dynamics that are very different. And I was aware of those things, but I'm telling you, man, when we touched down, it was just amazing at first. And then it became very, very, very difficult because you're a grown person and you can't really communicate because of the language barrier. And then because me, I don't even know what the word is called, but I truly believe in the mission of whatever I'm doing. So I didn't even realize how much pressure I was putting on myself when I was there, because when you go to the training, Mr. Rattigan, what I said to you is that you are representing your country, you are representing the school and the city or the town that you're teaching in. Because they say a teacher is considered a sensei, because they call you sensei. And they say a sensei is like another parent. So you're not just a teacher, you know. It's like you're another parent. So you're representing the school, you're a figure in the neighborhood, you're another parent, and you're also representing the company. So I took these 4 things way more seriously than my colleagues who were, you know, just a drink and enjoy themselves and run down girl, and, you know, I took it so seriously. And I don't know why I took it that seriously. Like, I always look back and say, what was going on? But, you know, when I was in the auditorium in the morning and everybody's standing up stock still for like half an hour, and you go into the staff room, and the staff rooms is one big staff room. The only person in the office is a principal. Everyone else is in the same staff room. So you don't really have like privacy as you know? So the first thing you notice is that you're just always seen. So when you're in school now, you're always seen. And then I was an assistant teacher to the other teacher. And I'm telling you, it was just interesting, man. You know, that some interesting stuff you learn about drinking in Japan. Because they tell you in the training, they say, look, Japanese people, they can drink, you know. And when you're socializing with them, they expect you to drink with them. So, you know, be prepared. So that was interesting because, yeah, I definitely had a very legendary story happen within my first like week or two of being a teacher there. Because what happens in Japan is that when you have a glass at your table with beer or something, if your glass is empty, somebody's going to fill it, you know? So they just say, oh, Mr. Marcus, and they pour another drink and they pour another drink. And yeah. It got very interesting. You know, me and the principal having some spirited conversations, literally. But it was a fascinating place. What?
No, one of the things I learned, because I've traveled all over, is the thing about the FBI is that is usually it's for business. And wherever you go, wherever they have offices, the last time I checked, they had like 72 offices all over the world.
Yeah.
And wherever you go, there's always a speaker there, at least a couple speakers. So when you go out, we didn't really have any problems with the language, you know, the language barrier, because there's always somebody there to, you know, you just tag along and just enjoy the ride. So for me, it was great. I got on the bullet train, traveled to a couple cities. Some places I went, they kind of looked at me strange because I guess they're not used to seeing a whole lot of black people. But it was all right. You know, I was treated well, and especially when you travel under the banner of the FBI. You know, that kind of opens up some more doors for you. So I had a very good experience being there and the other places I've been. So no complaints.
What did you like them? What did you like? I said, what did you like the most?
The food. Cleanliness. The place was so clean. The place was so clean. I mean, I couldn't believe it. And the food was just out of this world. You know, I love sushi, but I tell you what. The best curry chicken me eat, at Tokyo me eat it. Best curry
with a Japanese curry.
Japanese curry.
Yeah, there's a place called Coco Curry, and it's a chain like a KFC. And Kevin, I'm telling you, it's some of the baddest curry chicken you'll ever eat. The Japanese curry, though, they specialize in the place named Coco Curry. That's all they do. And trust me, I used to go there like once a week. And get some curry chicken and rice.
There was a place across from the hotel where we stayed, and one of the guys took us there for lunch one day. And of course, you know, every day me did it, except when every day me over there I eat curry chicken. Yeah, man, wicked.
Wow, okay.
Kevin and Jamaican. Gentlemen.
Let me ask you this real quick, because if there's one thing that when it comes to Japan that I've always heard is that they're all into dancehall and reggae. Japan Splash, one of the largest reggae festivals in the world. What was it like as a Jamaican going to Japan? You exude this culture. Now you go there and you're experiencing these people that some of them don't speak a lick of English, but they hear a reggae beat drop and it's them that. What was that?
All right, so I'm gonna give you like some truth behind that perception, right? So the first thing is that yes, there is an interest in reggae, but it's a certain kind of Japanese person, and it's not the whole country. So people think that reggae is this thing where everywhere Japanese people just love reggae. It's not really like that because Japan has its own music. They have their own pop stars, their own rock stars, their own sort of traditional music. J-pop, you know about J-pop.
Right.
So when I went there, I happened to live in a town called Hamamatsu, and you actually had a club called Hunters, which was in the middle of the city. And a Jamaican guy that lived there, I guess he was married to a Japanese girl. He was a DJ. So they would have little parties every now and then. And you had some places around where you could go and check out the dancehall parties. And let me tell you, one of my weirdest life experiences was going to a dancehall party in Japan for the first time. Because every single thing that's familiar to me was in Japanese. So you have a DJ, them talking Japanese, but it's the same kind of screaming and screeching, same style. Everybody dancing all the latest dances at the time. I'm the only Jamaican there, you know? And I go in the party and you have one man named Gully, one man named General. It's General Party. And them doing the dances. And it was fascinating. It showed me that our culture gives so much joy to so many people. You understand? Mm-hmm. Yeah, because when I come in there, you know, and like I start bust some move and thing, people start say, oh, you know, like him look like him is Jamaican. But it's like, because maybe some of them didn't meet a Jamaican, but they love the music, they love the dancing. And this is before, like I said, TikTok, Instagram, you know, they're just doing the thing. Enjoy. It was fascinating, man. Like absolutely fascinating. Same music. They're not playing Japanese dancehall. It's just Wayne Marshall, Bounty, Cartel, you know what I'm saying, Popcorn, whoever. Them just playing the same music, mixing it the same way, pulling up the same way, people pulling up. You know, the only difference is I would say at some of the parties is that they have what's called a showcase, where sometimes they have dancers come and just like do a routine. So you might have some girls that have like a dance group and they make them do a routine. And that was the only thing I noticed that was different. Sometimes they'd say, oh, it's a showcase, and then people come up and do like a 2-minute thing. Yeah, man, but it was amazing.
Nice. Jamaica, you want to jump in a little bit?
Hey, good evening to everybody. Good to see everybody again. And, you know, we have to talk about fluid business. Mr. Marcus, it's a great pleasure to meet you. And just to hear you speak about life. So much life coming from you. And that shows experience. And, you know, having these conversations, you're able to, you know, communicate to a lot of people in Jamaica. I've never had this experience. And it just opens their mindset. So I'm saying, well done and innovator when it comes on to vlogging world, eh? But my question to you, with Jamaica's debt to GDP ratio being at 68%, Japan's debt to GDP ratio 260%. I'm asking, what is the lifestyle like, the standard of living like in Japan?
Okay, like presently or compared to when I was there? It would have to be when I was there.
Yes, when you were there. And what do you know of this the state right now as well?
Yeah, I mean, relatively, you know, for those who are aware of it, you know, Japan had this amazing boom in the 80s through the 90s. They had this massive economic boom, and the Japanese yen was actually slowly becoming the strongest currency on earth. And most people might not know that other countries had to intervene to stop the growth of Japan. You're aware of that, Mr. Mikes? Like, the dollar was getting so strong that I think it was the second strongest economy in the world, or third strongest. And it was getting so strong that they actually had to meet at the United Nations and devalue the yen. And that's what started causing it, like the economic issues in Japan, because they had like a 50-year period after World War II when they rebuilt everything. And they did such a good job of it that they were like mastering imports and exports, and they were just like growing like crazy. That's just to kind of give you the context there. So when I was there, the yen was reasonably strong still, you know. If you had, I think it was like 1-to-1 or a little more than 1. So it was probably like $1 was like 150 yen or something like that, or the inverse. So if you had yen, you could get a good exchange rate. No, I know it's different. Like if you have US, you can really have a good time in Japan, you know. But the standard of living, I would say it's very different, and I don't think it's 100% reflected by the economic situation. I'll tell you why. First of all, I know that Mr. Rattigan said the place is like super clean, right? But really and truly, they have a kind of mandate to ensure that the society operates at a certain level, because they're really focused on making sure that certain things happen in a certain way for certain groups of people, right? You know how we always hear in Jamaica, you have some bill gets passed and yeah, man, we'll have $150 million for farmers, and then everybody groans because, you know, 90% of that going to go into people's pocket, or a one farmer with all the links going to get a big budget, but then him going to have to pay, you know, so you just know it's not really going to go anywhere. But when it comes to the structure and setting up things, for example, I don't know if you read about what happened after the Japanese earthquake in 2011, but it's like this entire highway got damaged in one section, like the middle of the highway dropped out. And within 48 hours, it was built back. Because they just said, you know, people need to drive. They weren't sitting down thinking about, oh man, I'm going to rub my hands and get this government contract and so on. But, you know, Japan does have a problem with the nature of the way people work there. So most people work 14-hour days. There's no overtime. There's a high sense of loyalty and duty to the company that often supersedes your family. So a lot of times kids grow up not really seeing daddy that much because he's always working. And then after work, there's a culture of drinking with your employees and your superiors. So you do that for 20 years and yeah. So it causes a lot of spillover problems, right? Which I'm going to give you a quick overview on. So some of the spillover is that so many Japanese people work so hard and so long that they don't have relationships. So it's affecting the population overall. So there's like a population decline in Japan. And a big part of it is due to the fact that the way the work culture is set up, people can't meet and they're not interacting. And over 50 years, you know, you get this massive drop in population. So when you go around Tokyo, when you go around most cities, they're very clean. Transportation is always on time. I would say the standard of living is pretty good. But it depends on what you're doing and what you're earning, you know? Like if you have a good job in Japan, you can live happily ever after, you know? A lot of people have to work very hard for what they have, but they're used to it. It's a very different cultural orientation, you get me? Because when I was there, I was a English teacher earning about the equivalent of 2,500 US a month. And I had an apartment, you know, you had enough to save up and you could take the train every now and then and have a pretty good time. And, you know, it was a very safe place though. 2 years, I never watched my back once. And that's what I always remember about Japan, you know? You like literally, you don't have to watch your back. Nobody trying to take anything from you. You leave something somewhere, you most likely will get it back. Like I've left stuff in places and you go back and they just have it at the front. And yeah, man. So it's good, you know. So I know I gave you a lot of different context there about like the way society is set up and so on. But yeah, man, you know, sometimes with these major world economies, they have ways of juggling things around to avoid major economic collapses. And Japan is not just gonna have an implosion like that. You know, it will take a lot of different factors before it reaches to that point. But if you go there and you're doing the right thing, you can live a pretty decent life. I don't know what the next 5 to 10 years is going to hold, but presently, that's what I think. I hope that gave you some kind of answer. I'm not a big economist, you know, so, you know.
No, man, you did a great job of explaining, and we like the comparison, and we like the real life scenarios that you use. So thank you for that.
Yeah, man.
Now, you are a linguist. How many languages?
Four and something. 4 and a piece. 4 and a piece, yeah. So German, Japanese, Spanish, French, and then English, you know. And then I done a Russian experiment, but this was during like the lockdown period, and like I did reach far in it, but I was like, I'll never go to Russia, and you know, so I ended up stopping. What somebody said about Japanese?
Jamaican was asking to the Japanese.
Because I saw you listing and I didn't hear Japanese and you live there.
Yeah, man. I said, what's it? German, Japanese, French, Spanish, and English. And I said a little piece of Russian, but yeah.
Yeah, Patois need to be included, so you need another.
No, well, Patois is no official language.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can claim a sixth language or if we
I'd
want.
think.
Yeah.
I'd
Yeah.
think
That's kind of cool. So all I want to multilingual now,
I tell people all the time, I'm bilingual.
Yeah.
Trilingual
Yeah,
when you include a little bit of Ebonics.
Hold on a second. Hold on, never jump in. Patois is a language, and I'll tell you why. I worked on a case, and it had to do with some Jamaican criminals, right? And they couldn't understand because it was conversations being taped out of a prison. And so they had boxes and boxes of tapes. And the case agent didn't understand what was going on. And at the time, they only had 2 FBI agents in the FBI. And the 2 of us worked on the same squad. So what happened? Actually, no, I was working counterintelligence at the time, and the other guy was working criminal. So he was traveling all over the country. That's when they had the show up passing, a whole bunch of things are going on. So they asked me, and I was happy because we get tired of working counterintelligence. Actually, it was foreign counterintelligence. So when I went and I see the boxes of tape and talked to the case agent, a white guy from the South, and I said to him, say, you understand? He said, yeah, I understand a little bit. I said, okay, I'm going to put the tape in. I said, tell me what they must say. And everything what they must say, he must say the opposite. So if the guy say, man, go down the road, I said, no, that must say.
Yeah.
As a result, I was the first FBI agent designated as an expert, a patois expert, and I testified in federal court. And I remember for the trial, they brought in a linguist, and so he had to he was explaining the technicalities of a language versus a dialect. He studied patois, and he said, no, it's a language, and for the court purposes, we had to determine that it was a language because a dialect is subject to a whole bunch of interpretation that a language isn't, because it's unstructured, a whole range of things. So I actually testified that patois was a language. Yeah.
I agree. I had some mixed opinions on it, but the more, because after you study like 5 languages, you understand, you just find these patterns and similarities
right
within the structure, and there's a lot of that in patois, like that you can find as actual structure. A lot of it is slang, and a lot of it is sort of nuance, but there is a way you can teach it. So yeah.
You know what? I'm kind of curious though, because you speak French and you speak Spanish. I'm curious why you don't speak Italian, because it's right. It's so close to Spanish, right? Yeah, in terms of the structure, the language structure. I'm just curious as to why, when you studied Russian, why you never studied Italian?
Well, there is this thing called I don't know if it's an index, but they say that like there's a certain amount of utility that and legs that certain languages have. And languages with the most legs are French, Spanish, I think German, and a couple others. Like certain countries, the language is mainly spoken there. So like Italian is spoken mainly in Italy. So if you want to speak Italian and put the time and energy into that, it takes a lot, because you'd really have to want to go there, or maybe have an Italian girlfriend, wife, or something. But people don't really speak that much Italian outside of Italy.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like Thailand. Nobody really speaks Thai outside of Thailand. So if you speak what's that?
Them call it total immersion.
Yeah. No, not even immersion. Not even immersion,
You have to live there when you actually live in another country, and say you get a girlfriend or you have some close friends, and then that's how them call it. Cause you totally inside, and them just suspend English. Them just say, okay, we're
they suspend it. But it's like if you don't have a pressing need to go to Italy, the likelihood of you speaking Italian with other Italians all the time is very low, unless maybe you live in a city with a population of them where you can talk to them. Right. So for me, knowing what it takes to learn a language, I have to factor that into account, because I'm more likely to meet people that speak German, Japanese, French, Spanish than just Italian speakers. I was curious about it, but I said I'm not really going to have anybody to talk to.
Marcus,
yeah,
I'm kind of like that with sign language. You are also an author.
Yeah.
Now there are people who say, I'm an author. I wrote a little book. It has about 3 chapters, and it has been published. Hey, publishers, there are authors.
Yeah, a publisher big.
You are an author. Also,
Sorry, Hoso?
yes.
Okay. But you know, before I said that, I didn't want to say something to the panel because I accidentally clicked on another YouTube page thinking it was this stream. And I heard you talking about the Jamal Initiative. And when I see Rattigan in a blue jumper today, I said, wait, what's going on? Because your hair look different and you had on anyways, I had the wrong channel for like a few minutes. Because you introduced me. You said we're gonna have a guy coming on and he speaks 4 languages. So I said, anyways, it was like a Matrix moment, right? But the reason I wanted to say it was that I actually came up with a system to learn how to read Japanese kanji very fast. Over the years, I've literally become like an unofficial research scientist with languages, right? Like I wanted to figure out not just how you learn the languages, but how to explain the process and why it works. Because you see, when you talk to people about learning anything, the best thing is a system. And you want to be able to say that everybody can utilize the system. And when you're talking about illiteracy in Jamaica, I always had this idea that I think anybody can learn to read and write English in like 6 weeks. And I'll tell you why. Because Japanese kanji, which is the Chinese characters imported from Japan, right? You need to know 2,136 of them to be able to read just the newspaper and magazines. But most people know about 2,500 up to 3,000, right? And when you try to learn Japanese, it is the biggest barrier because it's just completely different. It's pictographic. You look on it, if you don't know what it is, you can't read it, right? And I came up with a system using some neuroscience and some mnemonic stuff and researching the work of other people before me, like a guy named James Heisig, who came up with this thing called Remembering the Kanji about 35, 40 years ago. And I used his research to bolster my method. And I was able to learn 1,000 of those kanji in my first 30 days. And within 90 days, all 2,136. Which when people think about that, it normally takes you 2 or just 5 years to learn these and internalize them, right? So we're talking some next level revelation I found, right? And when I did it, I was like, I don't even know who to talk to because I'm not some lauded academic. I'm not a linguist, right? But the reason why I said it is that me figuring that out with Japanese, I saw exactly how to do it with English, right? Because English in its own way is pictographic, but it's actually less complex. Right, we'll have 26 letters as opposed to 2,136 things with how much strokes and whatever. And I believe that the perception of the learning of English is a limitation first. Because if somebody said, oh, it's going to take me, a year to learn, they're not going to. But if I say to you, look, man, you can start becoming competent at reading at this level within 6 weeks. And like, I can prove it. It's a very different thing. So that's something I might want to talk to you about, Rattigan, because I think I can design the program. And because it's not a slow thing. You don't have to do no whole heap of ABCs. There's like a very targeted approach that can be done. I just wanted to mention that because I thought it would be important to note,
Yeah,
it is. It is very much so, especially with our literacy level in Jamaica. An initiative like that will go a long way.
Yeah, I believe in it because there's a video. I didn't send it to you, Kevin, but where I was testing out my method, right? So I did a timestamp as a proof of concept. So I'm literally on the internet after I did my first 30 days, writing 1,000 Japanese kanji from memory using English words as the keyword. So I'd say like, boat, and then I write boat, and I'd say, so I tested it. And then you see at point later, I wrote all 2,000 something of them over like a 4-hour period on a live stream. So when I said to people that I tested it and I vetted it, I can actually show you in real time. And I thought that it's a revolutionary thing. And at the same time, I said, you know what, I feel like I could use that same skill set and get, tens of thousands of people literate quick. Because for me, I don't look at limits in that way, It's like you just tell people, look, man, you have 6 weeks. In 6 weeks, you're going to be able to read at, grade 3 level or whatever, right? Which means that you'll be able to do these things functional in society. And we'll show you how to level up from there. You'll be able to read the alphabet. You'll understand like common what I call collocations and pronunciations and grouping, all the things I learned, right? Because it's how you look at it, that gets the result. You get me? It's not, don't look at an individual as a person that doesn't have ability. If a person can say, my name is John and I'm from St. Catherine, all you have to do is map the vocals onto the visual, because what you teach them is visual. And when they understand those combinations taught in a certain way, you'd be surprised how fast people can learn. They shock themselves and then they get excited. And when you get excited, people, you're going to see them run down to Tom Redcom, man, and grab a book and read, man. Like,
yeah.
So we can talk about that, yeah.
I've actually done that with music.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, just like what you're saying, the concept is the same. You teach the foundation, there's the rudiments.
Yeah.
And when it comes to music, it's all about lines and spaces.
Yeah, definitely. But I love the, I love it.
You know music?
Yeah, man.
As
I love
in
the
you
music.
can read.
I can't read it anymore. I can't read it anymore, but I play it.
Oh, okay. Which instruments do you play?
Just guitar.
Oh,
I don't have recorder counts, because that's what we learned in high school too,
Yeah, it does count. But as a quick refresher, you have your lines and spaces with you all the time here. 5 lines, 4 spaces.
Yeah.
Just as a reminder.
We're gonna forget that in 2 minutes, but thank you.
I don't know if you're gonna forget your hand.
Yeah. 4 spaces, 5 lines, 4 spaces.
Yeah, face.
All right.
For the treble clef, face, and the rest is easy to remember. Map them. Now, you're right.
Yeah, I'm all right.
You're right. How so are you an author?
All right, so I think an author is a person naturally who has authored some works, right? Whatever those are, whether it could be your own memoirs, anthologies. Some people consider it having a published work of some kind or being published in someone else's work. Those are the ways you tend to define an author. Me being an author is like I have 7 books published right now on Amazon that I wrote, and I've written 12 books. But also in terms, sorry. Yes, and this is my latest book. It's called Rasta Wolf. Yeah, man. When I can drop some fire emoji or some lion paw in the chat, So,
Right.
Rasta Wolf is I consider it like my best book. Now, to give you a little context on me, just as a writer, like I said, I've written 7 books. This is my 7th book, and most of my novels initially focused on stories about young men coming of age in big cities. Because I lived in DC, I lived in Tokyo, came back to Kingston, right? So my novels were always about young men usually trying to find themselves in these cities, like either through love or through tragic circumstances. And as I evolved as a writer, I started tackling different themes, because a lot of young men are depressed. A lot of people don't travel, so they may not be aware of other cultures. Sometimes people meet, like, a Jamaican man might meet a German girl and they have cultural classes. So, I captured a lot of those things in the stories. And in 2018, I was actually shortlisted for the Commonwealth Prize. Any of you ever heard of the Commonwealth Prize?
No, not familiar with it.
All right, so the Commonwealth Prize is pretty much the most competitive short story writing competition on earth, because it's the entire Commonwealth. So it's about 48 countries. You submit a short story for consideration. So the year I entered, you had 5,200 and something stories entered from 48 countries, and mine was selected for the top 24, right? So that was a big deal here, because they said 2 Jamaicans shortlisted for Commonwealth Prize and so on. And then I went on to win the 2021 JCDC Best Adult Short Story Prize here in Jamaica. So in terms of my writing, and I mentioned that I'd also written for Comedy Central back in the day. I applied for their most competitive writing internship, which was called a Rock Turnship, because Chris Rock at the time, I don't know if it's still around, but Chris Rock had made an internship for minorities to get into the comedy space. And I applied through Howard University, and I got selected, one of 6 people picked in America, from lots and lots of schools. So as a writer, I say that I definitely think I've proven myself as a writer. And then as an author now, I just said I've authored various works. You get me? So to jump back to Rasta Wolf real quick, Rasta Wolf combines just like everything you'd want. It's kind of like a movie in a book type scenario. If you love Sidney Sheldon, if you just like anything exciting, it's a werewolf story, but it's more of a Jamaican story set in the magic of Jamaica with a werewolf theme to it. So I don't want people thinking, oh, it's a werewolf book or some elf and some gnome. And no, it's a fantastical novel, but it's a very Jamaican book. I made sure to like make it completely fascinating. It revolves around a story of a young woman coming to Jamaica to get away from Germany. She meets a young guy in Jamaica who has a mysterious past, but they get embroiled in a much bigger magical scenario, and you just get this amazing tour through Jamaica. Lots of intrigue, lots of mystery. You know, it's my best writing. You know, my mom read the book and she literally read the book in one day. She said she couldn't put it down. So happy to share this book with you guys. You know, I have a bunch of other books. You know, they're all on my. I think you guys have the link, but they're all on my Amazon page. But this is the latest and the greatest. You know, so yeah, you can check it out.
Now, I am quite sold on that pitch.
Thank you.
Am I going to go out right now and get it? Probably
yes.
not. Because I don't have time. Is there an audio book to it? I don't know.
No
Maybe
audio book yet. But yeah.
Look into that.
Yeah.
But time is a thief when it comes to me. I have on my desk right now. I have 3 books. And two of them written by the same person. Two of them are books of poems. This guy named C.S. Brown, and it's quite creative. And another
C.S. Brown, C.S. Brown,
C.L.
C.L. Brown. Okay.
One of them being The Awakening. The colors, well, you probably won't see it, but you can find them out there, just like in the same space as you.
Yeah.
And the immersion of self and fantasy, the twist and the mixing of it all to create a work. I think it's quite amazing when an individual can do that, take themselves and create an image, create a storyline and build on it and see it through to the end.
Yeah, it's I'll tell you something interesting, because do you believe in like that life has these cycles, that something might happen 10 years ago and something similar happens 10 years later, and you say to yourself, hold on, what's the meaning?
Well,
has that happened to you? Energetic thing, right?
Because no creation, no destruction.
Because even this Rasta Wolf project, I had actually given up on writing, you know, because I wrote 2 books in 2021. I wrote 2 full novels in 2021, and writing can take quite a toll on you. And after I wrote those 2 books, I just felt very drained, and I said, I don't know if I want to write anymore. You know, I was like, it takes too much energy, it's too much brain power. You know, it's really hard to market sometimes. And I just stopped. I said, I'm done. And I ended up going on a trip to the States, and I was in Atlanta, and I was staying by a friend of a friend's house, and she was a writer, and she was just always talking about like doing TikTok writing sprints, and she wrote fantasy and how like fantasy was making a comeback and all this stuff. And I sat down there saying, you're really telling me that of all the people I could have stayed with, I stayed with this writer who's super excited. And then we were coming from an event, and when we're coming from an event, she said, Marcus, you know, paranormal fiction is making this big comeback. And I said, really? And she said, yeah. So I said, like werewolf and vampire stuff. Because remember, you know, a couple years back, it was Twilight and Underworld, and those were all the rage. And 10 years later, I said, okay. And then I just came to me. I just said, oh, Rasta Wolf. And I just said, oh my God, that sounds so good. And then we chuckled about it, but then I thought about it and I said, no, man, I can write this. And I made a rough outline, and I started it that day. And what I'll tell you, all of you, is that when I was going to Washington, D.C., I had a situation where I was living in a room attached to a brownstone that was like built on like the back section, right? I think they extended the kitchen and made an extra room, right? And when it was warm, I was okay, but I didn't realize it wasn't insulated. So when winter came, outside temperature and inside temperature was the same. So I was literally freezing. I had to sleep in my jeans. I had to sleep in a winter jacket, and it was just cold, cold, cold. And when I went to Atlanta, I was coming from California. Me here say Atlanta nice and warm and this and that. I think Atlanta is like Jamaica, you know? So I reach Atlanta now, and when we tell you, say the first night temperature dropped to 39 degrees. And then this house I went into had no insulation. So when I went into this place now, I actually started laughing because it was so cold. The bed cold, the laptop cold, your shoes cold, your socks cold, your clothes cold. And I started laughing because I said, I remember that my refuge when I was in that situation was to go to the library. And I'd go to the library and I'd always work on creative things. And I said, no, I'm here back in the cold. And it's like the universe is like, go to the library. And there was a library a block away. And when I went to the library, I sat down and I was like, yeah, man, I'm supposed to be here. And then a lady saw me with my stuff spread out, and she came over and she said to me, she said, excuse me, sir, are you working on a project? And I said, yeah, I'm working on a project. And she said, what is it? I said, I'm putting together a werewolf novel. And she said, okay. And she came back and she brought me like Marlon James, him have a werewolf book. She brought me some Anne Rice vampire books and a couple different books to look at. And there's a thing in writing that I call the trigger, which is sometimes you read the first few pages of a novel and the style and the vibe of it just activate your writing. I don't know if it works like that for everybody, but as soon as I read a few pages of The Vampire Lestat, which is a book by Anne Rice, I said, yeah, I have the feel of it. I think I know how I can start the book. And I started writing it in Atlanta. On the first week, I wrote like 50,000 words, like a lot. And then I went back to California, did some more, came back to Jamaica and finished it, So I say that to say that I was triggered by the cold and I was placed in a position that led me to writing. That's the hope, you understand? So it was very fascinating. So I just like to give the audience that context because, people might think you sit down and write the book. And I'm telling you, man, I didn't even want to write the book originally. I got to. Oh, you can ask my father on a interview here.
Yeah, man. Just so that you know, covering the mic down.
I know. I figured, but it just felt right.
But
that's for the audience here.
To hear you speak about writing is quite fascinating. I know sometimes within writing you can get this blackout and like this mental death. So people in the comment section, I ask you, as he said before, send up some more fire, man, because let me tell you, writing takes a lot, and it's sometimes you feel good just flowing, and then everything just, and you need a little bit of inspiration, and sometimes to how difficult it is, it will push you to just stop writing altogether. But my question for you, because I'm coming from a perspective of people in the inner city, youths especially. I'm from Kingston, Mountain View. You were always taught this as a child: don't stray. For a person like you, who I know people who have never been out of the community, I've never seen Montego Bay, Ocho Rios. What is the importance of traveling and drawing inspiration from all of those places that you have been? Can you speak a little bit about that?
Yeah. That was actually one of the things that drove my writing in the beginning, because as I told you, I used to document everything. I used to write essays online, just about my nights out in DC. I used to write essays about my observations in Japan when I went there and how I was feeling. And those practices laid out the groundwork for my future books, right? So my very first book has a funny title called Sex, Drugs, and Jerk Chicken, because, we have this expression called sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And a very transformative book I read was this book by a guy named Chuck Klosterman. He's a well-known author in the States, and he wrote a book called Sex, Drugs, and Cocoa Puffs. And it was like a kind of series of essays, because he was a writer for Spin magazine. And I remember reading his book, and I was like, wow, you can get published writing your opinions on things about pop culture and your own life and all these kind of things. And it gave me this perspective that there's nothing wrong with showing your perspective, And me, as a person who lived in multiple countries and had all these travels, I said I wanted to document them, right? Because not everybody can travel. So to go deeper into your question, through my books, I told stories in different cities that allowed people, if they wanted to travel there, if they weren't able to travel, right? So you can read my book, Naked as a Day. That one is set in Japan, right? It's set in Tokyo. You can read Kingston Nights, which is a fast-paced novel set in Kingston, Jamaica. As I said, Sex, Drugs, and Jerk Chicken is set in DC, where I went to school, right? So I'm very familiar with the city. I wrote a book in 2021 called The Vlog, which is about a guy who goes viral accidentally and how it changes his life. That one's set in New York because I love New York as a city. But for people that want something even more magical, I wrote this book called Ahab's Whale, which I've been told sounds kind of like a spiritual prophecy kind of book, but I love the title. And I don't know if you've ever read a book called The Alchemist or Think and Grow Rich, but that is a book that is really to motivate like younger people to look beyond the horizons, because it's literally set in 1800s. So I wrote it as historical fiction, the ships and the language at the time and the technology at the time. And it's about a young man who wants to find this guy named Captain Ahab, because the man is a famous captain and he has this notoriety and he goes beyond his borders to find him. And in that book specifically, that will show anybody that going beyond your borders always teaches you something. You get me? And for Jamaicans here who haven't traveled that much and seek to travel, no, you can just jump on YouTube and learn anything you want to, but it doesn't always give you that full experience. But I say start out with going to a different parish, explore, climb the Blue Mountain Peak or find some caves somewhere. We'll have a lot of stuff here that there's in one of the maroon towns of Nanny Falls. And when I went to Nanny Falls, which was 2024 in February, I was blown away. I've been all over the island. I've been everywhere. But Nanny Falls looked like something out of Jungle Book, right? I swear that a lion was just going to come and lie down and start sunning on the... some beautiful places in the island, So, yeah, man, I would say definitely that if you can't travel through the digital space, travel through the experiences of others. And if you can eventually, try and see something, the Caribbean is very accessible. A lot of people don't realize that you can go to South America. You don't need a visa for South America. You don't need a visa for Korea. You don't need a visa for all these countries you don't need a visa for, right? So if people think in US and Europe, yeah, you need the Schengen visa and a US visa, but generally, if you're traveling, man, there are places you can go to. You can go to Dominican Republic. Flights there aren't too bad. You can get a round trip flight sometime for like 200 US. So Domrep is right there. You can go for a couple of days. You can hop, you can hop the different islands and see different things and just understand that there is a different world out there. So definitely.
All right, we have about 11 minutes left, and I know Jamaicans have to leave as well, and we have some things to talk about. But Marcus, before you go, I want to ask again. You have described yourself as a multidisciplinary storyteller, as a cultural explorer, as a visual communicator, and as a linguist. What's the future for you?
Future for me, well, I'm glad you asked. One of the things I'm working on right now is just more visibility, because I've done things like I've worked on, I know you guys probably wouldn't have seen it. Maybe Jamaicans would have seen it, but there was a 2023-2024 Red Stripe campaign, which is called So We Do It. So I was the architect behind that, the creative director, because Red Stripe was doing their first campaign in 10 years. And apparently they had a problem I didn't know. So there is an agency that handles the Red Stripe account. But long story short, they went through a couple drafts of some campaign ideas. They didn't like them. They were seeking a creative director. I got brought on. And within 48 hours, I gave them So We Do It. Because when you think of So We Do It as a Jamaican, as a brand, you just immediately know what it means, right? And I was able to craft that. And I worked with a couple other brands like Smirnoff and Pepsi. But I was behind the scenes. But as a creative, as a person who also makes music, sometimes people don't get they don't get the link to your name. You understand, Mr. Rattigan? Mm-hmm. So it's like you might do these big phenomenal things and then you are unable to have people say to you, oh, Marcus Bird, I need to talk to him. Oh, he's an architect, So one of my missions right now is more visibility, definitely.
All right, Kevin.
Not hearing you, Kevin. Muted.
All right.
Yeah, man.
Thank you. All right. Funny enough, I was gonna ask you about the campaigns. that you were behind, and if it was your travels and your fantasy creation, the mind that you have that got you into that.
No, well, all right. Put it this way, I'm one of those people that I've always had ideas and have a natural tap into the pulse of creativity. I think I'll just drop in right here that we're doing this workshop this month. I think you have the flyer, maybe. But basically, some people have a sense of just trends and what's going on. And I've always been an idea person, right? The reason I got that Comedy Central special was because I just came up with like the craziest comedic scenario. And I didn't even want to say what I said there, right? But I just came up with something so crazy that they were able to, it just made me stand out. And I knew it made me stand out. And then it led to, getting that internship. I'm just always a big ideas guy. I understand what works. I always have really good ideas, and I'm able to communicate that effective with brands, and brands and just people, and yeah, man. So writing the books, I used to design T-shirts as well. Everything I've done demonstrates that kind of creativity.
All right.
Catch it almost. The thing recognize the bird most brand,
Yeah, man. I always have my hat on.
Jamaics.
So when you leave this earth, what would you like to be reminded by, or what you want people to remember Birdimus as?
Birdimus.
Yes.
Yeah, well, no, honestly, what I've realized is I came up with a mantra in 2023, right? And the mantra is stop chasing, start living, because we can spend so much time chasing after things that we are trying to get, whether career-wise, whether financial-wise, right? You're just always in motion, you're always chasing, but you're not really living while you're doing it. You understand? Because my grandmother, before she passed, used to always tell me something where she said, live while you work. And so while she was living, she would, enjoy the pleasures of her spoils, So she had a nice table. She would eat dinner at the table every day, Years ago, she had bought like this really nice cream-colored Benz, that because she could get it, and then she drove it around. She didn't have plastic on the couches and that kind of stuff. She said, live while you work. So looking back, I just want people to know that you just had this person who worked to reach their highest creative potential as a human, and just created as much as possible, to leave as much as possible, to say that, they explored every opportunity. They had an idea, they tried it. If there's an interview, they jumped on it. If he had an idea for a clothing line or a movie or a campaign, he would go straight to the brands. He would put himself in position and also help people to be put into position, because I always have ideas for people as well, as I mentioned with the Jamal thing and those kind of structures. So it's just really like, if I can just have the health and the strength to keep pushing hard in those directions, and then maybe that gives people inspiration in the future, that'd be amazing.
You're muted, Rebel. You're muted.
Yeah, I get a message so we have to play one of your videos, but what I think I might have to do is, if you're available next week, because there's so many questions I want to ask you, and so if you're available next week, then we could have continued with a part 2. I don't. What's your schedule like for next week?
Yeah, man. I mean, I realized that we can talk some more, man, because I was really getting into it. I love the perspective.
All right.
And,
Well, then
I'm down, man. I'm down.
Hey, man of my heart, you're not afraid to come around here and talk of the things, unlike the editor, the senator who was afraid.
This is not an editor, it's a writer.
You're right. Yeah. You're not like Awebne. Hold on a second. You're not like this Awebne, Kevin. Kevin, you're hiding from a man. Hold on a second. Eh? Me not see him, Kevin. Hold on. Me not see him.
Oh yeah, and remember, so everybody, like who's listening in, you can check out my YouTube is Marcus Bird. So if you Jamaican Japan was a long time ago, because now I have locks and thing. But if you see me in Jamaica and Japan, my hair short. But if you want to check out some of my YouTube videos, but you can also follow me on Instagram. So my name here, at Birdimus Prime, BIRDIMUSPRIME. Right, it's a play on Optimus Prime from Transformers.
All right. No, finish up.
No, man, I was just saying that, because they said in the comments they want to see some videos. So
Yeah.
if you go on my YouTube channel, you'll definitely see some of those things there. Like recently, I went to Colombia. I was in Colombia for a month this year. I posted a lot of videos. I got to tour some factories. I do a lot of like what I call fearless connecting, and that's one of the things that I do when I travel. So when I travel, people always say, "Oh, you meet all these people so fast and get these links." And because I've been doing it for a long time, and everywhere I go as a Jamaican, I come into the space as a Jamaican, and I want to show other Jamaicans and other people what's going on. Because you trust me, man. When I walk into the elevator, my Airbnb, and there were these two people, like they look like janitorial staff, standing beside me. This was the first day, and I just turned to them and say, "Hola, ¿cómo estás?" And they said, "Muy bien." And they say, "De dónde eres? Like, where you from?" And I say, "Oh, Jamaica." I say, "Jamaica." And they say, "Oh," and them start chat to each other like, "Reggae, oh, reggae, te gusta reggae?" And everybody, everywhere you meet them know Bob Marley, and they just get this glow on their face when they meet a Jamaican, and I can't tell you how that feels, because some people in Jamaica have it really rough, and if we know that just the mention of where we're from give people joy, they want to give you dinner, they want to shake your hand. And I've experienced this in probably 18 countries, So I'm very fortunate to have gone to Egypt and these things, and it's not no hype thing. When I'm there, I'm making the videos because I want to show other Jamaicans as possible. But when me there as a Jamaican, people say, "Oh, Jamaica," you'd be surprised. I mean, some people take Jamaica in Africa, some people take Jamaica, but they still love it, right? They love it, and we have a power, and I'm just doing my best to communicate that, and hopefully I can and do a lot more in that space,
All right. Well, look, we have to cut the chat now, but I'm going to put something up on the screen, and I want Kevin pronounce this word out for me, and then I just want Kevin, and I want you pronounce it for me, and see if we can get the correct pronunciation. Here it is. Hold on.
Okay. Are you all ready?
Kevin, go ahead. Pronounce our word for me now.
It is revitalized.
Revitalized. Right, Marcus, hit me.
It looked like revitalizes.
Do not laugh too much, man. Do not laugh, so. I want you to listen to this.
Have you read the manifesto of your party?
Have you read the manifesto, Jeffrey, was edited by me. Yes?
Wow.
I don't know that. See that, no people. See that. Let me bring it down here. The man take credit for it, Go down some more. Kevin, this thing now function with me, now work with me now. Hold on there. All right, Sita, this the man mentioned. Manifesto 2020. That and the man who said that is the editor.
Senator
Marlon Morgan. The man said, I edited the manifesto. And people have a whole bunch of things inside of this manifesto. I want to show them, but I don't have time for it because we have a discussion that come up about beach access. But I want to show you one thing, and I know he's watching, and again, just want everybody to know, I invited him to come on the program all week. I think 4 times a week. And the man not come. But I know he's watching, and I want him to pay attention to this one here. I just want him to spend some time and familiarize himself with this, Kevin. And maybe, all right, here it is. Wait there. My thing it now function with me now. All right, Sita. Why it keep jumping?
I don't know.
It keep going back. Hold on.
All right.
That's what I want to stop it. And you know what go there.
Allow me.
Sita, I have it now. No. Senator editor. I want to ask you a question, and I ask you this question. In fact, you remember we show something and say, "Oh, people don't want to answer question." Kevin, hold on there, hold on there, hold on there, hold on there, hold on there. What do you ask? There's one regarding this particular thing that I want to show right now, and it never answered the question. Where is it? Plants and water, murder rate. Is it this? Hold on. I think it's this one. Folks, remember. All right, yeah, this is it. Remember, we start out the program, and Devon there, but Devon know the thing go. Devon nice. You so come on, my brother. Well, what on it? Remember now we started out, and we've been doing this every week. We are sure how to ask politicians questions and public figures, how to ask them questions. And you listen to their answers. Because a lot of them chat a whole bunch of nonsense. Now listen to this question I asked this politician here, and listen to the bunch of nonsense, and then we're going to take you back to the manifesto that he said he edited. All right, Sita.
Yes. Thank you. Go ahead, right. Thank you very much, my colleague. No, he mentioned something about the crime, the murder rate dropping, right? He didn't talk to you about the increase in extrajudicial killings. But I want to ask Mr. Morgan a question.
No, but that is your brief.
Mr. Morgan, are you aware of a pool of dead bodies that is known as death investigation, and it's run by the JCF? Are you aware of that pool?
Excellent question, Ratty. Is that a phenomenon that exists?
Here's the question. Are you aware of a pool of bodies, dead bodies of a death investigation a year away? Here where am I going on with me? Here more go with me.
Hold on. Is that a phenomenon that exists irrespective of which party forms government? In other words, that pool of dead bodies and cases, yes, that have still not yet been attributed in terms of murder or concluded one way or another. Is that the case?
One second, ask a simple question. Are you aware of it? Again, I take it the answer is yes. The second question is, from 2016 to present, how many bodies are in that pool?
In 2013, did we have bodies in that pool?
Answer the question.
Your point is a rubbish point, my friend. Because the substantive point here is that at all material points in time, you have those classifications and that categorization. So that point is a non-point. That's the
question now. The question now, Marlon. From 2016
so to answer directly,
now.
to answer his question, the answer is in the affirmative.
Him no know. I'm not stay with him. Him no know. I'm gonna move him. I'm gonna show you something now. I'm gonna move him. All right. I'm gonna show you something. Wait there. This one here.
That won't be happening. That will not happen. That will never.
All right. Here is why I show that video, the one before with Peter Bunting and Dr. Forget his name, gentleman from Portmore. Here's why I show that. Them a tour a police station, right? And Peter Bunting used to be the Minister of National Security, and recently, and the PNP has even put it out. The PNP, including Mr. Bunting, they've said that crime has actually gone down because of targeted strategies, right? And we believe that. And you hear me talk to Editor Senator Morgan about it, and him can't answer the question about how many bodies in the pool. And you hear this talk about crime has been going down, and it's 35% low. Murder 35% lower this year than the corresponding period for last year, and that it's steadily going down. Now, people, my people, listen to me. Don't believe the hype. Don't believe the hype. Now, I understand why Mr. Bunting can't talk about it, in the way I would because he doesn't have the information. I am going to share with you now something that I got from a source concerning the JCF and how they hide bodies. Hear me carefully. How they hide bodies so that you don't know the true numbers. Let me ask the chat. Dr. Dawes, thank you very much. Let me ask the chat. Do you believe the murder numbers? Just 30 seconds. Show your answers in. Do you believe the murder numbers that we have been fed by the government? Merlin says not believing at the mic.
Me counting on the chat?
No, we don't. Joe Blacks, we don't. Pearly Simpson, no. All right.
Tissa Taylor said, hell no.
No. Everybody know. All right, but here's the thing. But here's the thing. You don't believe it, but you don't have the evidence. You don't have the evidence. You just don't believe it because you think them are liars, right? You just think that they're liars and they cannot be trusted. Now, here's what I'm going to show you. You hear me talk about the murder death investigation. I am going to show you a document now that is going to shock the living daylights out of you. You know why? Because there are 8 categories where they put dead bodies in, and those dead bodies are not counted in the murder statistics. Here we go. Can you see that, Kevin? All right.
Big and bold.
All right. Let's start with the first category. And see, we take out the numbers because I can tell you the numbers, they're high, but guess what? The numbers are not correct. We're getting the correct numbers, and the correct numbers are higher than the numbers you see we blot out. Now, look at death investigation. Look at the subcategories, because in Jamaica, homicide is not the same thing as murder. They don't count it as murder. But look at homicide. They have something called death investigation. That's one category. Remember now, there are 8 categories, and these, they don't count towards murder. Look at the first one, the first category, death investigation. Look, homicide is one subcategory. Body found. The hell does that mean? It's a dead body, you know, body found. What does that mean? Look at the third one, decomposed body found. Look at the next one.
More than just a dead body.
Yeah, look at the next one, hospital mortality. Look at the next one, skeletal remains found. So what you have is, yeah, in that death investigation, you have, look how many found bodies. You have body found, decomposed body found, skeletal remains found. But guess what? Those bodies are not counted in murder. They're not counted. Look at the next category, category number 2, undetermined death. Inconclusive, they don't know how the person dead. And then unknown, they don't know how the person dead. You tell me the difference between inconclusive and unknown. Those numbers are not counted.
They know how, but they just can't be sure who. So it's inconclusive. Or when.
In any event, you see now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 subcategories so far. None of those bodies count towards murder. None. Here's murder. Look at the murder statistics. This is 2023, we had 1,405 murders committed in Jamaica. 2024, last year, we have 1,146, and they say it's going down. Yet, they don't count all of it. You see the bodies up there, they don't count those, right? Look at the next one. Next category. Death by self-defense. How do we know that that's actually true, that it's self-defense? Somebody made a determination. And what I'm being told is that the investigators, some of these people, they're just sending things in. They're not really doing the investigation to determine the actual cause of death. They're just sending stuff in, putting bodies in categories. Look at the next one, suicide. You know who went in suicide? The man they claim who flew off Spur Tree Hill and then got out and said, wait, I'm not dead. And then went and found a tree and hung himself. That's suicide. And we're supposed to believe that, right? suicide. Look at the next category, non-crime, sudden death. What does that mean, sudden death? What that mean? You're dead suddenly, yeah, but what that mean? Could it be because somebody stabbed you, you're dead suddenly? I don't understand that, sudden death. Look at the next one, death by
kind of thing.
Look at the next one, death by misadventure. And misadventure is accidental shooting. How do we know that it wasn't an intentional shooting? How we know that?
But you have to make sure that you don't die suddenly from that accidental shooting.
Yeah, because then you'd have been a different category.
Correct.
Right. Look at the next one. Acts of God, we understand. That's lightning, earthquake, flooding, whatever. Look, next one, drowning. Next one, electrocution. Next one, fall related to death. How we know somebody not push the person off? Right? We don't know that. Look at the next one, fire. Motor vehicle accident. Look at the one, the bottom one, last one, poisoned food. That, if somebody poison you, know, that no count as murder. It just say you died from poisoning, food poisoning. So that no count.
Right.
Look at the next, work-related fatality. Then we have manslaughter. Now, manslaughter is a list of classification of murder. But how do you go from a murder to a manslaughter? That's when the police and the DPP get involved. And it could be for any reason. It could be because of lack of evidence. It could be because of some form of corruption. It could be anything why it's moved from manslaughter, from murder to manslaughter. Oh, there's a category that's not here. There's a category that's not here, right? Here are the categories again. Death investigation, undetermined death. We're going to leave murder out of it for now. Then we have death by sentence. Then we have suicide, non-crime, death by misadventure. And then we go down and we have this thing and our function for me. And then we have manslaughter. There's one category that's not there. OT get it. Missing persons. That's a huge category. Huge category. And let me just tell you this. That the numbers we covered up, I can tell you that the numbers for last year, you see that 1,146, you see right there? You see that 1,146? The numbers, when you add up all of these things, it's way more, hundreds more. And it is my belief that the numbers we've been fed, they're not correct. They are absolutely not correct. They're not correct. So when this gentleman come on and talk about, when I ask him the question about death investigation, he have no clue, no idea. He's learning right now. He's watching the program right now. So he's learning. So when you hear some of them talk about the murder rate the murder rate has gone down, it's not true. The murder rate has not gone down. What they've done is they've actually pushed bodies in different categories. Let it be known that there have been bodies in that death investigation. I went back and I checked. There have been bodies inside there since 2016. 2016. That they said, we're still trying to figure out how this person died. 2016. And we claim we want Vision 2030. We want to celebrate Jamaica as a developed country by 2030. Come on, man. But them tell that to somebody else. Them can't tell we that. And by the way, let me see if this is the one Kevin Wim talked about, the desal plant. When I ask him the question about the desal plant, I don't know if this is the one. This is the one with the desal. Let me see.
Thank you.
Go ahead, right.
Thank you very much, my colleagues. The second question is, from 2016 to present, how many bodies are in that pool?
No.
In 2030.
No. Poor thing. No. Let me just tell the Prime Minister, said, listen, you need to get rid of this man here. Because the more him come out and talk, him going to sink on. He must sink on right now. We don't need to get rid of him. because he have no clue what he's talking about. We can play the videos them, you know, with him talking foolishness. You know, hold on, Mrs. If Kevin, see if you can find the one for me with the desal plant. We just want to show it before we bring on Devon.
Did we have bodies in that pool?
Answer the question.
That is a rubbish point.
There's one about the desal plant when I ask him, and him can't answer.
Because the substantive point here is that at all material points in time, you have those classifications.
But that was the one.
There's one up there, man. I don't know if I put it up. But
that was it.
No, that one is not the it's not labeled properly then, because there's one with the desal plant. If I can't find it, it's no big deal, because you know what go up now. We occupy space in a female right now, you know. And every week we're going to do something here. We're play the manifesto, and we're going to ask him questions about the manifesto. So, Mr. Prime Minister, members of the cabinet, members of the party, supporters, if you're not watching this, please apply the pressure and move this man, because we are going to finish him. Because this man is service to the Jamaican people. He comes out and he runs his mouth, labba, 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 and he doesn't know what he's talking about. And we're going to kill him with facts around here. We are going to take him to task with facts around here. And he can't handle it. So we don't need to forget. If you don't want to, and by the way, I've invited him several times this week, as I've said before, several times, and tell him must come, and him don't come. But, you know, when we start with this, you know, we always have to play this one here.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Indeed. And then we have forgot to producer Jones' slide. Here it is right here. Morgan. It's pronounced Morgan. And it says arrogant and prone to making mistakes. And make we show another one with him here. Here it is. Morganism. What does it mean? Morganism. It means the mistaken belief that you are the most competent and intelligent person in the universe. Right? And so that's how we're going to deal with him. But here's what happened now, people. And we are running out of time fast, because we have to cover beach access. And when I say beach access, there is an potential environmental problem in Jamaica that we're going to talk about. I've sent an ATI and they have not responded. And then what we want to finish up the program with is this fertilizer business, because I'm going to show you documents tonight that will blow this story out of the water. No blogger has ever seen these documents that we're going to produce tonight. No blogger has seen it. Not even the people who are mentioned in the report, they've seen it. And when you see these documents for yourself, you're going to realize how them people can lie. Them can lie. But see, I'll show you something. Oh, here it is. Oh, here's one again. I'm Morgan doing Morgan things. And the two Morgans, you know, remember, you have Robert Morgan and you have him always call himself Nesta, like he want to associate himself with Bob Marley. He need to go find a nest and sit down in that. So you have Robert Morgan and you have Marlon Morgan, and they do Morgan things. And Morgan things, one of the things about Morgan is not knowing your subject matter and come out and talk a whole bunch of nonsense. Because if them send him round here, Kevin, I'm waiting for them send him round here, you know. Because them send him round here. Him finish if them send him round here.
Like Kamina Johnson Smith says, that will never happen.
Let me hear my favorite minister.
That won't be happening.
We'll ask her now whether or not one Morgan, two Morgans, or two Morgans and Dana Morris Dixon, whether they should come around here. And here is how she responds.
That won't be happening. That will not happen. That will never happen.
So I guess they're not coming, but I'm still going to continue to ask. You know. Here's another one. Straight out of what? Joe, me not see the one where say wait there. There's one here. We not see the one about the beauty about telling the truth is that you don't have to remember what you say.
You know what? That one was added after.
No, I don't see it. I don't see it here.
That one was added after.
Eh?
It was that one was added after it was uploaded.
Okay, all right, fine. So are you then? I know.
Yeah. That one was.
All right. So here's what we're
Jojo.
going. Yeah, we're gonna bring on the doc now, you know. And we're gonna talk about beach access, right? And like I said to you before, we are gonna talk about an environmental problem in Jamaica. And believe me, people not gonna shake on their head when they hear about this thing, you know. And then we're going to talk about the fertilizer thing. Again, like I said, I want to stay tuned because the documents them we have where we are going to show now. You know what? Without further ado, welcome to the stage, Dr. Demontier. Doc, pick up yourself, sir.
Greetings, Rattigan. That was quite informative and entertaining, you know.
That's what we're trying to do around here. You know, we're trying to educate the people, and sometimes you have to drop a little entertainment tonight because sometimes people remember when them laugh about, you know. So
absolutely. What we don't know is that the people's business is no joke matter because violation is happening left, right, and center. You know what I mean? So we need to shine a spotlight on it.
Brethren, I want you to talk to us about the beach access, but I want you to come to the beach access issue from the perspective of both parties addressing it as a priority for the Jamaican people, not just the violations and the purchases by the realtors and the developers and the people who own the hotels and things like that, but from the perspective of as Jamaicans, what should we expect from our government and the opposition in terms of a beach access for all Jamaicans?
Yeah, so in reference to what it should look like in the future, because what it is right now is, something that discriminates. The current policy basically discriminates against Jamaicans, right? As we have, talked about that several times on your program, that the law does not give Jamaicans the right to swim, to bathe, to fish, or to walk along the foreshore, right? Of the 494 miles that are around the country. So it does not give us that right. So that needs to absolutely change. And so what a progressive government, a government that is, for its people, for rights of its people, right? And also for rights of the environment, should put a law in place that guarantees Jamaicans, right, general and unfettered rights of access, right? Access that is not contingent upon permission, not contingent upon whether you own property that adjoin the foreshore, but just by being a Jamaican, right? Being a friend of Jamaica, you should have that right to walk to the beach, the right to swim, the right to bathe, or to traverse the shore, the right to fish. It must be codified in law, right? Because we're an island state and because we're an independent sovereign country, and most nations around the world guarantee their citizens that right. So whether a hotel is built there, a villa, guest house, or somebody build their private house there, that person should not be able to block anyone from walking on the beach, from visiting the beach, from swimming in the sea. And so that needs to change in our law, that we are afforded that right, right? In addition, I think the legislation must also make the coastal space public land. So the entire 494 miles around, right? We can define that zone. We like to use 65 feet above the high water mark, which is 65 feet above the wet sand, should form what we call public land. So right around the country, if you choose fit that you want to go up on an expedition and you want to walk around Jamaica, you should be able to do so. Right now, that does not happen. You can't do that. Despite there's freedom of movement within the Constitution of Jamaica, you can get up and decide you want to walk around the country, right? And walk on the shoreline. You can't do it because you don't have the right to do so, right? We also think a progressive legislation should have a concession zone. So above what we would call now, your conservation zone where you all can walk, there should be an additional 150 feet, right? And that should be a lease-only zone. That means you may allow a hotel or villa to be built within that space, but that is only a lease space for a certain number of time. That means the country will benefit from that, in perpetuity. You'll pay your taxes if we decide that, after 50 years of your concession, we do not want to renew that because we have learned of other environmental, consideration that are necessary to protect the space, then we revoke that. All right. And that, Jamaicans will, have benefited economically from the coastal economy, because right now we do not. Despite coastal economy is 35% of GDP in the country. Most of that money leaks out of the country. Most of those spaces are not owned, right, by Jamaicans. They are multinational corporations. Yes, they are, wealthy Jamaicans, who own these spaces, and they own them forever. So they have special taxation. I do not think they pay a lot of taxes in this space. So once they're sold, the country stop making money off them. Stop making money off the land. So the progressive policy needs to do three things. It needs to guarantee rights of its people, and that right must not be contingent upon any condition, right, as it relates to commerce, right? I can understand sensitivity and in ecologically important spaces. I can understand whether it is, some kind of installation such as a port that is important for the movement of goods. We can understand those exceptions, right? But others, no. We need to designate that space as public land, and we need to establish an exclusion zone, which is used, that for commerce, right? And I think those would actually bring us into a framework of environmental justice, social justice, and economic justice for the Jamaican people. This law that is in place since 1956 denies us of all of those. We have no environmental justice, no social justice, and no economic justice. But both political parties have kept that in place, right? And that is what JABEM is bringing to the forefront right now, saying, look at this law, right, Jamaica, right? And if this law is right for you, then, I can't really help you. But just look how it is hurting the nation, right? Look how it is hurting the environment. And so we need to move away from that. And that is the problem that we're having now, a proliferation of the tourism product, right? Ownership of the coastline and more displacement of the Jamaican people. So we need to move away from that. So, Ratigan.
Devon, I have a caller from Jamaica, Conrad O'Brien from Newstalk 93 FM, renowned journalist. And him call from France and want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
All right. Conrad, go ahead.
How are you doing, Chief?
You can't hear?
Not good.
Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Hear you.
Yeah, man. How you doing, my brother?
Come on, we're good.
Work that you and your group doing, and really and truly, I believe that one of the most far-reaching things that I've heard from the leader of opposition and the man who is opined to be the next Prime Minister of Jamaica, Mark Jefferson Golden, is the plan that he has to, or is certainly his intention to basically give the Jamaican people beach access. No. He said recently that on a political platform that he would start by way of the route of, trying to get it done by talking to the players and so on. And if that's not good enough, then certainly he will move to deal with it through legislative action. Is what is in place now can it be changed or be done by gentle persuasion, or you think indeed Mark Golden as Prime Minister and his cabinet will have to basically deal with this, fix this beach access in Jamaica by way of legislation?
Yeah, man. I appreciate the question. It's a good question. All right. So when I heard that response as well, and absolutely, Mr. Golden has been real talking about this issue. He's using his platform on many occasions to talk that the Jamaican people deserve beach access rights, and the Prime Minister have also said that. Now, when we look along the coastline and we see the number of developments that are along the coastline, I find it that it's going to be next to impossible, if not very difficult, to have a discussion with each one of these individuals, right? Because I don't think you're going to find consensus among the players in tourism that, they should create conservation easement over their property and allow Jamaicans to access, the beach. That is going to be very, very, very difficult. I do not know how you negotiate. We saw more than 1,000% increase in the tourism product over the last 25 years in Jamaica. It's too many people to really negotiate with. So that's one, right? I think there's going to be a level of difficulty there. And the second is that doing this, you cannot avoid changes in legislation, because the legislation already says, right, we have no right in or over the foreshore, which means now you're going to have to change it. So whether or not even the hotelier says, yes, I will create, a path, 12 feet wide across my property, allow Jamaicans to get to the beach, the law says we have no right. So legislative changes cannot be avoided. They will have to be done. And so I think that is just best you go there straight. You just go there and you create that legislation, right? That puts into law that we have that right and define what that right is. And I would even take it a step further, like several countries have done. The Mexicans have done it. The Costa Ricans have done it. Individual states in the United States have done it. Many across the globe, they have codified the rights to the foreshore, the rights to the sea in their constitutions. All right. So that is not something to play with, right? We are an island state. So I think we could go one further and do that. But, I think in all good faith to negotiate with individual hotels, that I do not think is feasible. There are too many of them with too many diverse views. Look at what's happening right now. Sanders is proposing to increase their overwater bungalows. They're now appropriating the sea. They're taking parts of the sea. They have two of those structures in Jamaica. They're projecting to build a third one, which we could talk about. All right. Princess sensing the mangrove as build one in the sea. These are permanent structures, right? These are not, something that you remove. Right now, what you think those hotels are going to say? That Jamaicans can come to these beaches? No, they are beneficiary of a discriminatory 1956 law that said we have no right. Now, I must be blunt and say any politician who think they can skirt around that in creating what is being projected by the current administration as a balance in economic and rights of the Jamaican people. And they talk about our prescriptive right, which is customary rights, which is recognized under Jamaican law, right? I don't know. They're fooling themselves, right? You can't do that. You must go straight to legislation. It is not an aggressive posturing. It is a right base, right? And we speak very clearly. I could. The opposition wants to decolonize Jamaica. They say they want to move away from the Privy Council. They want to get rid of the king, right? This is one of the most direct, act they could do. That would be signaling reparative justice as it relates to Jamaican people by removing a piece of legislation that denied Jamaicans the land rights to cross property and to access the beach, to access the sea, for bathing, for fishing, all right? For recreation, for your spirituality. And we are the only island in the Caribbean that does that. That says that our tourism product cannot coexist with Jamaicans using their beaches. So I don't think this is one for, trying to, sit down with hoteliers and discuss with them. It is the beach access management plan that Green Paper project that they will have negotiation with hotels, to see if they will, charge Jamaican minimal fees or allow them to cross the property. It's not going to work. This policy has been submitted by NEPA since 2000. It's 25-year-old thinking. We can't do that, not in this era, in a rights-based era, my brother. So I am encouraged by the conversation of our leader, right? And I'm encouraged by Mr. Golin's willingness to spotlight this issue and to drive it on all of his platform that he wants to see a change, right? We have a framework. I just proposed that framework, as to how we can get this done. And the best way to do it is go straight for legislation. And he has to do that very early when he gets into office. If he gets into office, right, is to just go right there and repeal and replace the Beach Control Act of 1956 and replace it with something that gives Jamaicans the right, an unfettered right to access the foreshore and to use the sea. Declare the whole thing public land. That's what can be done.
Devon, the Beach Control Act of 1956, right? It says here in Section 3, subject to the provisions of this section, all rights in and over the foreshore of this island and the floor of the sea are hereby declared to be vested in the Crown, government, right? The foreshore, for people who don't understand, it's that area of land between low tide and high tide. It's the sand where you walk along. Now, if you read this, you would come to the impression that you can walk along the foreshore anywhere because it's government land, right? It's owned by the Crown, represented by the government. So what is it that's preventing Sandals from allowing people to walk along the foreshore? Not going on to, using their facilities or anything, but just to walk along the beach. Because when we say beach, people, it's a misnomer because the correct technical term is foreshore. That when you say walk along the beach, it's just that area of sand between high tide, low tide. What's preventing us from doing this?
All right, Ratigan, I don't normally correct you, but
correct.
But I'm going to do that today.
Oh, go ahead.
The modern definition of a beach actually constitutes the backshore, which is the dry sand, right? So the beach comprises of the backshore, the foreshore, and the floor of the sea, right? So that is a whole contiguous territory. It's its own ecosystem, very biodiverse, right? But, because Jamaica is built on a colonial architecture, right? The backshore, which is the dry sand, in many times becomes part of the property of the landowner that's adjoining the foreshore. We need to move away from that. That piece under a modern proposal that we're making would form part of the public land, right? Because it's important for the foreshore and the backshore. You can't separate them. It's one ecosystem.
No,
right?
The question I'm really asking though is that, and I understand the new definition, but but you said the foreshore and the backshore, right? But under the Beach Control Act of 1956, it mentions only the foreshore, and then it defines it as being that strip of land between high tide and low tide.
Yes. So what is preventing Jamaicans from traversing that space? All right.
That's the question I'm asking. Yeah.
Yes. All right. So also in that Beach Control Act is the right of the minister to grant license for the foreshore, right? So what NEPA, the National Environmental Planning Agency, right, under the NRCA, right, which is the regulatory arm of NEPA, they have the mandate as defined within the Beach Control Act to grant license for the foreshore. when they grant these licenses for the foreshore, some of these licenses have stipulations in them that also give the hotel or whatever enterprises within that space the exclusive rights to lock people out. All right. So you mean their license may define that you are the wet sand is also a purview of that entity, and you can't move in that space. All right. So that is one of the reasons. All right. That is the beach license. And the other license is around property rights in Jamaica. If you own the property that's adjoined the foreshore, right? That property, you don't allow people to walk over your property. I mean, people don't allow people to walk through them yard unless there's a pass through them yard for many, many years that, they allow people to, and then just don't stop it, right? So you can't traverse private land to get to the foreshore to be able to walk along it. So that's one barrier, okay? And then the other barrier is the license that the government really give to these entities may have stipulations in them that now says, it's yours, you can block people from walking there. Outside of that, you should be able to walk in the wet area because it is, within the crown, all right? But there are some nuance thing in this whole vestation in the crown still, which it needs to be explored, right? So when we say something is vested in the crown, right? The crown obviously constitutes the crown estate, right? The crown estate, right? That is vested in the commissioner of lands, right? The commissioner of lands now sits in the National Land Agency. The National Land Agency sits in the office of the Prime Minister. But the commissioner of lands, who is the head of Crown land in Jamaica, is appointed by the Governor General, who is appointed by the King of England, who is also the King of Jamaica. So by saying no, right, the foreshore is vested in the Crown, right, and that makes it public. It's really not true in Jamaica. It's not all Crown land that you can walk on. It's not true. Right? You will have government will own land that is owned by the Commissioner of Lands that you cannot walk on it. They control it. So Crown land, in my interpretation, is not equivalent to the freedom to move, the right to walk, the right to traverse, right? It does not. So these are kind of things that needs to be changed, and these are the same colonial architectures that we're talking around as they relates to land rights of the Jamaican people, that these definition needs to be cleared up. If Crown land is public land, then nobody can stop you because, that is really, belongs to the people of Jamaica. And this is why the legislations, them need to be updated and them need to change. So it's beach license and it's property rights. And property rights is in the Constitution of Jamaica. But with that all said, these things are easy to change. They're some of the easiest things to change in Jamaica right now. Beach rights is one of the low-hanging fruit. You just need to repeal the law and replace it. And if you don't even want to do that, there is a provision in that same old colonial discriminatory law that gives you the power to do it. And if you don't want to use that, you have Land Acquisition Act of 1947 that you could apply that and you could change it. There's so many tools and mechanisms to do so. But I think if we are going to build a future, right, for our people and for the country, we must go to the legislations and we must adopt progressive legislation that make the entire coastal space public land, and minimum 65 feet above the high water mark must be owned by the people of Jamaica with the right of ingress and egress, the right to traverse, the right to walk, right to bathe, the right to, gather shells, meditate, bring your girl to beach, bring your boyfriend to beach, whatever you want to go do, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, freedom of movement, because it's in the Charter of Rights. Freedom of movement. And also Section 13 say we have the right to a healthy environment free of ecological degradation. And what we are seeing right now is overexploitation in the space, and now them gone into the sea.
Let me ask you a question. It's still on the same topic, but not quite. Talk to us about environmental issues that we're having in Jamaica as a result of the building of new and actually new and expanded resorts.
Yeah, this is something that we're entering into some uncharted territory in Jamaica, right? Despite the existence, the first overwater structure in Jamaica was opened up in the 1st of December in 2016, right? And just to explain to your audience, right? These are hotel rooms that are built in the sea, right? So no longer you're just building on, the land. You now are building in the sea. Now, Jamaica really do not have any legislation, right? I am aware of that really says you can build in the sea, right? We have the Beach Control Act that speaks about docks and jetties and piers, but structures in the sea, right, were outside of the scope of the Beach Control Act of 1956. But that is happening. And this is of serious concerns because we have an international body, right? The United Nations Convention on the Laws of the Sea, which is UNCLOS, which authority is actually based in Jamaica, who ratified a sets of laws in 1982 in Montego Bay that defines the laws of the seas, right? And it does give, all countries, I think, 200 miles off their coast, right, as their exclusive economic zone. It further defines a 12-mile space as their sovereign zone, right? Within that sovereign zone, the country is required to create laws and regulation as what can be done in there. We don't have that in Jamaica, I am aware of yet, right? We do have a EEZ Act, but we do not have one that regulates overwater building. What we have and what we have been able to unearth is a 2016 guideline. Now, a guideline is a guideline, right? It's not a piece of, legislative document that defines laws that you can prosecute someone if they violate them. It just guides people. So it creates too much flexibility within this space. And what we have seen, and I'm going to use the example, right, of a projected, development that Sanders Resort International, is planning to build, off their Montego Bay resort, and using the historical Providence Beach lands to do so, right? It includes to clear around 2.4 acres of grass bed in the sea to build this. Now, when you look, the report points out, species that are endangered. The report speaks about, the flora of the sea, and we have ecology down there that are stressed. That if we remove them, they say some of those can be catastrophic. So the harm to the marine ecology, is massive. Now, they have built one, Royal Caribbean already. They've built one in White House, right? And I said, Princess Sensing the Mangrove has built one in Hanover. So there are 3 of these built in Jamaica already that have involved clearing grass bed, putting, massive structures into the sea that took many months with, a lot of pollution. We're talking about, impacting the turbidity on the bottom of the ocean, clearing these grass beds, create immense noise in the ocean, right? That impact many marine life in the space. So as far as coastal ecology, right, there's been a lot of harm done. We just don't know it, right? we were lucky to actually find out about this new one. And so we were able to engage, the space and read, in depth the document to see that the document is really kind of highlighting the ecological arm to the environment. And not only the ecology piece, but the piece around the socio-economic piece, the cultural piece that will now include you to displace the communities that use that space. The fisher folks in Flankers and in White House suffered, from the construction that has been done in that space. They had expanded the airport, do a lot of dredging in the space. They ripped off a big piece of that land before, and that was done during the COVID years. The COVID years seems to represent one of the years when most beach access theft by multinational corporations and the government took place, when I guess nobody could move around. So the environmental, things that we're learning now about the building of overwater structures is alarming, because only a guideline exists and not a legislation, not a law that could use to prosecute these people. And Rattigan, one of the most concerning piece is the divestment of water now to private interest. This is not like a beach license, and it's kind of like something that the people them need for overstill, and them need to get this. When you have a beach license, every year it must be renewed, right? So it's revocable every year, and you renew it. When you now build in the sea, right? That is not a man. You can't. A guy can't put him $9 million investment up there for you now. If you come tell him, say, well, brethren, me have to check that out, and if it don't meet certain things next year, me I go revoke your license with your $9 million, investment in the sea. So these are being established as long-term lease, and it's the Commissioner of Lands that is negotiating those leases. Now we have did at ATI request to the Commissioner of Land asking to see these leases, because they are transferring Crown water. And if we are going to interpret Crown water as public resources, right? You're transferring public resources to private entity for exclusive use, right? How is that been done without consultation with the Jamaican people and changing legislation? I can't understand that. And this also has done over 2 different administrations, because this thing has started from 2015. You're on mute, Rattigan.
It's like the constitutional reform, it's from top down. It's not from bottom up, where it really should be from bottom up, right? Like you said, how are they going to do this and the people are not involved? But let me ask you, a very dear supporter of ours, a dear friend of mine, said, are you familiar with the Pinnacle View Estate, Montego Bay, and is there a threat to the mangroves?
But of course, there's a threat to the mangrove. You cannot build this massive kind of thing, upon, land that sits right next to the coast, where it's a mangrove forest, and it's not going to be a threat. And the importance of mangrove to the ecology, it is going to be a threat. And if I'm not wrong, that development does not require an EIA, because an environmental impact assessment, which is normally done to make sure that, this thing is not going to create significant environmental harm. It's not going to create, significant, social, cultural disruption in the space. It's done. But those EIAs are discretionary in Jamaica. They're not mandatory. So NEPA determines, right, whether or not you require an EIA. So we are still investigating it, because the first, overwater structure that was built in 2015, right? My understanding is all was done was an amendment to a beach license to allow that to happen, and an EIA was not done to understand the harm to the marine environment. Now, if Pinnacle are going to build, I really like the name Pinnacle, but if Pinnacle is going to be built, and you don't require an EIA, and it sits right in pristine spaces with mangrove, mangroves will be impacted.
Well, but let me throw some bingo thoughts. So, but let me throw something else. Oh, Lily of the Valley said, when will I get back on the subject of borders? Lily of the Valley, if you see a person where Kevin put up a whole series of things, but can't talk about. That's why people believe me. When we sit down with Kevin and producer June on a Saturday, them laugh after me because them say, you know, you're too ambitious because you want to do all them stories, yeah. And we know 5 hours can't cover all of them stories, especially if you have guests and you have important guests like Dr. Taylor, who have a message for the people, to awake the people to what's going on around them. And believe me, people, you know, listen me up on a different level to the take my vitamin. But yeah, what happens is that Kevin and producer John, them cost me, them laugh after me on a Saturday morning. Them say, oh, here we go again, you know. So Lily of the Valley, I have the border discussion, you know, with the police and the JDF and customs. We have all of that set up. But me know him think we'll get to it because we can't let go Dr. Devon Taylor right now. And here what that. You mentioned we talk about the issues affecting the environment. You talk about the mangroves. And then last week we heard about the contaminated water at Dunn's River. And not just Dunn's River, it's all over the place.
Yeah.
But there is something else I want to tell the people about, and I want them to listen to me carefully. We didn't put up the ATI, but here's what's going on. A reliable and credible source informed me. I don't know if it's true, and that's why I put my ATI in, but I'm letting you know about this. Medical waste, biohazard waste in Jamaica from public hospitals. So we are talking about the sheet, and the needles and the this and the that, including body parts, when them amputate people's legs, arms, you know, including body parts, that the government has a furnace that them burn these things. No, I have been told, I haven't verified it yet, I'm waiting, but I've been told that furnace broke down. Furnace now work. And so the question is, how is the government disposing of medical waste, biohazard material, including body parts? And here is what I was told. And again, we're checking this thing out. I was told that the government, they might dig holes all over the island and they're burying medical waste. Now, when you have a runoff, you know Jamaica, a lot of limestone. And there's a water table underneath we feed into the streams and the rivers and the rivulets and all of that. Just think about what seep into the water table. And the people them downstream will cook and wash and bathe and everything in that water. Now, as I said before, I don't know if it's true, but here's what I did. I sent an ATI after the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And I said, tell me how many furnaces you have. Tell me if the furnaces are operating. And if they're not operating, when did they stop operating? And tell me if they're not operating, do you dispose of your medical waste? I am still waiting for them to even say to me, say, boy, yeah, we acknowledge for the answer. People, sit tight and wait for the answer. Because this one, we're not going to go this one. We have to find out the truth about this. And oh, here's what I did. I think I sent that out in April, late April. What I did this week, I sent off an ATI to the first ATI was sent only to the Ministry of Health and Wellness. This week, because them not answer me, this week I sent off an ATI to the entire cabinet. All 15 or 16 ministries and the 2 offices, Office of the Prime Minister, Office of the Cabinet. And I said to them, listen, this is a very significant matter. We need to know if this is true. Because if it's true, we have created a catastrophic situation for our people in Jamaica. And I said, no, I'm writing to all of you because since they won't answer me, I'm writing to all of you so that you can ask the Ministry of Health if this is true. Because true, this is what I've been told. This does not portend well for the people of Jamaica, particularly those who depend on the rivers for their life and their livelihood. This doesn't portend well for them. So people just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. The medical waste, biohazard, we want to know how is the government getting rid of it if it's true that the furnace is not working. Back to you, Dr. Taylor.
Yeah. So yeah, that's very concerning because yeah, if you're not treating medical waste, right, it can get into the water table, right, and not, can pollute the aquifers and have great impact. So that needs to be dealt with promptly. So let's hope they are very responsive, because we can't afford, we're a small country, despite, we look about with Talawa,
Sorry to interrupt you. Let me just show something, right, yourself. This is a speech made by the Prime Minister, right? And he said that they're working. Oh, you see this? Hold on there. See this? This gentleman here in the white shirt here is the man in charge of water. I need to have him on the program to come talk about all of the desalination plants for them.
I know where that picture is. I know that picture.
You do?
Yes, man. That's Little Guns River.
Okay.
That is Little Guns River that we are fighting for in the courts. We have a court case, right? Because that property is actually projected to be owned by the UDC, which is a statutory body of the Jamaican government that locks out the Jamaican people and saying that, well, we own it, we need to get off. And this is another one of the kind of question that we're talking about that says the foreshore is vested within the crown, all right? And that land is owned by the government, and the government is excluding its people. And so we had to drag them in the court. That court case is going up for trial on June 4th and 5th in the Sentence Bay Court. It's funny that, what is the title on that article?
That's what I was going to get to it. No. Prime Minister says Jamaica have a right to enjoy the islands, beaches. No, what I must say? People, when me telling us around here, we want to think critically. Some people, when them come out and say, Jamaicans have a right to enjoy the islands, beaches, and them go, yeah. There's one word that's missing. All. A-L-L. To enjoy, have a right to enjoy all of, two words, all of the islands, beaches. That's where it's supposed to be. Because what this means is that only the public beaches where we go on are supposed to hang out this up. But we don't have no right to the rest of the beaches, them. And go ahead.
Ratigan, listen, these people are too disingenuous. All right? You see, this talk about of a right. The policy says no one have a right in or over the foreshore, right? So if the Prime Minister is the head of the Beach Control Act of 1956 because NEPA sits in the office of the Prime Minister, okay, and answers to the Prime Minister, right? Then the Prime Minister can change the legislation, right? Him can float it in a parliament and him can move it. In fact, the legislation says anything that the ministers does, right, is not, it's the minister's decision is final and it's not questionable in the court of law. All right. So therefore, he can fix that tomorrow morning if he wants to. So that statement is really, I don't even know. We need a legal word for it. We need a word where Jamaicans people kind for really. It's like a scam. I don't know. It's like a con to really come out there and say, well, you have the right, but I have the power, really, because the act that I am the head of says you have no right. Okay, and as a result, me I control this, but me go tell us you deserve the right, but me not give it to you, and me can control that. You know what I mean? And so I find this thing kind of very contradictory that the head office is saying so, and then is not really doing it, right? I mean, what is preventing? I don't get it.
You brought up an interesting point, and that is the distinction between the right and the power. He must say we have the right, but him have the power. And him deny us the right to do it. But him just come out and say you have a right to enjoy the beaches. But we know it's disingenuous, like you said. It's disingenuous. Yeah. No, look at this. I want to bring this down and show you something where him say him go do. No, it's not that one there. It's this one here. Hold on. Hold on. This one here. When them going to upgrade
10
beach,
beaches.
I think on 9 them say.
Yeah.
At least 9. So it could be more than 9. At least 9. And him list the 9, right? Him list the 9. Sita, Watson Taylor Park in Hanover, Success Beach in St. James, Priory in St. Anne, Rio Nuevo in St. Mary, Murdoch Beach in St. Mary, Winifred Beach in Port St. Thomas, Dutch River in Manchester, Crane Road in St. Elizabeth, and Alligator Pond in St. Elizabeth. So you know what I did? I sent them an ATI and I said, this was supposed to be done in 2024. So I said to them, please tell me, give me a status of these 9 beaches. Have they been upgraded and being used open to the public? Can you tell us anything about this?
Listen, when we're talking about beach access in Jamaica, they project these 9 beaches as if they were going to expand beach access in Jamaica. They are not. These are beaches that are being used by the Jamaican people. So let's be clear about that. Let's also be clear that in 2000, it was determined that Jamaica only have 2.8 miles of access of the 494 that's around the country. That means we only have 0.6% access to the foreshore. This is not JLP'S data. This is data that comes out of the National Environmental Planning Agency, that we only have 0.6% access to the coastline. These 9 beaches was not going to increase that access because we are already using those spaces. All those beaches that are listed, Jamaicans are using them. But I'll tell you what, right, has also been said in 2025. Walter Fletcher Beach, Allman Beach, Trial Beach, Pearly Beach, and Duns River. 5 beaches have been advanced by the UDC for divestment. Right? All of those beaches. And, you know, those beaches, we know Walter Fletcher is close, right? The public don't really have free access to go into it, right? I mean, Duns River is big money to go to Duns River. It's not, you know, it's listed as a public beach, but you have to pay, you know, I mean, thousands of dollars to get there. Pearly Beach is a beach that only big expensive party that, you know, can be kept there. I don't even know where them get this word pearly from, because that is part of the Laughing Water Beach. That's one of my childhood beaches that has now become the playground, you know, of people who have, you know, just hundreds of dollars, if not thousands, to go to very expensive parties there. And the people from Steertown are locked out from Chalkhill and all those spaces in and around. They further transferred piece of that property to Chinese Harbour Engineering Company to build 734 houses and further lock us out all those river. And then Laughing Water is now of a privatized gate down there with an establishment that is controlled by who knows what. That one is gone. Okay, trial space, they're divesting it, right? And they want to divest Old Man Beach and Font Hill Beach in St. Elizabeth. 6 beaches. So if the Prime Minister's talk about 9 to upgrade on the other on, UDC have announced 6 to divest that we will lose. It don't make no sense. Me no really know them can't get round upon them thing, I know. The only thing is that Jamaicans they're not, we not did it yet. We not pay attention to this thing because I try to figure it out still. I need the help of all ones to see how we get this into the society at a level that matters, because we need to liberalize the space. We need to make the space public. And Jamaica, if I can break this down in an economic sense, because we don't know how the economics go, right? We need to make some money to feed the family, right? But here we are going. If 35% of the Jamaican economy is coastal economy, it'll make the most money in our country. When them talk about money in Jamaica, them talk about 2 things in billions. It's tourism and it's remittance. Tourism must make $4 billion last year. Me I go ask you, your hospital better? Your school them better? Your road work them better? Do you see massive grants happening in agriculture or happening in science and technology, because when a country makes money and reinvests in the country, you will see all kinds of opportunities opening up. But 35% of the economy is coastal economy. So we, the coastal people, are paying the price, the heaviest price of displacement and internal displacement that is happening in Jamaica right now. Exclusion and marginalization, which is one of the wickedest forms of the systems of oppression that exist, is marginalization. It takes away our participation and takes away our voice in our space where we grow up intimately with. It is breaking the cultural ties that we have to the coast for the expansion of an economy that does not recognize and see us. That's what they're doing at the Blue Lagoon right now. They have shut down rafting and want to hen fishing on that beach there, breaking the ties. That's what they have done in Miami Bay. That's what they're trying to do in Little Duns River, and they try that, right, at Bob Marley Beach. Okay? They are breaking coastal people's rights to those spaces that we built. It can't work. So I'm asking you, the Jamaican people and people in the diaspora, you need to see that this is an injustice, and we cannot accept anything less than public rights, public land rights. The coast must be designated public land. If any political party, if the political class is interested in empowering the Jamaican people, they need to make fundamental changes that include the rights of the Jamaican people to economically participate in that economy, right? Because that 35% do not recognize us. It does not. It's massive multinational corporation and rich Jamaicans who build hotels, villas, and own these lands. We now participate at scale in that economy, none at all. And it is projecting to grow and grow and grow and be part of the bedrock of the economy of Jamaica. But Jamaicans are excluded. It's a very painful thing to be seen and experiencing, and seeing the political class is playing joke with this thing around rights to beaches, right, and access to beaches. The thing is beyond that. This is not a future view of Jamaica. You can't have 35% moving to 40 and 45% of an economy, and we are not substantially participating in it. And at the same time, it's displacing us from the beaches, and now them gone in at the sea. And you think that we can just sit down and accept that? That is neo-colonialism at its, its finest. We're back on the plantation. We've seen the strikes that happen in the industry. The other day, tourism worker walking out because they're on contract jobs. You know what some of them tell me? Them can't even buy a bed or a piece of furniture from a store, because when they go, their requirement is that you have a permanent job. You need a permanent job to be able to take this, on a contractual basis and pay me X amount of money every month or week. We can't do that to you because you don't have a steady job. These are some of the consequences of contract work. Some of the consequences. Our sisters there are actually, being sexually harassed, because if you don't sleep with this manager or sleep with so-and-so, they're not going to renew your contract. It's an abuse. And this thing did not start yesterday. It started a long time ago. If we're serious in empowerment, reform needed. Fundamental reform is needed in tourism. We have to start with making beaches public land. We have to start by defining a concession zone. And that zone must have a cooperative component to it too, where you and I, if we want to build a hotel in that zone, there must be mechanism that the regular and average Jamaican must be able to tap into. Some kind of fund, some kind of developmental model that we benefit from what's going on there. I personally cannot accept that. I do not think Jamaica can accept that. You cannot. We don't live on a plantation no more. We're not chop cane for nobody. We're not grow banana. We're not being whipped and treated like slaves and beasts of burden. Where them bring we come here for do. for walk and dead. Walk and dead. And for 500 years, we have been doing that. Only for our leaders them to do what? To come to the table again and keep that colonial architecture in place. Don't give us right to our beaches. We don't have land rights to the shore. And then I sell off the damn place and I'm going to the sea right now and we go accept that. Me can't understand that. We must be bold. I want the politician them to get up boldly. I mean, I would be encouraged to say that legislation will be in place and this is what the legislation should look like. It's madness. Utter madness. And they should be ashamed of themselves because they can do it. Nothing is stopping them from doing it. Nothing is stopping the leadership of Jamaica from 56. What stopped them? Somebody need to tell me what is stopping them from changing this law and from empowering the Jamaican people. Me no know. Somebody need to tell me. Me can't get it, Rattigan. I seriously can't get it, brethren. Me grew up on North Coast Fire. 5 mile of beach in front of me. Me can't go there none. And so that's true for my community. It's true across. The youth them down a flankers now I lose them space. The youth them from Lilliput, Hard Rock, Iberia Star, lock them out. I saw the thing set. Look at Ochi. It's one damn beaches in Ochi. You know what I mean? What you have to pay if you go inside it. Sailors Hole is a little nook. The next beach is we in a St. Mary, you have to trad go. And the amount of hotel that span that scale. And you are telling me, say, our leaders, them, I look on this and can't do nothing about it. They can absolutely do things about it. They make the law in the country. Them control parliament. They can do it. One thing though, we have to force them to do it. And we've not been doing that since 56. So this is a wake-up call that we should do it.
Let me show you something here. And this is a promise that was made quite a while ago under this administration. And it was signaled again last year, March. Do you know anything about this?
Yeah, they have been saying it for a long.
It's been tabled. Do you know if it's been tabled in Parliament?
It's not been tabled. I mean, last week there was a meeting with several of the environmental group stakeholders, right? They met with Mata Samoda, who has responsibility around that portfolio. And that was asked. That specifically was something that our representative in that engagement asked. They said it's going to be soon. It's going to be soon. It's going to be soon. I mean, the also environmentalists also met with the leader of opposition, Mr. Golden, right? But that conversation around tabling this thing has been around with us. I said the first draft of this that I'm aware of that was made public is from 2000, 25 years ago. Now, there is this green paper out there called Beach Access Management Plan or Policy. It's not a progressive piece of document. There was consultation. They had a town hall. We participated in it. We wrote in, and we're saying, no, you can't. That legislation did not project to give Jamaicans fundamental rights. It spoke about something called, I think, qualified or ordinary rights. I really do not know what that is, but interpretation is like it's contingent upon some other rights. They are trying to find, and this is a concept that is brewing since 2000. They're I think what's the most difficult thing for these people is actually giving Jamaican rights to the beaches. I think I think that's one of the things that's holding this up. Because if you can't give black people right, you can't give the descendants of enslaved Africans right to beaches because we don't deserve them. These are the things where Dr. Carlin Cooper write about for many, many years, and John Maxwell write about them in the paper. These are the kind of things where, Kabu Mahat Karu, really kind of talk about. All right. All these things have been written and spoke about. That what? Them don't think we deserve of these spaces. And so I think to put into law that Jamaicans have a right to the beaches them is one of the biggest barrier to the advancement of a policy, right? That same document that they're trying to bring forward said they're going to reduce the number of fishing beaches in Jamaica, right? They are already doing so. You know what I mean? You know, Miami Bay is a fishing beach. It's gone. All right. Lawlands, big, massive developments going on down there, threatening that space. They're trying to shut down the Blue Lagoon, right? Everything these people touch, right? They displace poor people. Flankers Beach, them are go feet. The fishermen, them use it. So that is not a progressive piece of document as it relates to rights of the Jamaican people. I would be surprised if it's advanced and tabled in Parliament and the language reads that Jamaicans have the right and it's unfettered and it's general and you cannot be blocked. And it's going to require conservation easement over the existing properties so we can traverse the lands to get there. The government can set up conservation easement. The government can't take any land they want in Jamaica, you know. I mean, you know that. I'm hoping the Jamaican people know that too. Right? Eminent domain, but in Jamaica is a Land Acquisition Act of 1947 that they can declare that in the interest of the public, we need this. And, you know, they can challenge it in a court, but it will be successful at the end of the day.
You know, under the Beach Control Act of 1956, that same provision, a similar provision is there about eminent domain, you know, that the government in the interest of the public can come in and take over the land and pay fair market value, and that's it. But they're not doing it. They're promising us, and we just don't see the promises being fulfilled. And we like fools just accept it and say, yes, they're going to do it, and we take them at their word. And then the parliament go, no legislation, right? And so it's, but yes, they will waste so much money and do other things. Waste so much money doing the other thing.
It is more lucrative. It is more lucrative individually to keep it the way it is now than it is beneficial to Jamaicans on a whole as a community. And this is probably one of the reasons too, Will, why you can say you remember Japan being as clean as it was versus Jamaica, because it's a community type of thinking, a communal mindset. We are looking out for collective versus what we have going on in Jamaica as an individual. Let me see how I can benefit from this. What can this do for me individually? And so entities, businesses, politicians individually will get another politician involved because, hey, listen, we'll peel you off a piece of this if you just look that way because you're going this way. This is what we've seen all along. And when you have organizations like JLP'S speaking out and saying, listen, this goes beyond the pocket, then we need to pay attention.
And that's why people, you need to support the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. You need to go now and make your donations because we're having something called a Reconnection Rally in Jamaica on Saturday, June 21st. We're going to bring families together and we're going to reason and we're going to eat and we're going to entertain free of charge. That is another reason why you need to go and sign the Magnitsky petition, because that it is the icing on the cake. The cake is the work product done by the ambassadors on a Monday night, where they have come up with a work product regarding kleptocracy, corruption, and gross violence. And Jamaica is the gift that keeps on giving, because we just saw yesterday where the court ruled that all of the states of emergency, I think it's from 2019 to 2023, all of them unconstitutional. All of them. So you know what that is? That is gross human rights violations. Oh, by the way, the court ruled yesterday, right? But I just want to digress a little bit there, Devon. The court ruled yesterday, but I want to know, say, we round here, that action was filed in 2024. But But we own this something. Let me show you something that we did. And this thing here, I reckon, the letter.
Hold on. Let's close a couple of things here.
Yeah. Where there? Yeah, fling up the letter there for me. There's somewhere around there, so. And a freestyle. Right now, a freestyle, we are free. Yeah, see there? I that? Yeah, I that.
This one was 2023.
Yeah, all right. People, remember now, the lawsuit was filed in 2024, right? But we approached the problem from a different angle because there is something that there's a person that nobody's paying attention to. And that is the vile, despicable leech on the Jamaican people, backs of Jamaican people. And that person is none other than the Governor General. $750 million Jamaican dollars last year to take care of him and him Kumbolo. And a man go pick him Aki or whatever, man gone to prison. And instead of this man said, you know what, let me reach out to the community and have maybe a once a year thing and bring in the people, endear myself to the people, embrace the people. Instead, no, him not do that. Him do that to him friends and him Kumbolo them. And remember, we show the party where him have, we show the party and who attended the party. I mean, I see nobody there. Will come from back here, so or anyways place or look our Steer Town. By the way, Steer Town, big up on yourself in the chat and Ocho Rios. See nobody from them place there. Right? So what we did was we said, yeah, we see where this is going with unconstitutional states of emergency. So what we going to do? We going to focus on who? The Governor General and his boss. And this is what we did before the lawsuit was filed. Not against the lawsuit, and we love the lawsuit, we embrace it, but we couldn't file a lawsuit. But here's what we did. We filed this. We sent something to His Majesty the King, July 20th, 2023, and all of the issues raised in the lawsuit, we raised them. Let me just read it to you quickly. Made please, July 20th, 2023, made please Your Majesty, I write to you as a concerned Jamaican citizen who wishes to inform you of perceived violations of the Jamaican Constitution committed by His Excellency the Most Honorable Sir Patrick Allen, Governor General of Jamaica. Since 2017, the Governor General's proclamation of states of emergency resulted in the unlawful arrest and detention. Let me put it up so someone can read along with me. Sita, hold on there. What going on? All right.
Big enough, It was big enough.
Yeah. The Governor General, who did not commit any crimes and were not charged. Further, the Governor General's actions have caused financial hardship to the Jamaican taxpayer, who paid and continue to pay significant civil judgments because some of the people that were arrested, they are now suing, and the Jamaican taxpayers are burdened. They have to make the payment. So further, and most noteworthy is that from 2017 to early 2023, the Governor General committed these unconstitutional acts in his capacity as the official representative of Her Majesty. And so we list the thing and now. The following provisions of the Constitution reflect the proper role, authority, and responsibility of the Governor General to proclaim states of public emergency. 1, Chapter 5 say that Parliament is composed of Her Majesty. That's what our Constitution says. First person mentioned as in the composition of Parliament is Her Majesty, then the Senate and the House of Representatives. Then Chapter 4 said Jamaica will have a Governor General who shall be appointed by Her Majesty, hold office during Her Majesty's pleasure, and be Her Majesty representative in Jamaica. Him are the real bro God. Chapter 4 also said where the Governor General is directed to exercise any function after consultation with any person or authority, he shall not be obliged to exercise that function. So what that means, when the Prime Minister come to him and say, I want to put this thing in place, he had the right to say, no, it's unconstitutional. Plus, remember now, with the $750 million, he have legal advisors who could have tell him that, say, watch out, this thing is not good enough. This thing is against the precepts of the Constitution and the principles of the Constitution, and we can't do it. Sita, another section 4, where the Governor General is directed to exercise any function based on recommendation or advice or with the concurrence or consultation of, or on the representation. All of these terms, all it means is that if you have to talk to him about something where you want him to do under the Constitution, here's where it said, you cannot take him to court if he decide not to do anything. You cannot take him to court. And remember now, you cannot have a state of emergency without the Governor General say assenting to it. We say yes. If him say, me nah do it, what am I gonna do? There's nothing they can do to him. Then look at this. Look, see this, chapter 3, section 14 said, no person shall be deprived of liberty except on reasonable grounds with fair procedures established by law. State of emergency. Them just grab people, scrape people off of the street and fling them in a detention. Look at this. The Governor General can only proclaim a state of emergency where there is an imminent state of war between Jamaica and a foreign state, an insurrection, which is like a coup, or public disaster like COVID. Him can come and say this is a public emergency. You cannot use a state of public emergency for policing, for regular policing. And they have come out and said that yes, we're using this to supplement our regular policing methods. And that anybody who read the Constitution said that it's just bogus, it's just false, it's just wrong. So I put further said the Governor General is supposed to be non-partisan and expected to provide objective and independent guidance to the government of the day. And under chapter 4 of the Constitution, he has the discretion to summarily reject any government request for his proclamation of an act that violates the Constitution. However, the Governor General has proclaimed states of emergency, which he knew or should have known would be used as a regular crime fighting tool. So either way, if him say never know, him should have known. Kind of people running him live at Jamaica. This was clearly outside the ambit of his role and violative of the Constitution. And then I put something from him from the throne speech, and then I said that that in 2023 them rules saying it was lawful, and for reasons beyond the scope of this letter, missive the appeal court the government's and lack of action. Let me say, and then it is anticipated that additional civil judgments will be awarded. So more money from the taxpayers will be used to pay people impacted by the unlawful and unconstitutional states of emergency. The Governor General's proclamations are patently unconstitutional and should not be countenanced. And although Section 4 of the Constitution shields the Governor General from judicial scrutiny, it offers him no protection in the presence of your majesty because he serves at your majesty's pleasure. I beg the king, you know, me I show the king, say the Constitution, your king, are you the junior bro God. You, King Charles, are the real bro God. This man are the junior bro God. And I said, today Jamaican citizens find themselves in a dire and unenviable position, and under the Constitution, only you, your majesty, can provide direct and immediate relief. Therefore, your majesty is kindly requested to review the matter and take appropriate action to prevent the Governor General from violating the Constitution, resulting in the abrogation, abridgment, or infringement of the fundamental rights and freedoms of the Jamaican populace. Yours truly, Rattigan. Now, this went out before the lawsuit was filed. Now, the question, Rob, is what role, if any, did Buckingham Palace play? Not going to write me back and say, yo, you're right, you know, so I'll get rid of this brother. No, hell no. What the king would do, the king would drop a little phone call or make a little letter or whatever. But whatever the king did, if he did anything as a result of this letter, we're happy. We're happy. And if he didn't do it, and he did it only and solely because of the lawsuit that's filed, we're still happy because guess what? Now we have a solid case of gross human rights violations as directed or as found by the court. That are going on over Magnitsky initiative. So people want to know, so we're running so I do things, you know. We're running so I do things, right? We move that. Devon, me no want you leave, you know. Devon, me I'll beg you a favor, you know, brother. Fire me, I'll beg you a favor, you know. Because Kevin gracious enough to give me half hour time, right? And so we don't have less than an hour, and me have to touch. If I even little bit. Me have to, because we're not going to finish it, you know, but me have to touch the fertilizer thing. Me have to touch the fertilizer thing. Stay with me, my brother. I beg you to come back next week so we can continue this conversation. But don't leave. Come on, you watch what we are going to do, you know.
Yeah,
no, people, the fertilizer thing, you know. Fertilizer thing just to make news. Just to make news this week. But guess who did that make news about it long time? Who are we around here, you know? Who are we around here? Remember, it was back in 2022. We raised the argument. I'm going to go back before that. Here's how we end up with the fertilizer thing. And I want you to listen to me and listen to me carefully. And take down the notes and you can go check for the accuracy and the veracity of what I said. In from 1976, approximately 1976, the Jamaican governments, both parties, they have supported the autonomy of the people of the Western Sahara in their struggles against the Kingdom of Morocco. PNP and JLP government from 1976, they are thereabouts. Until 2016. What happened in 2016? My favorite minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, went to Morocco, cut a deal in Morocco. And what happened? Jamaica stopped supporting the people of the Western Sahara. We left them now to the mercy of the Kingdom of Morocco. And by the way, while me I talk about the my favorite minister, Minister Ed Bartlett, I want you to know, me not forget, he's going on with some holdings and things like that. We're going to come back and check on you because, people are asking questions about how you're able to afford certain things, and we're going to look into it. We don't know if the Integrity Commission is looking into it, but we're looking into it, and we're trying to come up with the documents to see if you purchase certain things using another person or a company name or whatever. We'll get to the bottom of that. And who else? I don't want some of them people. I think we'll forget them. DPP. Don't forget. Kevin put up that thing about you and the General Legal Counsel, that case. It up here, so I just can't get to it, and that's one of the reasons why Kevin laughed. You make me look bad. You make me look bad, DPP, because you shouldn't get involved in them things. Yeah, I know me put it up, and Kevin I laugh and say I will never get to it, but there's a story about you that we want to do, and it's up here. And then, oh, by the way, next week, people, we will have the former DPP of the Republic of South Africa, Sean Abrams. He's scheduled to join us next week. And I'm going to talk about all of them things we're going on in Jamaica with the DPP. I'm going to talk about how DPP for function, or government for function, transparency, accountability, rule of law, good governance, all of them things they want to talk about. So there are certain ministers we don't want, just because I'm not touching it this week, we don't want nothing going to get with, all right? Because we have the things that we're going to talk about them. But our Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, she went to Morocco and cut a deal. And then we stopped supporting the people. And shortly thereafter, fertilizer start flow like water. Right? And they make all kind of deals and tell them I'm going to do for security and scholarship and farming and all kinds of things. We don't see it in Jamaica still. We don't know. Thing we say is the fertilizer. No. That is when I started looking into the fertilizer thing. And the first time I reached out to the Minister of Agriculture, and rather, was in 2022. And we start talking about the fertilizer. And them give you some stuff. Well, and Kevin, I want to start with, I want to go back and start with the leader, the opposition spokesperson on I think they're 35. I think it's 35, page 35. Hold on a second. 35. Wait there. Hold on there. We just move it. Hold on. Hold on, the people. May I try to find something? The thing with the minister. Okay, here it is. I'm showing you this. No, here's what happened. The Auditor General, Pamela Monroe Ellis. Big up yourself. Love you like life. You still need some things for do, but I understand why, because I've spoken to people close to you and they've explained to me why certain things aren't being done. I can appreciate it. Don't agree with it, but I can appreciate it. But anyway, she went and she did it, and she did it. And you know what she said she did it? You know why she said she did it? She did it for two reasons. She did it because of, and I'll show you, public outcry. When she said a public outcry, you know who she talk about? She talk about all the way around here, because we start the thing in 2022, and she started for her thing last year. And she said, do it because of the public, and also it was brought to her attention last year for the local election that politicians were getting fertilizer, and it was it wasn't properly or equally distributed. All right. So she go and she look on that. Now, when we start the story now with this piece here, and I'm going to show you something. You see this? It's a part of the report. By the way, when you can run, go get to know friends and families and things, because I know a lot of them that wait for you about this piece here. I mean, no, what you did with laugh now, I'm sure the typewriter. So we noted that that two dots shouldn't be right. So, but that's what the thing said. It said, we noted that the opposition spokesperson agriculture, who's not a member, but a caretaker, was allowed 50 bags of fertilizer. However, RADA's protocol does not provide for an allocation of supplies to caretakers. Now, when you read that, what come to mind? Remember now, them said the opposition spokesperson of agriculture, and she took great pains to say he's not a member of parliament. He's not a parliamentarian. He's a caretaker, and him get 50 bags of fertilizer. And the protocol does not provide for him to get that. So immediately you start thinking something right here. Right. Something is not right. So what happened? I don't know me stay already. From me, see that me start make my inquiries, and me start look, and me start search, and me start dig. Me start dig. No. Here's the thing. When I read that, I said, yes, I know who this person is, and this person is guilty. This person, what it suggests is that there was something wrong here on this person's behalf, because him go get 50 bags and shouldn't get the 50 bags, right? So I said, you know what? Before I come out with a story and start, although I could do the story just based on this reporting, but I went and I did some searches and things like that. And people, that's why I'm telling you, you need to be critical thinker. You need to be patient as well with yourself, because sometimes you see a story and you want to run with it. But remember, you must not follow a story. You must lead. You must lead. And so what we did, we went and we dug, and we did this and we did that, and we found out some things. And this is disingenuous. Producer Joan asked me, she said, is this an audit of the Auditor General, or is this an audit of RADA and the ministry that you're doing, or both? So I just laugh. I never remember my answer. That's a good question. But I'm not auditing the Auditor General, because she's going by what she was given, what she observed. But that statement right there is patently disingenuous. Patently disingenuous. I was prepared to rip this gentleman right here. I was prepared to rip him. And then I started digging and come up with some things. Here is what happened, folks. Here's what happened with this story here. After burial, the Prime Minister and the opposition spokesperson, agriculture, and their members, they said the farmers kept coming to them and said, listen, we need some assistance. So, we need some fertilizer, blah, blah, blah. So, okay. And it came to my attention that the opposition spokesperson, agriculture, and I don't know him. He's not a friend or anything like that. So I don't know him as a friend or anything, just to be clear. And I don't have any dog in this fight, because I'm going to show you also that 9 PNP parliamentarians received fertilizer. I'm going to show you. And I'm going to show you what RADA said and what the Auditor General said. But let's stick with this story. So after they decided we need some fertilizer, they reached out to the minister, Floyd Green, and there were conversations with the minister. And the minister suggested that, in the end, he suggested that the leader of the opposition should write a letter. And then they would go from there. Well, folks, I'm going to show you something now. Don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it. Let me pull this down to make sure it's the right thing. And the source name not upon it. Because we know Kevin take off everybody's name. All right. I'm going to show you something now. And I want you to look at the date. And look at the conversation. All right? When you're ready, here we go. This is a series of text messages between the opposition spokesperson for agriculture and the minister of Agriculture. Look at the first one on August 7, 2024. Dr. Campbell said he's having a conversation with who? The Minister of Agriculture. Him said, hey, no movement on the fertilizers. Minister said they were doing some stock taking. Do you have a farmers group? Opposition spokesperson said, yeah. Minister said, okay, have them make the request regarding the fertilizer. Because apparently they were talking about this. Because this is the first one, hey, no movement on the fertilizer. So apparently there were prior conversations about this. They were talking about this. So Dr. Campbell was following up to say, hey, can you tell me what's going on? Then said, do you have a farmers group? Yeah. Minister said, okay, tell the farmers group to make a request. Just write to me and I will organize the fertilizer. Dr. Campbell said, okay. Then Dr. Campbell said, can the counselor do so and list the groups, or each group have to write? So he's saying, can the council just give the groups, the name of the groups, or does each group have to write to you to get the fertilizer? Minister said, if I start with one counselor, I'm going to have more, meaning more people get involved. So him said, either send it to me directly as the opposition spokesperson, who I expect would be called upon for support, or Mark and him forward to you. Mark meaning Mark Golding. Said, call upon for support, or Mark and him forward to you. Goes on to say, Mark is a good idea. Just make Mark write me as leader of opposition. So it's very clear. It's Mark Golding I'm talking about. So Dr. Campbell said, okay. So Dr. Campbell said, saw the email, and Minister Green said yes, and gave instructions by Monday. Dr. Campbell said, okay, thanks. Any word on the fertilizers? Because when he said saw the email, about something else. So he said, Minister Green said, we'll tell you this week when to collect the fertilizer. Dr. Campbell, okay. Then look at the dates, people. Look at the dates. All of this has been going on from August 7th.
August 7, 24.
Yeah, August 7, 2024, August 8, August 12. Then Dr. Campbell said, okay. Dr. Campbell said, still nothing. On the 15th, 3 days later, him said, still nothing. Then on the same day, Minister Green said, 5,100 pound bags available. Have to be collected in Kingston either tomorrow or Tuesday. Dr. Campbell said, where? Floyd Green, AIC, that's the warehouse. Dr. Campbell said, who's the contact? Floyd Green said, when you going? Dr. Campbell, going tomorrow. Floyd Green, okay. Dr. Campbell, Jerome Backus, counselor from Darlington, will pick them up. Dr. Campbell, thanks. Floyd Green, 1 p.m. is ideal. Floyd Green, please ask him to send at least one person besides the driver. Dr. Campbell, Tuesday? Tomorrow, not possible. Floyd Green, okay. Dr. Dayton Campbell says, good morning. On the 12th now, the 21st, him said, got the fertilizers, thanks. What is to be noted here is that him never asked for an amount. And him never got through, this wasn't through RADA. This was more like a humanitarian gesture to help out the farmers. So RADA procedures would not be applicable here. So when you say this, which part it there again, Kevin? Help me out here. The one with the, what me that do with the, like this?
Same group.
Yeah. When you see where it says RADA protocol does not provide for an allocation of supply to caretakers, it doesn't apply. That statement doesn't make no sense because it's not. He wasn't going through RADA. He was going through the minister because of a crisis. He wasn't going through the regular allocation, of fertilizer. No, I want to show you. Remember now. Minister Green said, have Mark send me something. First it was, can you get a counselor? Can you do this? Can you do it? No. Can send Mark, have Mark do it. All right, I'm going to show you something now. I'll wait there, Kevin. Like that. Like that. All right. I'm going to show you something. This a one part, right, Kevin? This is the second part? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Watch here now. Remember now, I'm telling him, say, we must make Mark Golding right to him. All right. See where that from? The CMD. I'm gonna go back and show you in case you don't forget. Go back and show you. I'm gonna go back to the 8th. Sita, the day after, here on the 7th, you will fly green say, either me do directly to you as opposition spokesperson who I expect will be called upon for support, or Mark, and him forward to you. Mark is a good idea. Just make Mark write me as leader of opposition. That was on the 7th. This is what happened on the 8th. See the date? What go on there? Kevin.
Yeah.
Hello.
Wait, Rebel. Oh.
Yeah.
All right. I see you. And everybody else is seeing you too. All right. I'm just gonna yeah, I see where your thing went out. I'm just gonna have to bring you back.
No, hold on. Let me done that. Let me done that and then bring me back. Because everybody can see the screen, right?
Everybody can see the screen. Everybody can see the screen. Just
remember now, the 7th. The 7th was when Minister Green tell the opposition spokesperson agriculture to have Mark write the letter, which would be and then the following day, the 8th. Look what happened. Dear Minister Green, and you see where it's coming from, Mark Golding. Dear Minister Green, I hope this email finds you well. The farmers of Eastern Westmoreland have been battered by beryl and are in need of support to get back on their feet. I am therefore respectfully requesting support in the form of fertilizer for the farmers in the affected areas of Eastern Westmoreland, which is essential for them to get back into production. I beg the man, I beg you know. Please liaise with Dr. Dayton Campbell, opposition spokesperson for agriculture, fisheries, and rural development, and or Mayor Councillor Dan Reed Delancey on the logistics of distribution of the fertilizer to the farmers. They are both copied on this email. Thank you for your cooperation and assistance. We work in unity to overcome the devastation from the hurricane. Regards, Mark J. Golding, MP. So, Kevin, you can see me?
Yeah, man. Everybody seeing anyway.
You can't take me off and bring me back, Papa.
All right. So, people, just one quick moment here while I bring back the rebel, because I don't know what's going on with him over there. His computer do its own thing. So Devon and I will go on holding it down until they come back. It's only gonna take like 2 minutes, even if that much. For those of you who haven't done so yet, please, and thank you, go sign the petition. Sign the petition, sign the petition, sign the petition. I can't state enough. Those of you who are into it, it helps with our analytics. It helps with how the system operates. Like up the live, please and thanks. I truly appreciate of it. But more so, sign the petition. Do not make your contributions on the petitions page. Go to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation page. Go to the website ojldf.net. Again, ojldf.net is where you make your donations. Do not donate on the petitions site. See, Rebel, come back and come back. All I have to do is refresh.
Thank you. No, see, when you read the statement right here, because as I read it, it's not accurate. But here's what happened. Here's what happened. This statement came about because the Auditor General received information from the government. What the government didn't say is exactly what I just told you. They didn't say, listen, there was beryl affected everybody, and so he asked, and it wasn't within the normal stream of RADA's distribution. But he asked, and guess what? They could have said, no, we're not giving you. and they would have been perfectly fine within the structure to say, no, we're not going to give you, because the fertilizer we have, we're only going to give it out based on RADA's protocol. He did not go inside a farm store. He did not go at the warehouse. He did not, as far as I know, never threatened anybody and said, give me 50 bags. So this to me is misleading, but I don't blame the Auditor General. I blame the people who provided the Auditor General with the information, because Jamaica, okay. Jamaica look like he must sleep. Hold on, the Jamaica. Hold on. So I blame them, because it's not just one place in the document that they mentioned this, several places. No, like I said to you before, I am not here to defend the opposition spokesperson on agriculture. No, I'm here to defend the truth. I'm here to defend the complete truth. And so if we talk about democracy and transparency and openness and good governance, then that's what we should adhere to. We need to speak the truth and speak the complete truth. And this to me is not truthful, because when you read this, you hear what it says. We noted that the opposition spokesperson on agriculture, who is not a member of parliament but a caretaker, was allocated 50 bags of fertilizer. However, RADA's protocol does not provide for an allocation of supplies to caretakers. So the question then is, how him get it? They should have, I don't know if she asked, how did he get it then? But then if they had provided her with information saying, you know what, it was burial, and he asked, he didn't direct us, he asked, and the request came from the leader of the opposition, and we decided to extend a helping hand to these farmers, and so we gave them 50 bags. That would have been fine, but that wasn't done. No, that's the first point. Now I want to show you something, people. Show you how. I want to show you something. Page 35 too. All right, hold on a second. We're not going to get through this today now, because there's so much. I'm going to show you something today. Remember we said we are showing a document where nobody now showing you, Hold on. Why this thing, Kevin, this thing, murder me. Hold on there. 35. What page is this?
I think you live in a bunker.
Eh?
You live in a bunker.
No, man. Hold on a second there. People want to pay close attention to this. That table here. Want to pay. This is going to be very important. And I'm going to show you how these people lie. I'm going to show you how them lie. Look at this. Now, when I started down this path, I thought there was only one shipment. And I will show you where RADA indicate to me say there was only one shipment at the time, which was a 2022 shipment. This shipment, I need to big this up so I can see some things. This shipment, yeah. Right? I need to go all the way over and show you something. Now, each shipment was comprised of 24,000 pounds. And 24,000 pounds equate to, I think, 2.6 million pounds of fertilizer, right? Each shipment. Now, if you look above the green line, or the green highlight, you see that, you see the same date 3 times. You see September 19th, September 19th, September 19th. And the reason for that is because 3 different sets of fertilizer came on that shipment. The ammonium phosphate, other fertilizer, and mineral or chemical fertilizers. If you look the numbers, remember each shipment is 24,000 pounds, 2.6 million pounds of fertilizer. Each shipment is 24,000 bags, 2.6 million pounds, right? Each bag weighs 110 pounds. I'm not going to show you where we get them things are from. So the first shipment, 24, 6 and 6, 12 and 12, 24,000. That came in on September 19th. Second shipment came in on March 9th. And that was one fertilizer, one set of fertilizer. One, not 3 or 4, one, the ammonium phosphate. See that? It comprised the whole shipment, 24,000. And then look below the green line now. You see the third shipment that came in 2023. And that adds up to 24,000. 16 and 420. So the whole thing come up to 72,000. Right? 72,000, I think, came up to, I think it was, hold on, let me check it out. Hold on a second there. Because 72,000 times 110, 7.9, almost 8 million pounds of fertilizer for the 3 shipments. Right? Now, I remember, we sell out people forget the fertilizer, and I want to keep that in mind. I don't know, trade or not, we sell out people. Now, when you ask them about this, when you ask them about the shipment, the 2022 shipment, them say, oh, you know what happened? We had some bags were burst, you know. We had some damaged bags. And as a result of the damaged bags, we had to discard. You know where them get them nonsense here from. Them say they might have to discard it, but them change them tone, and them say, well, because the bags were damaged, the fertilizer got mixed up, and so because the fertilizer got mixed up, they couldn't give it to the farmers, right? Remember now, is one group of fertilizer coming on, the ammonium phosphate. And if the bags them burst, I don't know what it mixed up with. Because by the time this shipment came in March, the 2019 shipment already gave out already. There was nothing left. So when this shipment came 3 years later, more than 3 years later, 19, 20, 21, 22, yeah, almost 3.5 years later, the first shipment gone. So this shipment come in and it's there by itself because the next shipment never come in till the following year, July, right? Now, keep in mind, people, keep in mind what I'm saying now. Is one shipment come in, one shipment of the ammonium phosphate comprised of the whole thing, 24,000. Take a look at this. This is how them give it all the time. Look upon where them give me. Wait there. Hold on there. All right. See where them give me, and see where that come from, That's in the case now, Wanda. Me ask them, what was the fertilizer distribution? I'm not going to show the questions I'm going to ask them. And this is for the 2022 shipment, just to be clear, 2022 shipment. See what them tell me now, the government of Jamaica is in receipt of 24,000 bags of the following fertilizer grade, and then give me 4 grade. Remember, I'm sure a 1 grade come in, people, them tell the Auditor General, them says 1 come in. Them tell me, say it's 4 come in. I wonder if you see what I say. So that's why them say when it mix up, them couldn't get the farmers. But them tell the Auditor General says 1 come in. So if it's 1 come in and the bags them burst, one of them just scoop it up and give it to the farmers them because it don't mix with nothing. So them are lie to one away. Them are lie to me or them are lie to the Auditor General. Who you think them are lie to? Why don't I figure that out? Let me show you something else. Let me show you something else. Now, we never get into the distribution thing because pure lie them tell. Pure lie them tell. We never get into that. I'm going to show you something else. I'm going to show you something. Hold on there. I'm showing you my chart what them send me. Let me chat to Kevin. You see it? All right. So what them send me, people. I want to look on that chart, right? Because you're not going to shake your head in disbelief. First of all, see, rather it come from, And you see what them say? These are the updated one, the last one. Them do it in 2023. Remember now, the last shipment came in July of 2023. So these are the last one them give me before the new shipment comes. So this is the final for the 2022 shipment. Can remember the 2019 shipment finished out long time. I'm going to show you something. You see what when people tell Lion to hurry up on a try scheme? I'm going to show you the number. You see them give me numbers and the chart look pretty. Chart look pretty, you know, full of numbers. I'm going to show you something. All them people are lie. Just a simple thing. Take a look at this line here. And by the way, let me explain the chart to you. You see the four, you see up at the top here where you see parish going to the right of parish. You see NPSB, DAP, MAP, TSP. Those are the 4 grades of fertilizer. And then them tell you down now that these are the parishes and these are the people that we give the fertilizer to. Now let me show you something. A simple addition. I'm not telling you anything. Look at St. Andrew. Look at St. Andrew. Look on the addition for St. Andrew. See that? The very, all right, I'm put up at the top so I can see it. All right, so St. Andrew up at the top. Now, 861 and 300. Oh, we get that to be 1101.
You need to take into consideration the destroyed damaged bags.
Oh.
Don't leave out damaged bags, Rebel.
Oh, you get 861 plus 300 to be 1101. Tell me that.
Damaged bags.
All right. No, it get worse. You see when you add up, go to the total. Wait there. All right. You see when you add up, you go to the total right here, so at the top right, and you see total. When you add up all of the total bags, right? You see what them come up with, even though they make, even with the mistake they make, you see them come up with 22,326. When you add up all of that, people, you know what it come to? 22,266. Me no know if the editor, senator, him do all of them editing ya. I don't know, and I don't want to give him any blame for this.
Him do editing, not much.
Like him would have do it because where we see him doing it with the manifesto, I mean anything possible. We don't know if you do it in the editor, senator, but if you do it, if it's you do it, shame on you. More shame on you because we cry shame upon the manifesto. Now look here now. You see this? You see them do right as so. Orange River. Oh, no. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm going too fast. I'm going to try to finish up because Kevin thing will come up. Something. So I'm going to go too fast. Like how they may go forgive me the answer. Is Kevin? No. Them have one of them. See it. No. See the chart, I know people. See the chart what them do now. For 2029, 2020, 2019, 2023. And you see what them do now. Them do it now for all of the parishes, right? And them come up with a total. All right. What me I gonna do now? Me I gonna show you my chart. What them give me. And when you tell me if my numbers they match up to them number, remember now it's just 2022 we are focused on. All right. Me could take Clarendon. Them says 4,177. All right. Me could go down to Rattigan chart. I know. Wait there. 4,177. Come down chart. Chart now I'm coming now. All right. Clarendon 4,177. All right. Very small up the thing, huh? All right. The Clarendon there. See Clarendon here, I know. I'm going to put it up at the top so I see it. Them says 177. Look on the far right for Clarendon and see what you see over there. So 4,678. We don't know who I do the counting for them people here. But these are the chart what them give me for 2022. We could go back and take another number. What are the number them wrong, you know? What are them wrong? We could go back and take another number. Give me another number. Give me another parish you want me look at for 2022. Give me a parish.
Do St. Bess.
St. Elizabeth, my people in parish. Or one of my people in parish. All right. What that? 3,206. Right? Could go back down here so now. St. Bess. I could push up St. Bess up at the top here. See that? Watch on my chart. 3,434. Wow, to the something missing here, so people.
Wait, hold on. Where your chart come from again?
My chart. Let me show you my chart come from. You know. My chart, here, you know. See my chart. Hold on there. Come back. My chart come from right. So see there.
And where was the other chart from?
See that? So hold on there, brother. Hold on there, Papa. See that. Right. See it up there, so. Allocations from warehouse to RADA. See it up at the top there, you know.
So the warehouse put out one number that they said they give to RADA. And RADA put out a number that is higher than what the warehouse said them give them.
Yeah. Kevin, you're right. Pick another, give me another parish. Give me Devon, give me a parish. Give me a parish, Devon. Pick a parish. We have St. Bess and we have Clarendon already. Pick a parish.
Manchester, give me Manchester there.
All right. Manchester 2022 is 2485.
I used to live at Rusty Town, in the whole of farmers in that space there,
Right.
you know.
2485, Manchester. Hold on. Manchester 2485. So Manchester at the top there. And I could run over here, so 2257, brother.
Can't bingo at all.
Hold on.
Me want to try Chilani. Hold on. Me want to try Chilani. Me want Chilani, please.
Chilani. All right, hold on. Make we go for Chilani. And see what I'm going about Chilani. All right. Chilani is 1374. All right, make we go down here and look on Chilani. 1374. All right, hold on. 1374. Sita? Oh, Sita, that's all? Sita, go to the far right and you see number what there?
No.
1374 now is 1032.
1032.
Bingo! No.
We couldn't win, man.
No, let me explain to you what else happened. You see that up below sentence. You see ALMD. You see ALMD. That's the agriculture management division, right? Who them? Them get fertilizer. I know. Them get 20 bags.
Research.
Well, I'm gonna show you more research. So the next one, you know, JAS, Jamaica Agricultural Society. I researched that too.
Yeah, man, I research.
All right, here's the next one, you know, MOA Bottlers. Our bottles, that's a research group. Them get fertilizer too, you know. It now go to the farmers in there. You see, it go research groups, right? Here's another one. AIC, Agriculture Investment Corporation. I researched that too. Them get 800 bags, you know. And by the way, 800 bags, like we had it up here. 800 bags are 800 bags times 110. That's 88,000 pounds of fertilizer. Them get. All right. Now we could go to the next one. Alkene, that's the All Island Sugarcane Farmers Association. You know, when them tell me, them not get no fertilizer, that nobody are bogus. Them not get no fertilizer. Let me tell you what, fertilizer come and them give them that 200 pounds. And what happens is that for use fertilizer upon sugarcane, it have to be blended. It can't be one type. It have to be blended. This 200 bags here, right? It was sent to Fersan, or them contacted Fersan for blend it. And Fersan say, initially Fersan say, yes, we'll blend. And then after that, Fersan said, no, because if there's any problems later on, we are going to be blamed because we blended for now. So Them say, no, we're not going to do it. The man, them never take the sugar, never take them say them never take the 200 bags. But on the, let me see something here. 200 times 110, 22,000 pounds of fertilizer. The man them said, no, we don't get that. Where is that fertilizer? So the next one, JNRW, Network of Rural Women's Association. Who them? Them get fertilizer. Jack Craw get fertilizer. Look on the next one, nursery. Nursery get fertilizer. Right? Go down some more right here.
Yeah. How much fertilizer are them getting?
You see that? Orange River Research Station receive assorted bags. It says content of damaged bags were sent to Orange River Research Station. The weights were not ascertained. Spillage was removed by workers during cleanup of the facility, and them say 1,374 bags were damaged. Where you think them tell my lady when she go and ask them to give her proof that bags were damaged? Make me see if me can find it, yeah. Let me see if me can find it, yeah. What them tell her? Oh, by the way, look on that one, yeah. Look on this. While me I look for that. There's so much to go through in this report. No, can you see that? Hold on. You can see that? All right, let me bring up one more. All right.
There you go.
Look at 2.23 and look at the highlighted area. It says, the first sentence says, our audit shows that the fertilizer was not distributed in accordance with the rules. And it says, for example, for instance, from the 2019 and 2022 shipments, right? The 2022 shipment are my shipment. That are the one me focus on. Rather distributed 210 bags of fertilizer to 2 people and 2 companies, and they picked them up, the bags from the warehouse. Remember now, you know, they weren't supposed to pick up nothing from warehouse. I forgot the RADA office. I get it from them people or something else. Look, these recipients were not on the approved ministry distribution list, and RADA did not present any approved beneficiary and verification forms used to assess eligibility for farm input. There's a protocol them have to follow. Them have to sign up feed, and them people RADA don't have it. Look at it. Look at the next sentence. RADA indicated that the 4 recipients were farmers producing various crops. However, the requisite authorization from RADA and the ministry was not presented. And then them say, remember them say, well, let me go up here, so let me just find the part. Hold on then. Let me go down. I need a new thing about it. All right. I'm showing you something. This thing I'll give me hell, Kevin, to fight me now.
You want the most to fight?
Yeah. It says, look at this. Look at this sentence here, people. The sentence that's highlighted. You see where it's right there? It says, RADA could not, oh, I'll make it smaller. RADA could not definitively determine the number of bags of fertilizer that were damaged. Want to remember what them tell me? I want to forget. Them say, we don't know how much fertilizer damage, you know, Auditor General. Maybe you should have go ask Rattigan, because maybe him know. Remember this, you know, them say them don't know. Remember this, let me show you what them tell me. See what them tell me, yeah? Look on the lap, watch out. See right there, so 1,374 bags were damaged. How them can't tell me 1,374 bags damaged, but when the Auditor General come, them say, we don't know how many damage, we don't know. We just don't know them things here. How How? What could I go so? And people, me I go slow down now because Kevin was gracious enough to give me half hour time. And Kevin, if you want to take my 2 hours, it's at your disposal. Just run with it, my brother. But here are people who are going to come back next week. I'll come back with Dr. Taylor to talk about some more beach access issues and environmental biohazard issues. And we are going to come back and we are going to spend some time on this report here because guess what happened now? A lot of you never read the report. A lot of you didn't even know that there was a report. No, hear the thing, say, oh, you know, fertilizer, because next week I'm going to come and I'm going to show you that both parties receive fertilizer. And according to this report, RADA said, we asked them to give us an accounting of who they gave the fertilizer to. And they did not respond. That's one. On September 11, 2014, the Auditor General followed up and wrote to all of the politicians, I think it's 37 JLP and 9 PNP, and said, please tell me who no give the fertilizer to. And as of the time that this was tabled, which was last week, I believe, no response. No response. I am going to show you. These are not my words, you know. These are not me. I make things up. I'm going to point it out to you and show you in the report. I'm going to show you who made the mistakes. Not even mistakes, but I'll show you who did what. And I'll leave it up to you, my brothers and sisters, so that you can look at this thing for yourself and you can make up your own mind. You can determine where there is truth, where there is fiction, where there is falsity, and where there is blame. Because I'm telling you, the Ministry of Agriculture and RADA, the agency within it, and the agency within it, there is so much. I want to say the word like my brethren, Pastor Ricky. Pastor Ricky would have said them corrupt. This is a corrupt criminal organization. That's what Pastor Ricky would have said. You know. To borrow it, to just say what those borrowers were. That's what Pastor Ricky would have said. And when you look at the evidence, it's hard to make a case against that. It's hard because here's a mistake, and that's why people keep telling you file your ATIs, because them never know this would happen to them. Them give me one thing, and you know what? I went back and I said to them, because when I hold on a second. Hold on there. Let me show you one more thing. But the thing that Kevin, the letters them. There's one. All right, hold on. There's one letter right here somewhere. We are working on people. Trust me, we are working on. Kevin, there's one letter. I'm not say the letter. There's a letter. The first letter, there's one inside of this. Hold on. Okay. All right. This is one letter. Okay. There's another one. All right. No.
The 3-page one.
This is the 3-page one.
2-page one is right beside it.
Oh, they're right beside? All right. Thank you.
Yeah, the 2-page one is right beside it.
All right. See. Them tell me when the shipment come. Look at this one here. Them tell me when the shipment distribution. See that? So we know so the document where them give we current, it's accurate because them said the distribution of the Moroccan fertilizer commenced May 18, 2022. And remember, only one shipment came in 2022. And they said it went from May 18, 2022 to May 12, 2023. So the report they sent me is May 2023. That's the most accurate one. That's the last one, right? That's the most accurate one. No. Hold on there. This thing I'll fight me now, Kevin. You know, I want me to do it now.
Where you want to go on the page?
No, me I look for say if me have anything below it. But okay, all right. See it now, people. When we ask them, you know, tell me how much fertilizer we have in our country. How much fertilizer left? You hear them say? Distribution was completed on May 12, 2023. Therefore, look what them say. There are no remaining fertilizers in the government's control. Look at 12. Look at the first highlighted area. You see that? And you see what them say? The total weight of Moroccan fertilizers distributed was 2.4 million pounds, and each bag weighed 110 pounds. Now, guess what happened, people? Guess what happened, people? You know that, you know how much fertilizer reached at Jamaica? 2.6 million pounds. It's easy, you know. Just got 72,000 bags, right? 72,000 bags times 110. 7.9 million pounds of fertilizer come. That's 24,000. 24,000 each one, right? 24,000. 24,000 times 110. See that? 24,000 times 110 is 2.64 million pounds. So how them only distribute 0.4? You know what I'm telling you? See what I'm telling you? Look on this, people. Them people are wicked. Look what I'm telling you. Look what I'm telling you why. My chart, that my beautiful chart. Look on this here, people. Look on this. Tell me some of them people are wicked. Look on the left hand wicked. You see entity. You see where it's an entity on the left hand side, the far left, where it's a shipment here, entity. Then you see RADA. Then you see members of parliament, which means that most members of parliament did not get fertilizer in 2019. See that right there? So then 2,985 bags go to them. Then you see other agencies, right? Then you see individuals, companies. Look at the next category. Look at the next category.
Bad and
look at the next category. Bad and dump.
Bad.
Claim say, well, I know them claims say in a 2019, bad fertilizer. If there's such a thing, bad fertilizer. Cause fertilizer, I don't like water and they drop on the ground, it gone, you know. The fertilizer there, right? Bad and dump, 1,650, right? Times 110. That is 181,500 pounds of fertilizer. Them say them fling away. Uno believe that?
Is fertilizer though? Where you going to do it?
Uno believe that?
That's why so much wild bush grow, man. They just throw it out, you know what I mean? And you know, you just feed the roadside. So when you're off of work, now you have the man them get work, you know what I mean? You have to fertilize the side of the road.
But you're them kill them.
That is how you can have nearby bushes for the alleged assailants to escape into.
but look at them kill themselves. Look at them kill themselves. Remember another report them send me, you know. Them say the fertilizer was spilling up. Them send it to where? Orange River Research Facility. See there? So if it's bad, I guess it's supposed to go. Right? But it not go there. Nobody know what it. Hold on a second. You see when the Auditor General said to them, say, give me the report, give me the accounting for the bad and dump. Tell me when you dump it. How much you dump? Them say, well, we don't know. We just dump. It just come in and things come and them get the bags, you know. But when you say, when you dump it, give me the accounting. Them can't, there's no account. But look on it again. Look on 2022. 2022, 1,359 bags, them dump. 1,359 bags, them dump. And them can't define bad. Do you know what them say bad is? The bag is damaged.
Scratch and dent.
Hold on. No, I did with laugh and think I joke, man. Think that, no, man. My nephew, they are laugh.
You know that enjoy this too much.
No, hold on there. Hold on, no, man. My nephew, I make me feel bad and not giving like a life, man. Hold on. Like him can't believe. I'm going to show you which part. Hold on there. I'm going to show you something, man. Which part them talk about bad and dump. The recipients run all right, Sita, look on that. Look on that. Right up at the top. See there? RADA provided 3 distribution lists showing that between 2019 and 2023, 3,809 bags of fertilizer, representing 5.3% of the total received, were classified as bad and subsequently discarded. However, the manual inventory records did not reflect this information. You see that? You see that?
No.
Then,
Rebel, hold on.
Look
1 second. Everything have an expiration date. Everything that is manufactured, they put an expiration date. A bottle of water, they put an expiration date. We know that water doesn't really expire, but hey. So if this was the case with the fertilizer and there is an expiration date, if it is bad because it expires, how is old bags of fertilizer would it get? So we weren't valid enough to be given fresh bags of fertilizer?
Right.
What kind of arrangement would that be? And I'm looking at all kinds of scenarios why the bags would be bad. So let's say the bag tear and there's moisture that got into the fertilizer. Aren't we going to wet up the fertilizer anyway when we use it?
So there goes Mr. Rattigan's theory. There goes your theory.
I'm just running through some possible scenarios, you know. What else? We have expiration, we have torn, damaged packaging. So faulty bags made from manufacture, it wouldn't have been sent for distribution anyway. And how can you make a faulty bag of fertilizer?
Maybe it's cement. Got to be cement.
Yeah, hold on.
Manufacture them.
A
flour factory.
Them say them classified as bad and subsequently discarded. The word discarded to throw away. So that it have no use. Them just fling it away. No, look at them describe bad now. Look at say. RADA also asserted that the fertilizer was discarded because bags were damaged during the offloading and restocking process due to nails protruding from wooden pallets, damage caused by forklifts, or the collapse of pallets or piles. So I want to know how that make the fertilizer bad. When it's only one shipment you get, one shipment of fertilizer, one shipment of one type of fertilizer, and the bag bust. How that make it bad?
It should not touch the ground.
Sure, something else.
Let us
set up them friend. I know. Look at the very last. You said the very last sentence. It says RADA responded that consistent efforts were being made to identify and secure better quality pallets. To palletize 3,000 fertilizer per pallet. Now here I know. Ideally, heavy-duty plastic pallets would be best. However, to date, no supplier has been identified to enable procurement of these pallets. So you know what I got now? And them friend now I go get that contract there now. And them friend I go get that contract there. But going back to what them said that it was bad because it damaged by forklifts or the collapse of pallets or piles. Look what them tell me. Remember now, it bad because it bad and so them dash it away. The bag bust and them dash it away. Now look here. Oh, wait there. Okay, here it is. Look what them say. Contents of damaged bags were sent to Orange River. See it, yeah, people. See it.
Jamaics, you go before me, because you go before me, Jamaics. Go on before me. You don't want to go?
Mr. That shit, man. You go first. Mr. That shit, man. Oh, God.
So we have a thing with pretty packaging. And we don't like products when the package is damaged. So there is that argument. So we have pretty packaging, we have expiration, we have water damage. In addition to that, we don't like buy fruits that look fluxy. So when the butter brews, we don't want that. So the butter brews fertilizer, not going to work you need to be able to lay down the fertilizer and it look pretty same way. So it damage can be.
But Kevin, let me answer that. No. They said that the fertilizer nails protrude and bust up the bag, and so they had to discard it, right? And they have no records of it. They have no records of it. But here they told me that, yeah, the fertilizer was damaged. We sent it over to the Average River Research Center. We know where it went. And in fact, they even give me a number. 1,374 bags were damaged. Why them couldn't tell that to the Auditor General? And people, we're not gone in the terms of reference yet, at the document, the RADA document, because when we go inside, and show you what them tell the Auditor General and what them tell me, say are two different things. Two different things. So, go ahead, Jamaica. You say you want to make an argument. Go ahead.
No, they're
gonna look like him. I said, boy, I can't make an argument.
You can't defeat mathematics, or you're gonna defeat simple mathematics. I don't really know how you get around that.
You can't get around mathematics.
You have different units, right? You count them, so you have numbers, the weight there. You understand? Those are two really scientific parameters. All right, so the explanation would have to stack up, and it's not stacking up. So I really don't know. There's too many discrepancy that requires more scrutiny. So I really don't know. You need to just put this all in some kind of Excel document, right? And then kind of send it now over for clarity.
Dr. Taylor, good evening. I must reach out to you. This is too much. It's really too much, man. At the highest level in our country, level of leadership, these bad maths, is it intentional? What is it? So when we hear the finance minister come and make mistakes and numbers, it's a government thing, man. The whole government.
It's a requirement.
It's a requirement. And then they tell you, we need to get more new pallets, plastic pallets. They're just giving you something to listen to, or something to read. The procurement process not even going to go through because them not care about that. Them just want to tell the Auditor General something. And this type of, this level of business in our country, no wonder the country is like this, man. It's sad.
Next week, I'm going to show you why I believe the Prime Minister, don't give him don't cooperate with the Integrity Commission. And I'm going to show you why I think him don't do it. And it comes back to this. I'm going to use this as an example. But you can't make this up. And that's why, we say the beauty about telling the truth is that you don't have to remember what you say. Right? And you say, no, them give me this, me sit down on this and I say nothing. And then the Auditor General go, and then them gear some stuff. I'm say, let me do the comparison and see if information with them give me. I remember me only talk about one shipment because this is the other letter the next to it. The other letter is quite healing too. Hold on a second, people. Hold on a second. I'm not showing you something. That letter one. That's Sita. Why Kevin, you're bad like you have. Me never know say do that one, yeah. Look at now, people. This all from ATI, Rattigan pan the case, And it gets so bad that them does when we start asking for more information, them say we not give him nothing. Make him go dead a bush. All right. See me now. Me not dead a no bush. See me right so. See them telling now the shipment, the 2022 shipment, landed in Jamaica on February 6th. And remember, them start distributed from May of 2022 to May of 2023. See it right below there. It's a distribution of the fertilizer commenced May 2022 to May 2023, but it comes February, right? So February, March, April, May. So about 2-3 months. We don't know what happened to the fertilizer. They made a plot and plan who forget and who not forget. But that was that, right? So it's down there. Now, here me ask them now. Me ask them, I'm not gonna laugh when I see some of them questions. Me ask them information regarding the dates of any distribution to any private individuals. You may ask them, private individuals or no, private concerns are quasi-government entities. Them say, please see the table enclosed with the amount of fertilizer that was distributed. With individual find say 4 individuals get, or 2 individuals and 2 entities. She don't name them. So let me go down somewhere because I think I could just skip through some of this. Me ask them, if them thief, if none of the fertilizer, them thief the fertilizer. Them say, no, the ministry has no report of the theft of fertilizer. Right? Sita. No, look. 12. Distribution was complete. Oh, this is one of 3, Kevin, or 2 of 3. Okay, hold on. There's something else here. Man. Atio. Watch I know. I ask them information regarding the proof of sale in full or part of the Moroccan fertilizer to any individual or entity. No, what the report show is that there's a report that they were selling the fertilizer at a farm store. The fertilizer will come for free, and I will find it next week and show it. It's not the report. Look what them tell me. All fertilizer free were not for sale. See that? All fertilizers were distributed freely and were not for sale, but yet still they must sell. No fertilizer was distributed on consignment. Let me go back in on this and see. Them people, them not like me, Them can't like me. Because and so me ask them about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, because at this it start from people want to remember, we sell out people. Sell out people forget fertilizer, We sell out people forget fertilizer. People who we support for decades. All of a sudden, and we never even wait. Remember, them take power in February 2016. And in 2016, them go on Morocco and do the deal. We never even wait for say, make we see how the thing look and make we decide and make we come. Quickly them do it. But guess what happened now? When them did for vote on the aid for Palestine and the thing, they remember in the UN, they couldn't vote. And you remember? Couldn't vote.
In a bathroom.
Yeah. But them do this right away, man. 1, 2, 3, them do this right away. Folks, let me tell you something. You see this report here, I'll go back and show you. You see this report? Wait there. Okay. See that? See that? Terrible. It's 3 places in that report, Them talk about the fertilizer, 3 places me find where them talk about the fertilizer. Wait there, let me show you now. Oh, we take it out that piece there. So the first one, that are the first one, right? Oh, look on this, the permanent secretary said that him don't know nothing about no fertilizer go to no MP, and him never issue no directives or instruction. You hear that? Him say him no know. The permanent secretary is in charge of the ministry on a day-to-day basis, And you hear him say? It says, when contacted, the permanent secretary said that he had no interaction or discussion regarding or verifying any communication from his office about MP or other persons being included on the list for fertilizer distribution. Neither is he aware of any directives or instructions being issued by his office in this regard. Well, it should be more than his office. It should be the ministry. You are the person who run the ministry on a daily basis. Now I'm saying no. Then how come Rattigan no? Look here. Him say him no know. Like this? No. Hold on. What the letter there, Kevin? Oh, see ya. How come him no know? But me know. Look on this. Kevin said, if I put it in green, anything we put in green. See that? Your office. Right? See where it go? It go to a politician. Right? It go to a politician. It says, dear Mr. Graham, and see where it come from the radar.
You mean absent Graham?
Hey,
say good night to people. Say good night to people.
See that June 29th. Remember now, them finish up, in a May. Them start in a May 2022 and finish in a May 2023. Right? And you see that? It says, dear, it go to the parliament here, and this letter serves to inform you that a total of 70 bags of nitrogen, phosphorus, sulfur, and boron fertilizer have been allocated to your constituency. Right? Now, it's rather supposed to get out. You're supposed to come, sign up, do the requirements, because this is not 2019 or prior where the parliamentarian used to recommend people, right? And say to write this out, you must be an active farmer, you must be this, you must be that. And look at where it says right in a green, your office will distribute the fertilizer. Your office will distribute it. People. So when the permanent secretary will come and say, well, me don't know nothing about it and blah, 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 then the truth say you need to remove that permanent secretary. Need to remove that permanent secretary. So, folks, let me just move it up. I'm gone over Kevin time, Let me just move it over and Jamaica, I'm gone. Folks, that's all I'm not going to show you for this week. But believe me, the report, damning. So many things tonight. We're going to talk about it next week. And by the way, me know the editor, Senator Watch. And I hope him can come explain all of them things. I hope him can come explain all of this. And we just want him to know that it's an open invitation. Him can come any Saturday. Any Saturday. Come with him facts and me come with my facts. Him said Devon the other day, him come up on a program with the panel and him say 4 PNP surrogates or 5 PNP surrogates upon it. And him say, I am like stone love, I stand alone. And that him say, no. And then fireman have to remind him say, but stone love a comrade sound man.
Yeah.
So me tell him say, well, you stand up like stone love alone, me stand up like stone love alone. So where you want you though? Come on my program, man. Come, make we talk up the things. Him not coming because around here we do things away with part we're gonna make the man comfortable, because these are the things where we do. These are the things where we do. We go and we do a research and we look. And remember now, people, the number one rule. They're going to ask, Devon, watch out. The people in the chat, what is the number one rule about asking questions? Write it in the chat, make Devon say. Let me see if you know how to learn. What is the number one rule? Well, that takes so long for right, man. The number one rule about asking questions.
Type them on some on small devices. Some people on them TV, rebel. Sure.
Them now.
You get it.
Anthony G said, make sure you know the answer. You know the answer. Someone you already know. Marvel know the answer.
Everybody bright. Everybody bright.
I don't even get a job rather for do the maths rather,
See them man. The number one rule is don't ask question if you don't know the answer. And around here, we know the answer before we ask the question. So them can come. Jamaics, we are kill Kevin time, but go ahead, my nephew. Talk to the people.
Hey, good evening again to everybody. I want to pick up everybody and I comment to bright. Make sure you know the answer before you ask the question. And Mr. Dwayne as well, you have a new fan, uncle, Mr. Dwayne. Yeah, he came on vacation and he wants to be in tune with his roots, and he's here Trust me, man. And I see him shouting me out in the comment section. And
Big
he
up
doesn't
yourself.
leave here. It doesn't leave you. It doesn't leave you. But anyway, people, good evening. I want to tell you about the bureaucratic maze that we have to go through to get this rally underway. Yeah, this rally underway. The amount of red tape, administrative red tape to get this out and to ensure that the rally is on. And I'm telling you, people, come out the 21st of June. The date is set. That everything is put in place, and we can't wait for you to come and have this symposium. We're now going to give it a different type of protest, an intellectual calling together of the people. And we want you there. Can we say the location? No,
Yeah,
because yes, man, the Ronnie Williams Entertainment Center comes alive on the 21st of June. We get people, we are also asking you for your support. We need it. When you look at the price tag on some of the stuff, I'm telling you, people, we need people to go a little bit deeper in their pockets. And I know it's for a worthy cause. The kids will be fed. There will be entertainment for them, bounce about, kite, balloons, all type of things. We want to ensure that we engage the kids, and most importantly, to teach the Jamaican people. We have always been collecting money from the diaspora, but we have never really get a time to bond with the diaspora and be learning together in one space. And this is the opportunity. um I'm almost spearheading. Yes, I'm spearheading here in Jamaica this, and I want you to come out with us, come and enjoy it with us. And I'm telling you, people, it's not easy work, but we're doing it, and we're asking you, we're begging you, go deeper in your pocket and make a contribution. We are still looking for persons to volunteer as well. We want you to come along, play your part in this. It's unprecedented. It's life changing. They're gonna talk about this years to come. That is what I think, and I know that's what is going to happen. So I want people to put in the comment section the 21st of June and some heart going up for it as well, because we have to make this one big. We have to do it. So people, we see you on the 21st, and we'll continue to speak about it, and we're going to have some fundraising activities about it, right, Uncle?
yeah. We have another sound clash.
Yes.
The mighty Kevin Stew. No, sorry, mighty DJ Kevin Stew. We have a clash with Shaka Fame. Good DJ. We're planning to have it. We'll let you know during the week. We're planning to have it next a week from today, and that's just one of them, because we also have the only, well, so him said, the self-proclaimed only legal DJ in Jamaica, Mr. Hugh Wildman. Call me all the time. Up to today, him call me. He want to come back. Him say he want to finish where him start. So we are going to try get him on for a fundraiser with us as well. So we have those two things, and anything else we can come up with, because we have to get this thing. Finalized. We have to. It's almost like a dream, and we have to realize it. And it's not a dream about one individual. It's a dream about a collection of individuals. It's a dream about community. It's about getting our people in a space where we can talk about civics, simple civics, from the perspective of being a Jamaican national. What does it mean to be a Jamaican? And if you
Uncle, 1 second, I'm looking in the comment section, and I'm not seeing enough June 21st and enough arts, and I'm asking people to turn it up, man. Yeah, we want to ensure that everybody come out and support, dig a little deeper, where we have a little bit more fun. We want to ensure that the kids are engaged and they're enjoying themselves. And I want to tell you about Natasha. That is actually underground people marketing, promoting this thing. Let me tell you, she's a hard worker, and she said, "Hey, Jamaics, she said, come on, we have to move right now. And people want you to move with us. So we want in the comment section, June 21st, some hearts are go up, people are like up the life. We have to make this happen. Mr. Rattigan don't ask if a dollar is out here having university that Jamaica don't want. We need it. I will come in on the ground. We're on the ground. We're teaching basic civics, as Uncle said. We are ensure that the family are eat together. We ensure that the kids them are play. We ensure that we get come and see Mr. Rattigan in person. Yeah, ask him the question. You see, before you ask the question, make sure you have your.
Bless up. We have 4 minutes to go on. Devon, boy, brethren, I just want to thank you immensely, Aya, because you know you are part of the teaching fraternity around here, because when you come around here, you open up the eyes, and not just the physical eyes, but the mental eyes of the people, so that they can understand what they see going on. Because a lot of people see things, but they don't understand what's going on. You may understand that, I understand that.
Okay, you don't have the poster. Please, if you just want to show it before we're done, please, people, look at the flyers as well. We wanted to promote it. We're going to be on TikTok, Instagram, all about. We want people to know that we're ready, and the time is now. No. All right, June 21st. I love what I see I go on in the comment section. I feel like Kevin Stu, give 1 hour. No?
I just did. I just did.
You just did him give 1 hour.
It was supposed to be 30 minutes.
Yeah, 30 minutes. But you know,
I know. That's why I said give 1 hour. Kevin don't say 30 minutes gone like that.
No, you know, when we are rock and roll around here now, there's no stopping us. And that's why I tell to people, it's a 5-hour program. But for me, it feels like about 50 minutes. That's what it feels like. Because we just have move. We have so much more people. If you don't see the things them up here, so what Kevin put up, it looked like Christmas tree with different colors and lights up here. So, and it's like every tab is a story. I mean, I look at about 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 30, 34 tabs up there.
Give a calculator.
We don't need a calculator. We have 34 tabs up there, and each tab represents a story out of Jamaica. We can't get to this. And every week, we get more tabs up there, and Kevin have to take down some stuff. It'll get uncontrollable. Come and say
to somebody destroyed the comment section. Have a look at it. I wonder if I Pegasus. Something wrong with the comment section. It's colorful.
I got the bones.
Here, folks. Listen. Thank you. One thank Gamal. One thank Marcus. One thank Devon, Jamaics, Kevin, all of you who tune in the chat and are watching, even if you're not chat, all of you who tune into the one, thank all of you. And from the bottom of my heart, I just want to say to you that without your support, this thing can't go forward. And we are look forward to all the support we can get from it for the June 21st and also the petition. And of course, the program. So, Devon, I will come back next week. You know, Devon just tell me yes. I don't know if you need to see when him say yes a while ago. Him just not say. So, you know, we have about 30 seconds left. And Kevin out there next week, I'll get a report from Jamaica. And we have some people from South Africa, at least one person, a former DPP, who's supposed to come on. So we are going to nice up the thing next week. And as usual, we have a whole heap of things to talk about. So until then, bless up on yourself. Wednesday night.
Sir Taylor, I'll reach out to you.
Yeah? Blessings, yeah, man. Blessings, Isis.
Yeah, man. See the people. Open up an eyes.
See for yourself.